With me, joining me here on the studios is my colleague Akanksha Swaroop, and we are constantly tracking every development as far as the West Asian conflict is concerned. Akanksha?
Right, it's day 6 of the conflict, and as we can see, the joint forces, whether it is the United States and Israel, both have declared that the war has entered a new phase. Having said that, let's get started with the top stories this hour.
As oil prices spike sharply, big energy boost for India. United States issues a 30-day waiver allowing India to continue purchasing Russian oil.
US strikes intensify against the Iranian Navy, sinking 30 ships and hitting a drone ship. Iranian ballistic missile attacks drop 90%, while drone attacks fall by 83%. This is a US CENTCOM claim.
Iran launches fresh strikes on Bahrain and Kuwait, while a state-run oil refinery also has been targeted in Bahrain. A US base has been hit in Kuwait. No reports of casualties so far.
Israel dismantles 6 Iranian missile launchers just minutes before they were intended to be launched towards its own territory. Dramatic visuals have now surfaced.
Also, first visuals that we've managed to access of the Sri Lankan Navy rescuing Iranian sailors who survived the torpedo attack on the Iranian warship. 32 survivors were brought ashore following the attack.
So this is how the war is impacting the energy crisis. India's access to critical energy supplies for now have received a temporary lift. This after the United States actually approved a narrowly defined 30-day waiver. That's going to allow Indian refiners to now purchase Russian oil already stranded at sea, while the government positions this waiver as a pragmatic response to regional energy disruptions. The move, of course, has triggered sharp political debate at home, with opposition leaders even questioning why Washington is even in a position to quote-unquote permit India's purchases, and demands clarity on what leverage the US holds over New Delhi.
Absolutely. The language is something that is being discussed, and there is a sharp criticism that is coming in from opposition, particularly for the Narendra Modi government, because when the US says we are allowing India to go ahead and buy Russian oil, when the US says we are giving a 30-day waiver, there is a concession that has been granted. There are certain vessels, there are certain casks that are in fact strewn around the Strait of Hormuz, go by it. All of that is being argued here back home in the political circles, where the opposition is seeing red on what exactly is going on and why is the US really determining New Delhi's foreign policy, and why that unilateral decision really is not with the United States and
India is
of
also
America and
seeking
India.
US support at the moment. How will this US support help? Because US is also willing to provide maritime insurance. Will this help Indian vessels to receive their own sort of supply of CNG, LPG, all of that we will keep bringing to you. But for now, Griha, let's break down the visuals for
Absolutely.
our viewers.
Let's first take a look at these images that we've managed to access. The US Central Command has put out these images where we are looking at these shots from 6th of March, where you see these attacks that have been witnessed, and this is talking about how a lot of those infrastructure in Iran has been attacked by the US and Israeli forces. These are Iranian targets being decimated by the US forces, and of course this is paving the way for continued delivery of overwhelming American military power. This, of course, is being released by the CENTCOM. This next set of visuals, Akanksha, of course, this tells a very drastic story.
This is of Fujairah oil industry zone in UAE. And remember, UAE is seeing a fresh scale in terms of an escalation as far as UAE is concerned. In fact, residents have also reported that they have been receiving notifications from the Emirati Interior Ministry to stay safe. But at the moment, what we can tell our viewers is that the refineries and the US bases are being targeted. The next set of visuals, Griha can take us through.
Right, absolutely. And this is from Tehran, and these are various locations that we've marked out for our viewers as we get in at a closer look at the strikes that have happened in Tehran. If we take a look at how these images, these satellite imagery, these infra imagery are in fact telling us a story of the kind of destruction that has happened not just at the IRGC base, but several other places in Tehran. Remember, as far as the Ayatollah Khamenei taking out of the Supreme Leader really is concerned, that was on day one.
All right, we have some more breaking inputs coming in right now. US has issued an urgent advisory for its citizens in Baghdad is what we are being told, because remember, Baghdad also, as far as Iraq is concerned, that's getting sucked into this overall conflict. The US has issued this advisories for its citizens to immediately evacuate Baghdad, and it also reads, let me in fact quote what the US advisory is going on to say, that the US government cares about your safety, will continue to share information, you need to make informed decisions about your security. And this is not the first time that the US has actually issued that advisory. At the moment, let's quickly in fact bring our viewers up to speed with regards to how many Americans are we even looking at, and why weren't these evacuations actually ensured on time. Let's quickly go across to Ayushman Jamwal, who will perhaps be breaking this down for us. But at the moment, CENTCOM has actually made some sweeping claims over here. They are saying that they have not only just brought down the drone attacks by 83 to 85%, they've brought down the missile attacks also coming in from Iran by close to 90%. Let's quickly take this forward with Ayushman. Ayushman, what can you tell us about this US advisory issued for Baghdad?
Right. So basically what the US government has said is that the US government cares about your safety and will continue to share information. You need to make the informed decisions about your security. The US government is assessing all options to help Americans leave the Middle East. Imagine that is the statement that's coming in from the United States, Akanksha, and that has been the big criticism that's coming in. Ahead of the Iraq war, the American citizens in the Middle East had weeks to evacuate the entire region. This time they had no warning, several of them are stuck, and the United States has no option when it comes to taking them out of the war zone. Which is why you're getting this language where the US is saying the US government is assessing all options to help Americans leave the Middle East. US citizens in Iraq are strongly encouraged to depart as soon as they are safely able to do so. So putting the onus on evacuating Iraq on those American citizens.
It's day 6 of the conflict, and such an advisory coming on day 6 is tad bit too late. It's over to Griha for more details.
In fact, let me take this across to a special guest who's joining me on the broadcast. Tal Orun, who's an advocate, is now with us on the broadcast. Tal, the fact that there's a special advisory that has now come in from the United States, particularly for citizens in Baghdad, and these advisories are trickling in on a regular basis. While on the one hand, there is a posture that the US would have the world believe that they are in fact pretty sorted, they are at a position of power when it is about this war, and yet there is an exercising of caution when it is about the US citizens in this war-torn area. However, a formal declaration and using of the terminology war has still not come in from Washington.
Yeah, I think the reason that U.S. citizens are being advised to be wary right now is because they can be a target all across the region, whether it even be in Israel, it could be anywhere. There are Islamists, unfortunately, across the entire region who would take action against U.S. citizens. So that's probably one of the biggest reasons. The second reason is that we know that the IRGC has been extremely degraded in the last couple of days. Israeli officials and American officials are saying up to 83, 85% of their ballistic missile capability has been removed. And we know, like Marco Rubio said, they are about to start a new wave of even more furious attacks, and those could definitely stretch into parts of Iraq, maybe even Baghdad, who knows, depending on where IRGC people who are affiliated are. So that's probably a general advice for U.S. citizens to be careful where they are in the Middle East.
Right, absolutely. We also have former diplomat Sanjay K. Verma joining us right here in the CNN News 18 studio. Ambassador Verma, thank you so much for joining us again back on the broadcast. We continue to discuss what really is coming out of the Middle East, the West Asian conflict only escalating. But we started with talking about the special waiver, so to speak, that has been granted within quotes by the United States of America to India. How does one look at the choice of vocabulary that has been used by the US for India on how the special grant and access that will be given for India to go ahead and purchase Russian oil without any extra cost, now that the world needs it, a global economy needs it, and we are doing it for the greater good?
So what is important for India is to get the oil for our people. we can discuss about the vocabulary and the words that had been used to grant India permission. But at the moment, the most crucial issue is to get the oil to India so that its people cannot suffer.
Right, absolutely. In fact, we continue to keep these discussions going on. Tal, we'd want to also understand from you, the Strait of Hormuz was a problem back then also. We'd always were given to understand that any kind of an aggression, escalation against Iran, this will be the first step by Iran where they would go ahead and in fact block the Strait of Hormuz. But now that is the entire global economy is seeing that pinch, particularly here back home for Indians. That has become a greater set of a problem. What is the US really saying about it? Do you think in practical terms that can really be done with it, where they go ahead and talk about a certain insurance as opposed to the Lloyds in London? They are going to be taking out of the American taxpayers' money, all of that assurances, so to speak, coming in from the US. How do you read it?
Security in the Strait of Hormuz through Iranian proxies like the Houthis is also going to end up costing the American taxpayer money in the long run, right? If we don't have control over this area, and that doesn't mean control like the U.S. is sitting there and controlling everything that goes in and out, but a general level of control or peace of an understanding, which we've never been able to have with any of the proxies of the Islamic regime or with the Islamic regime itself, it's going to end up costing the American taxpayer and the global economy anyways. So what they're doing right now is a cleanup crew. Basically, they're cleaning up this area. They're getting it ready and prepped for a, hopefully, inshallah, as we say, an age of peace. That's what we're hoping for. And that is going to, unfortunately, in the moment, cost the global economy. It's going to cost India. It's going to cost any company that's been doing deals with Iran and doing business with Iran from gas and oil. It's going to cost them a lot of money. But the hope is that they solve the issue now so we don't have to deal with it 20, 30, 40 years into the future.
All right, stay with us, Tal. We'll continue with that discussion as well. But for now, we are getting in some breaking inputs. A word of caution coming in from Qatar's energy minister, who's warned of an oil price rise up to $150, that too in 2 to 3 weeks, if tankers remain unable to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. This is worrisome news, in fact, for the energy sector. We'll quickly take that piece of breaking news with Ayushman Jambal, who continues to stay with us. But as we've been talking about, yes, the governments have been reassuring that they have reserves for 20 to 25 days. But for how long will they be able to control the prices is also one key concern. Like I've been saying, Ayushman, we've been talking about how, yes, there is the worry of having reserves. On the other hand, you have the other worry, which is about controlling the prices. $150 per barrel is worrisome news.
Absolutely. And the strikes coming in from Iran continue to send those shockwaves through the energy markets. We're getting that statement from Qatar's energy minister, who has warned that the war in the Middle East could bring down the economies of the world, portending doom when it comes to the situation with the energy markets, Akanksha. So this is the tension that is rising across the globe, with no clear objectives coming in from the United States and Israel, with the stated objective to eradicate the regime, which is still surviving inside Iran and still coordinating its military efforts. The Arab allies of the United States are raising this alarm that while you have your reserves, while every country has contingency plans, for how long will this war last? Because they could run out.
There's another concern. Remember, when Qatar says that, it means double trouble for India, given that it is our largest LNG supplier as well.
Absolutely. And so this will affect energy markets across the globe, and which is why all nations will have to create those contingency plans. India will have to diversify its supply. China will have to open its routes as well. Russia will become a major power player in the energy market, and that goes against the United States' stated strategic objectives. So while it is trying to divert attention from the Epstein files, while Trump is trying to flex his muscles in the Middle East, in the long term, could US lose that strategic edge?
Let's quickly take this forward with Ambassador Sanjay also, who could weigh in on my question. Ambassador, the question now to also contemplate on is, perhaps we can bring in Tal also in just a bit, is that weren't Israel and the United States expecting such an energy crisis, and what is the contingency plan at the moment?
It's deplorable that the countries who needed to be prepared for such a crisis were not taken into confidence before they struck Iran. So now we are in a soup as the major energy importing country, and we have to find our own ways to make sure that the country doesn't suffer energy crisis in coming days. We will, of course, look at Russian oil once again. There will be a limit which will be put on the import of Russian oil to India and the energy products from Russia. So let's see how much we are able to get from there, whether that will be sufficient for our energy needs for today and for future. If that is, then probably we'll be able to tide up this situation. Otherwise, we'll be having a bit of crisis at our hand.
But Tal, I'd like to bring you in here now that the Qatari energy minister it is not just a word of caution anymore. He's talking about how this entire war is going to bring the global economy down. And that gets back to the same question. Any kind of arrangement that has been made by the United States of America, is that enough? Because here we do know how much of a reliance is there of energy and oil imports from very many other countries, because Gulf countries in fact make for a larger share of those OPEC nations, and all of that, if it just stops coming in from the Gulf, and that is the warning that has come in from the energy minister, how do you see this really playing out?
First, I have to say congratulations CNN for repeating so much IRGC propaganda on your show. I'm very extremely impressed between the Epstein files to the end of the world, from gas and oil.
We're just putting out the news as it comes, Tal. We are not looking at personal comments against what we are trying to run. We are not here for IDF propaganda. We are not here for Iranian or IGC propaganda. I have just asked you for your inputs.
If you would let me continue, please.
Yes.
If you would let me continue,
You
please.
started with attacking us. I'm just answering you back. Please
I'm
go
not
ahead.
attacking. I'm just saying, good job. So I think between the war with Russia and Ukraine, yes, we had elevated gas prices. Israel-Palestine, we had elevated prices from so many things because of the Houthis in the Straits of Hormuz. This is not the end of the world. This is not going to cause a global economic collapse. It is not even, I don't even think it's really going to affect oil prices that much. Israel and the United States of America are extremely, extremely powerful, and so are the Arab states in the Gulf right now. We are going
Now
to
the
do what
oil prices have gone beyond $84 a barrel. What are you talking about? We are in fact sharply moving towards $100 a barrel, and that's a crazy piece of news that the world is tracking.
It's just
every time there is war anywhere in the
world.
world.
It's just day 6 of the war. How are you talking? How can you even claim that we are surviving this war, given that our own government has said that they have reserves for 20 to 25 days? What happens after the 25 days, given that the US President himself has declared that this war could very well go on beyond 5 weeks? The voices coming in from your country themselves are indicating that they have no timeline in mind.
Prices will stabilize, as I know because I've been living under war for the last 2 years. In Russia, Ukraine, prices stabilized. Inflation reached the prices of where we're at today. Everything will be okay. The biggest deal, this is the part that everybody needs to get into their head. We were heading towards this point either way. There is no negotiation. There's no economic negotiations to be done with the IRGC. This is a group of people who wanted the end of the world through Islamic theology. This had to be done now. It's going to hurt a little bit in the short term, but we will be okay. The world will be okay, and the world will be a better place after this.
All right, we'll continue with that, but for now we're getting in some more breaking inputs coming in. This after we declared that there was a US advisory issued for its American citizens in Baghdad, fresh advisory being issued for the citizens in Saudi. In fact, the US advisory also goes on to say that they have flights operational in Jeddah and in Riyadh as well, as far as Saudi is concerned. I come back to that question. Shouldn't such an advisory have been issued before the US and Israel were embarking on a joint strike?
Absolutely, but they thought that they would completely cripple the Iranian regime in just a couple of days, but the Iranians have persisted and continue to escalate their attacks, targeting those key shipping lanes, which is also disrupting air travel, as well as sending shockwaves through the energy markets. And now Americans across the Middle East, and there's millions of them across the Middle East, they are completely stranded. Even cities like Dubai and Abu Dhabi, which has a massive American population, also facing those disruptions. And at the same time, while America, like the Trump administration, needs to mobilize its resources to get American citizens out, what we are seeing is that they are doubling down on their narrative in the United States. Caroline Levitt and the entire Trump ecosystem are saying that Americans are safe, we are doing everything we can, but on the ground, American citizens are completely distressed, even in a nation like Saudi Arabia. And at the same time, you see from the Arab nations as well, Akanksha, several of them are even fining people for posting visuals of the rocket attacks as well as the drone strikes in their countries.
Talk about downplaying the overall conflict right now. Clearly, the Trump administration seems rattled by the Iranian response as well, but we're going to take this forward with Griha.
Well, absolutely. Ambassador Verma, I want to bring you in here, considering there is another set of advisory that now we are learning of coming in from the United States of America. This time, we do see how they are rather concerned about their citizens in West Asia, in the Middle East. Earlier, there was an offensive, there was a certain posturing that came in from America. But now, when it is about the human cost of the war, they do look at evacuating their citizens first. Because earlier, when there were certain attacks that were launched by the Iranians on American installation, some even reaching close to residential places in places like Dubai, the version that came in from the United States was that right now you have to sit tight, we cannot really do anything about it. But now there seems to be some kind of a movement there. How do you read the body language of the Americans when it is about this? And these missives are going on. It is Baghdad, it's now Saudi Arabia. How do you see this?
So basically, I will analyze it from two perspectives. One is that they have really felt the need to evacuate their citizens. But secondly, the peer pressure. If you remember, India had already declared that they are ready to take care of their citizens if the situation arises. And therefore, I'm sure that domestically in the US, it would have been discussed that a country like India is able to do that. Why shouldn't the US be? So these pressures do play a role in such planning and contingency. I hope that it doesn't come to that situation, because recently what I have learned is that the Arab countries are getting together and are requesting the US to cease the hostilities so that they are able to be safer.
Okay. Or does it mean boots on the ground? Because we already are reading into how the Kurds are being mobilized as far as the western borders of Iran is concerned. So America possibly is looking at an on-ground offensive, getting in the Kurdish fighters into Iran and other places in West Asia, and that's why possibly it wants its citizens out.
It all depends what is the final objective of the US-Israel joint attack. If the initiative is to degrade the missile launching facilities, degrade the leadership, then I think boots on the ground will be required, but minimal.
Okay.
If it is only the facilitation of their air campaign, then probably they will need, again, slightly larger number of troops, but it's still not as many as they had in Iraq or Afghanistan.
Right. Tal, want to bring you in here, talking about the Kurd factor, considering the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is highly responsible for getting the Washington to in fact lean on the Kurds once again. But a response, so to speak, at least the official one that's coming in from Kurdistan, is not really in that direction. They have gone on record and they have said that they are not going to be engaged in other superpowers' war. But that is on record. We do not know what is really happening on ground. On ground, we are learning of a different story altogether. We are looking at incursions that are happening from Iraq into Iran. How do you see that development?
The Kurds are a formidable force in the region, especially their different military wings. So I think it would be incredible to see them actually take up arms alongside the United States and Israel to try to bring down the IRGC. The problem is that there are sort of competing factors here. The Kurdish people, the Kurdish militaries, they want something else from the collapse of the IRGC, which would probably be to carve out their own nation or at least autonomous region in Iran so that they could safeguard themselves from ever being oppressed under the Islamists again. The question is, do the Persian people, do the Iranian people, even the Kurdish people inside of Iran want that? That's not an answer I really have at the moment. For what I'm seeing, it's kind of a 50-50, but we do know already that the Kurdish people have begun to assault different IRGC factions in Iran, the Kurdish Iranian groups as well. And I think it'll be amazing if there ends up being an amazing coalition between the USA, Israel, and the Kurdish fighters to bring down this evil regime.
All right, stay with us. Getting in more breaking inputs. In fact, what we are learning is that Azerbaijan has now withdrawn its diplomats from Iran. This after, remember, Azerbaijan also got sucked into the overall conflict over here. What we are being told is that this is, of course, going to also lead to downgrading of diplomatic ties between Azerbaijan and Iran. And such is the clout of Azerbaijan that a NATO ally like Turkey has also reacted. In fact, President Erdogan has sent out a warning for attacking Azerbaijan. And in the latest, what we are being told is that the diplomats have been asked to evacuate Iran.
Absolutely, and we saw those strikes on the Azerbaijan airport coming in from the Iranian drones. Remember, the reach of those Iranian drones, which can be launched from the borders of Iran through these mobile vehicles, has even reached Azerbaijan. So Azerbaijan also facing the sting of this entire conflict that is raging beyond the Middle East now, because Azerbaijan also a critical player in the global energy market. It seems Iran's entire tactic is not just the Arab nations, but the entire energy corridor, and to raise the cost of war for the United States, given the fact that it seems the United States doesn't have a clear objective in place, and they are bungling several operations, even underestimating the Iranian capabilities to hit back at Israel and the United States. Azerbaijan taking that line as well, removing its diplomats, but at the same time, can Azerbaijan defend itself from further Iranian attacks is also the point of contention, but at the same time, the diplomatic power play is also continuing.
Ayushman, the airport was also targeted in Baku yesterday, and so perhaps it's incumbent now on Azerbaijan to ensure that all of its diplomats located in Iran are evacuated at the earliest, because there's been an escalation in the country as well. It's over to Griha for more details.
Well, absolutely. Ambassador Verma, I want your inputs here, considering there was a very, very dramatic imagery that came in from Azerbaijan where we saw something like a ballistic missile or a drone, allegedly Iranian, that fell on one of the airports there. And that's something that was spoken about. There was a summoning of ambassadors that had happened there. But then a version came in from Iran that it was not their doing. Now, this development where diplomats are being withdrawn by Azerbaijan from Iran, how do you read this? We do know how the Iranian and Azerbaijan equation is not really that good, but this is deteriorating it further.
Generally, what happens when we withdraw diplomats, they are for various reasons, and one of the reasons is, of course, to show dissatisfaction with the steps taken by the host country. But there could also be danger to their lives, due to which the diplomats are being asked to come back. So I will not equate it exactly with the missile attack which we were talking about a little while ago. I would say that it is largely the danger to the lives of the Azerbaijani diplomats in Iran, for which they have been asked to come back to the capital.
All right. Tal, would you like to weigh in on this, considering this was long coming? Azerbaijan, Iran do not share good relation. Azerbaijan is rather pro-Western for Iran, and we've already seen that deterioration really coming in when it is about this. Now that the diplomats have been taken off from Iran, there was a summoning. I was just, discussing this with Ambassador Verma, of the diplomats there after that strike really took place, and now this.
Yeah, from what I spoke to some people on the ground in Azerbaijan recently. I happened to be there during the last war with Iran, during the 12-day war. From what I understood, they struck some very random sites, an island off the coast of Baku that housed some gas facilities and oil facilities to try to hurt Azerbaijan's economy. Not appreciated, obviously, by our friends in Azerbaijan in any capacity, since they are very close allies to Israel as well. I think what it boils down to is you're seeing a regime with its back against the wall, a scared rat, and it is firing rockets at willy-nilly at civilian populations all over the region, and now beyond just our region into places like Turkey and Azerbaijan as well. Just before I came on here, we had a missile barrage, and I happened to film it from my apartment here in Tel Aviv, and I could see there is no strategy here to hit any sort of army personnel or IDF. It's literally aimed over civilian homes. And the strategy from the IRGC to try to win a war by striking civilians all across the region is just not sustainable. Maybe if you would focus on one country, okay, that makes sense. But now you're focusing on Azerbaijan, you're focusing on Turkey, Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, Saudi. you're losing any potential friends you had in the region,
Stay-
and you're not really making any grounds.
Stay with us, Tal. More breaking inputs coming in as we speak. This is with regards to India's own concerns over energy supply. In fact, top government sources have informed CNN News 18 that more energy has been sourced from different parts of the world than the one that's just stuck at the Strait of Hormuz. With regards to LPG, sources tell us that maximum prioritizing productions has in fact been indicated. There's going to be no worry for consumer in terms of consumer gas supply. Let's quickly take that forward with Pallavi Ghosh, who brings us those breaking inputs. Pallavi, the government has always been very reassuring, but for how long is the question, the timeline, and the other aspect is, of course, controlling of the prices.
Absolutely, but Akanksha, this is a war-like situation, so no one is going to hazard a definite timeline as to when war is going to be ending. But as of now, the government has been always making the point that about 25 days of crude oil and 20 days of energy products, which of course includes petrol and diesel. So at least we are not very much worried about it. But one thing is very, very clear coming in from the government is that there's more supply of energy which is coming in from other than the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, that's the quote that we are getting by way of our government sources, that there is enough or more energy which is sourced from different parts of the world than from the Strait of Hormuz. So we have nothing really to be worried about in terms of as far as the energy coming in. Most importantly was the concern regarding LPG and LNG. That is where the government is saying that all the energy stations have been instructed maximize their production. And also when they're maximizing the production, that priority will have to be given as far as the prioritizing, and the priority, of course, in this case happens to be the consumers.
All right.
Right. Ambassador Verma, would you like to weigh in here some sort of a sliver of hope when it is when we are looking at how much of an energy supply has been impacted because of this blockage, but now this version that's coming in from the government, do you see this as a silver lining?
In fact, yes, it is. And now we should be able to recoup the reserve, upgrade the reserve, and at the same time have a constant supply of energy products and crude into the country from various sources other than the Gulf countries. How stable will it be? How long can we continue with that? That is something to be seen.
All right. Tal, I'd want your views on it. When India says that we are in fact sourcing energy, oil from other parts of the world, and we are not just relying on the Strait of Hormuz. We've been constantly discussing about how 1/5 of the world's oil passes that strait, that choke point that Iran has a hold over. Do you think many other countries like India are going to be following suit, looking at other avenues? Of course, easier said than done, but there is a lot of contingency that these countries fall back on. India is doing the same thing, and while it is doing that, it is also looking at these other avenues of procuring energy and oil from.
Yes, of course. I mean, that's the smartest move every country can make right now. I mean, India is an incredibly powerful, incredibly intelligent country with an amazing population. Diversifying your oil from a terroristic government or regime like the IRGC is literally the smartest thing you could do, especially at their downfall. And it's a beautiful thing that Donald Trump just accomplished some level of normalcy with Venezuela, which will hopefully open up oil and gas for much of the world from there as well. But 100%, I think the smartest thing India can do right now is push far away from the IRGC, the relationship between them and the obviously oil and gas, in hopes that a future regime can come there and then stabilize both prices and safety in the Straits of Hormuz.
But right now, regime change is not something that we're talking about. We're talking about energy supply. But since you are on that part, on that aspect, version that comes in from Israel altogether, even as we look at someone as a next supreme leader in Mustafa Khamenei, there is already a target on his head, is the version that comes in from Israel. While that hostility remains, do you think there's any stabilizing, or countries like India can even look at a possible reduction or a cessation of hostilities when it is about this war that continues to brew?
Of course. I mean, this is a matter of time. every person who's in the IRGC should have a target on their head from the U.S. and Israel right now. But it's a matter of time between when the Iranian people rise up, when they get the command, hopefully from the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, to actually rise up once again and officially bring on the downfall of the IRGC. I also think that we need to have some trust in the process. We need to have trust in our leaders, like the leaders of the United States and the leaders of Israel, to actually be moving things behind the scenes that we're not seeing, that are not allowed to be talked about. In the same way that the assassination of Ali Khamenei just happened days ago, none of us knew that was going to happen on the opening hours of the war.
And we really don't know if they will be able to completely eliminate the regime as of now, given that the IRGC is protecting the success there as well. But I want to quickly bring the attention back on the energy crisis that's staring the globe at the moment. And Ambassador Verma, you could perhaps weigh in on that. When we talk about this waiver with regards to Russia, many are looking at it as a silver lining, but remember, this is also referring only to those vessels which have already been procured from Russia. But what are the options, given that Venezuela to be resurrected is going to take years, not just a matter of months? You only are left with Russia if Iran is at war?
See, the problem with India at the moment is that if all the Gulf countries are blockaded, which means if the Strait of Hormuz is blockaded, what happens is that it is not only the Iranian oil, it is oil coming from other countries as well, which gets blocked. If that happens, do we have enough sources committed at the moment to get as much oil? I will not be sure. Russia is an incredible source for us to procure oil, but that will also be having its own limitation of its production, of its supply, of the entire supply chain.
Do you believe US will stick to that 30-day waiver or could go beyond?
I think we have great relations with the US and they should be able to see the reason for India's energy supply security.
All right, many thanks to you, Ambassador, for breaking that down for us. Let's quickly, in fact, bring you ground report. CNN News 18 is the only channel with our own boots on the ground, and that happens to be Tel Aviv. Let's bring you a ground report by Rifat.
अभी हमला रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रहा है, बार बार ईरान की तरफ से हमला किया जा रहा है और रॉकेट्स और मिसाइल्स फेंके जा रहे हैं। अभी आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे इंटरसेप्ट किया गया है, मिसाइल जो लॉन्च किया गया था उसको यहाँ पे आसमान में इंटरसेप्ट किया गया है, यहाँ पर भी इंटरसेप्ट किया गया है। ये देखिए आप, आसमान में धमाके हो रहे हैं ज़बरदस्त, तो इंटरसेप्शंस हो रही हैं। ये टेल अवीव की आसमान में ये देख सकते हैं आप, एक और धमाका यहाँ पर भी। 3 जगह पे इंटरसेप्ट किए गए हैं मिसाइल्स, ये एक जगह आसमान में, ये दूसरी और ये तीसरी जगह पे। तो आप देख सकते हैं एक और जगह पे, 4 जगह पे बैक टू बैक, ये जो आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे टेल अवीव में इंटरसेप्शंस हो रही हैं। ये देखिए एक के बाद एक इंटरसेप्शंस, धमाके लगातार हो रहे हैं। ये देखिए, ये एक्सक्लूसिव विजुअल्स आप न्यूज़ 18 पे देख सकते हैं। इस वक्त स्ट्रेट टेल अवीव से एक के बाद एक मिसाइल और रॉकेट जो है उसको इंटरसेप्ट किया जा रहा है। ईरान की तरफ से लगातार ज़ोरदार हमले किए जा रहे हैं यहाँ टेल अवीव और बाकी जगहों पे। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं, ये ईरान का एरिया है। और ये देखिए आसमान में किस तरीके से इंटरसेप्ट किया जाता है मिसाइल्स को या रॉकेट्स को जो ईरान की तरफ से हमला किया जाता है। ज़ोरदार हमला हुआ था, ज़ोरदार धमाके इस वक्त हो गए और अब इन मिसाइल्स को इंटरसेप्ट किया गया।
Sir, CIA is in touch with Kurds and they are saying that the Kurds are going to do help in the regime change in Iran. How would you like to react to this?
First of all, please do not demonize our Kurds.
Okay.
Our Kurds are the center to our identity, to the Iranian identity. We are very much proud of our Kurdish people inside Iran. You are talking about separatists,
yes,
who have been nourished by CIA and Mossad. We are born to fight separatism. Iran has a very strong identity. Iran is the oldest living civilization on earth, and we know how to defend our identity. And I'm sure that the first front against those separatists are the Kurds.
Sir, how do you look at Indian government gesture of signing the condolence book? Foreign Secretary came and signed the condolence book, sir.
Iran and India has old civilizational, roots with each other. We are Persian culture and civilization, and it is very much in the line with this cultural civilizational heritage, and we are attaching great importance to Iran-India relations.
Mr. Nasheed, today is the 6th day of war in West Asia. There is no room for diplomacy left, it looks like that. How do you assess the situation in West Asia, as you have many friends there, many foreign ministers, many heads of state, your friends? How do you assess? Are you in touch with them? What are they telling you?
Well, it's very worrying and very concerning. Of course, especially the Gulf, this GCC countries and Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and they've been dragged into a conflict which is not of their choosing. We have also seen in recent days that the war is spilling over to the Indian Ocean.
Yeah.
Now that is very concerning. India, as the net security provider, I'm sure would rise to the occasion. And it is also comforting to see that Sri Lanka is assisting ships in distress in the area. But we hope that we are not, the Indian Ocean is not dragged into this conflict.
Yeah. I was coming to this question because this is perhaps for the first time something like this is happening in India's backyard. India, Maldives, Sri Lanka play a major role to maintain peace and stability in the Indian Ocean. How can these three countries be cooperating within each other?
Well, yes, one of the Iranian, the second ship is, I understand, docked in Trincomalee now, and I hope that the ship has safety and security there. India, Maldives and Sri Lanka, we already have the Colombo Conclave and we meet every year. Countries are being dragged into war that is of not their own choosing, and it really is not of their own concern. It's an Israel war, and Israel is dragging our countries into these wars. We don't want to see this happen. We hope that both Israel and the United States understands this and leave us alone.
Here goes the siren again. A ballistic missile detected on its way here. Probably a good time to step into a shelter.
अभी हमला रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रहा है, बार बार ईरान की तरफ से हमला किया जा रहा है। ये एक्सक्लूसिव विजुअल्स आप न्यूज़ 18 पे देख सकते हैं इस वक्त।
We already went past one place where apparently there had just been an airstrike. There was thick black smoke billowing over one place, so it seemed like a fairly fresh airstrike. Also some destroyed buildings.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. It's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion. trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If Israel, US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same, Shahid.
Welcome back. We are on with our continuous coverage as far as the fury in the Gulf is concerned, and there is a particular emphasis on the Strait of Hormuz for obvious reasons, as this is a vital choke point carrying 1/5 of the world's crude oil. It has been effectively disrupted amid escalating conflict between the United States, Israel and Iran, severely impacting global trade and energy flows. The disruption has left scores of merchant vessels, including at least 37 Indian flag ships with approximately 23,000 seafarers stranded in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, with Indian authorities maintaining constant contact and monitoring safety. Washington has signaled it may deploy the US Navy to escort the tankers to keep the vital oil choke point open, even as shipping almost has been halted amid the regional conflict. Tehran now insists that it has not legally closed the strait and remains committed to freedom of navigation, rejecting any kind of claims of a full shutdown as baseless and also absurd.
यानी हम स्ट्रेट ऑफ हार्मस या पूरे पर्शियन गल्फ क्षेत्र को देखें तो यह विश्व की एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी का एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्र है। जब इस क्षेत्र में डिस्टरबेंस या डिसरप्शन होता है तो उसका सीधा असर ऑयल और गैस की सप्लाई पर पड़ता है। इन अनसर्टेनिटीज का सीधा प्रभाव इकोनॉमी और ग्लोबल ट्रेड पर पड़ता है। साथियों, वर्तमान में सिचुएशन काफी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो गई है। एवं ऐसा प्रतीत होता है कि आगे जाकर ये और डायनेमिक ही होती जाएगी। और आज जिस तरह अलग अलग देश लैंड पर, एयर में, सी में और अब तो स्पेस तक में एक दूसरे को टक्कर ले रहे हैं, वह वास्तव में यह हम सभी के लिए चिंता का विषय है। यह एक एबनॉर्मल सिचुएशन है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं। What I consider as more worrying is the fact that this abnormality is becoming the new normal.
All right, big news coming in. This is in fact a statement coming in from the International Energy Agency chief. He's raised a possibility. Is it time for the world to go back to Russian gas? This when the entire globe, remember, is staring at an oil and energy crisis. This with the Strait of Hormuz also being locked down. We do not know what kind of a timeline you're looking at, given that neither the United States nor Israel have been able to really pinpoint in terms of for how long this conflict is going to last. What is this in terms of an indication? International Energy Agency chief making that statement.
Absolutely, and imagine the power play and the advantage this gives Vladimir Putin as he continues that offensive in Ukraine. Now he has the energy flex against not just Europe but the entire world. We also saw, Akanksha, that statement which came in from Vladimir Putin that he could turn off the gas pipelines to Europe, threatening the European nations. As it seems, the energy power plays are shifting in his favor. And given the fact that the energy infrastructure in the Middle East is under strike from those Iranian drones, the IEA chief, the International Energy Agency chief, has said the crisis in the Middle East questions in some quarters about whether to go back to Russian gas. What does this do to America's strategic calculus? Has Trump miscalculated heavily?
Absolutely. The big question is that the U.S. administration, particularly the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt, has in fact been tom-tomming off late about it is the U.S. that the world will now be looking towards in terms of meeting their own energy. But let's quickly take that forward with our guests and Griha as well.
Right, Akanksha, thank you so much for that. In fact, Ambassador Verma would want your inputs on this, and we've been discussing this. The obvious next step, and even the US, even at the pretext of granting India that favor for global energy's sake, has granted that access for 30 days, and that too has been very loosely defined, that you can go ahead and procure Russian oil. But that doesn't mean that they are in fact relaxing any of those sanctions against Russia. But now with the IEA chief really saying it, that this is the obvious next step. The choke point has been blocked. Iran is saying we haven't done it. US, for whatever it is going ahead and doing, cannot really go ahead and probably ensure each and every stranded vessel to get out of the strait. So Russian oil is the obvious next step.
Yeah, the situation is this, that the total supply of crude has gotten reduced. And if that has gotten reduced, it will have implications for the economy, it will have the implication for the supply chain, it will have the implication for normal people at their households. So therefore, unless the supply of crude has been increased, people will suffer. Now, Russia adds to that dimension, and if I remember last quarter, India was importing close to about 1.5 million barrels per day of the Russian crude. That has to be restored once again and probably ramped up because of the loss of the oil from the Gulf.
Right. All right. Many thanks to you, Ambassador, for breaking that down for us, and many thanks to Tal also for joining in on this broadcast. We will keep coming back to you, our viewers, with all the latest inputs coming in on the West Asia crisis. For now, that's all from my end and Griha's end as well. Thank you so much for watching.
devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone, a massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less organized.
This is our network phone. We've got some more images here. We've got another image of the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama Bar.
Oman, Saudi Arabia, and this way to Europe.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens, air sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US air base
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Oh, it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read this?
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to 11,574 dollars per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones, and is there an effort?
Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. The West Asian conflict has exploded. It has nearly reached India's backyard, and we are tracking every development there is to it. Let's begin with the headlines. The US has issued advisory for citizens in Baghdad as Americans are trapped. The US government says it is assessing all options to help them leave the Middle East. Qatar's energy minister warns oil price could rise up to $150 per barrel in 2 to 3 weeks if tankers remain unable to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. He's also said this will bring down the economies of the world. As oil prices spike sharply, big energy boost for India. United States issues a 30-day waiver allowing India to continue purchasing Russian oil. Azerbaijan withdraws its diplomats from Iran after drone strikes on its airport in Baku. US strikes intensify against the Iranian Navy, sinking 30 ships and hitting a drone ship. Also, Iranian ballistic missile attacks drop 90%, while drone attacks have fallen down by 83%. Iran launches fresh strikes on Bahrain and Kuwait, while a state-run oil refinery also has been targeted in Bahrain. A US base has been hit in Kuwait. No reports, thankfully, of casualties so far. Israel dismantles 6 Iranian missile launchers just minutes before they were intended to be launched towards its territory. Dramatic visuals that we've managed to access have surfaced. Let's now begin, as India has ordered all the refiners to maximize LPG output and supply it only to Indian oil, HPCL and BPCL, restricting the use of propane and butane for petrochemicals to safeguard domestic supply amid the gas squeeze that has been linked to the Iranian conflict. Separately, we're also learning that India's energy position has received a temporary relief, and all of this after Washington has granted a 30-day waiver allowing New Delhi to purchase Russian oil already stranded at sea. This is a move that Washington calls a limited stopgap arrangement. The decision has, however, triggered political backlash, debate back home with attacks against the Prime Minister, with opposition now questioning United States' permission, while the government frames both the steps as necessary to maintain energy stability and also during this entire regional turmoil on how much of an importance that needs to be given to something like this. Let me, in fact, take this across to my colleague Rahul Shiv Shankar. He is going to be taking the broadcast forward as we continue to discuss on what are the next steps available for India and how does one read this missive, particularly coming in from the Indian government, Rahul, that is seeing this development as a silver lining.
Yes, it is indeed. In fact, Indian refiners, just looking through some of the inputs that are coming in, Indian refiners are buying prompt Russian oil as Iran war hits supply. So obviously this is going to feed in to the anxieties that we've been having and perhaps alleviate some of them over whether we'll be able to sort of actually funnel oil to our furnaces in a sense of speaking, because as you know, this situation with the Hormuz Strait completely locked down was complicating situations for us. There was already this sort of unstated, I can only say unstated because it's never been declared.
Yes.
That we weren't supposed to purchase Russian oil, while a lot of the oil that we bring in, about 15%, wasn't coming through the Gulf, so there was going to be a problem, and the government had already said that we have stocks of 25 days each of both oil and ONGC, so in and LPG, so basically we had stocks of 50 days But if you really look at it, it's only 25 days, so you had a month. And this U-turn by Trump, coming as it is going to sort of help us now pick up the excess Russian oil that was already available in the market, because that's really what some of the top voices from the American administration are saying.
Right. Rahul, do you think it is Trump being drawn against the wall, considering, and he would not have us believe that, because there is a certain bravado that he'd still project as far as America is concerned. But first, saying no buying Russian oil, then saying that we are going in for a regime change, then really saying that, okay, fine, there is some issue with the global energy and the security. We need to give that leverage to India and a 30-day waiver, saying that we are allowing you to go ahead and buy this oil. The choice of vocabulary is a question that even the opposition is
You're
asking.
absolutely raising, they're right to raise this, but independently of the opposition, the wording is so patronizing, isn't it, that we're allowing, as if they ever had a veto. It's not as if, and we're going to show you some numbers, viewers, it's not as if the Indian government had stopped purchasing Russian oil. I think Russian oil from a top line of about 30-35% had come down to about 22%. Yes, we were sourcing oil from other markets, but that was determined purely by prices. That's what we had been given to believe. And fundamentally, it was also true that those discounts that the Russians were giving us had begun to evaporate. So it made no logical sense. But what I actually have a problem with is a country like America trying to dictate India's energy policy. And that is a violation of sovereignty. Now, you see what has been happening. You first set these terms, trade sort of terms for India, which are struck down by the Supreme Court. Then you go out there and you sink a ship, a frigate.
Yeah.
People say unarmed frigate, that had come for naval exercises that were hosted by India, and within, I won't say India's territorial waters or even the extended economic zone, but certainly in India's sphere of influence, perhaps not even taking the Indian government or the Navy or any other quarter that looks after external security into confidence, and you do this and you quietly leave the scene without even attending to those by law that you have to attend to, the sailors who have obviously now were in the water.
Yes.
And then you go ahead and you come out and you say, oh, well, now we've decided that we are allowing India to buy 30 days worth of Russian oil, but not from Russia, all the excess oil that was lying around, so that Indian refiners can refine them and so on and so forth. Clearly, this reeks of a certain patronizing attitude. Now, it also tells you that the block on the Strait of Hormuz is beginning to play on Trump's mind. Why is that so? Because we're already seeing reports coming in that Gulf countries that are harried by drone attacks from Iran are beginning to complain to the United States that you weren't prepared, you didn't envisage this, you didn't game theory this in the background. We are now paying for a war that you have initiated for your own self-interest, whatever they might be, because even those are poorly defined. And then you have India, which is a major partner, is a massive influence in the Indian Ocean region, also has huge leverage with Iran. Remember, today the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran is sitting at the Raisina dialogues and having a conversation with India's Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar. So we can talk to Tel Aviv, we can talk to DC, we can talk to Tehran, we can talk to all the Gulf states. If you then make the costs very heavy for India, India might walk away. We might pick a side tomorrow. Instead of being neutral, we might say that we actually condemn this war against Iran. And then what happens? Because the entire moral calculus begins to shift. It may not lead to a dramatic change in the security situation, but the legitimacy that Trump wants for this war erodes, because one of the world's biggest democracies says thumbs down. Right now, who's supporting Iran? It's a couple of authoritarian nations. And even, of course, the EU by and large. There might be slight differences about the minutiae, but by and large, they're supporting this campaign. If you begin to have a country like India fraying and moving away, that's a loss of legitimacy for a campaign.
Right, absolutely. And Rahul, while I was asking about the kind of exhaustion that's coming in from the United States of America, and we'd come into the studios with that because we are constantly also going to be putting out those breaking pieces of information that we have for our viewers. First, America says that we are going to be escorting these ships out of the choke point.
Yes.
Then, and something that they have done only during the Iran-Iraq war.
Yes.
And that's something that they want to exercise now. Again, practically how much of that is possible is the larger question. Then they say we are going to be ensuring the vessels, because the Lloyds of London is not going to do that anymore now that it's entered this conflict zone. But that too, where is that money coming from? That insurance money is supposed to go to poorer countries, which US is now wanting to extract. All of this coming from the taxpayers.
There's breaking news coming in that Maersk has suspended 2 ship links from the Middle East. Poland strongly condemns Iranian attacks targeting the Gulf countries. So right now what we're seeing is that the Gulf countries are feeling the heat. The European Union is standing behind the Gulf countries very firmly in the US-Israeli hemisphere, but you're also beginning to see complaints coming from the Gulf countries, and you're beginning to see now a little bit of dissonance in the European ranks. If this coalition of the willing, so to speak, begins to fray, begins to break down, there's a problem for America. So America is taking this preemptive action. America has decided that, look, fundamentally we're going to give India a waiver of 30 days, keep them happy, mollify some of the Gulf countries that are feeling the pain, augment our resources by getting now missiles from Ukraine. Can you imagine the irony of ironies? You're asking Ukraine to send you anti-drone technology or drones that counter the Shahid drones. And America looks as if it doesn't actually have a plan. It doesn't have an end game. It also has risked perhaps security and stability of the Gulf to pursue this war. And it is becoming a problem. But you know, we're going to continue to bring you updates. Let me also bring in one of our esteemed guests, Mr. Sanjay Verma, who is former ambassador to a very important country where, of course, till very recently we had, and I'll just come back to you for more updates. But hello, sir. How are you? Good to see you. Lovely to have you in our studio.
Thank you.
Give us a quick view of why Trump has decided to do what he has decided. 30 days waiver for India came out of nowhere. Obviously, the way it was worded was very patronizing, but let's leave that aside and the politics aside. Why do you think Trump suddenly is shaken up by this and said, okay, 30 days waiver for India?
See, basically the supply is dwindling. And if you look at the Strait of Hormuz, it carries close to about 1/5 of total oil requirement. That 1/5 is lost. So which means there will be more price pressure.
So come with me, sir. Let's go up to that wall, that map, and let's talk a little bit about this entire geography that we are talking about. What exactly is going on? And we're going to also try and ask our desk in the background as well as our director to pull out on that wall, on the big wall there, a map of the Strait of Hormuz showing traffic, because that will be quite instrumental. Because Mr. Verma is saying that the oil is drying up. The supply of oil is drying up. Why? Because viewers, this is the place where there is a choke, isn't it, sir? That's really what is happening.
Absolutely. It's a choke point. And then one side you have a shallow passage, another side you have a more deeper passage. So whenever any ship goes, it will go by the shallow passage. And when it is loaded, it will come by the deeper passage.
Right.
So therefore that is being stopped. And it is basically fear psychosis. So once the shipping lines, they understand that there could be some damage caused to their ship, they will just stop plying.
Right.
And that fear psychosis is taking place at the moment. So you have close to about 150 ships, tankers and other ships located in this region.
And the other big problem is that, as Tom Cooper has been telling us all through, the strikes on Iran are basically limited to this area. And this is the problem, because if you're not going deeper in, we're being told suddenly that in Mashhad, which is really on the border of Turkmenistan and here closer to Afghanistan, this area, Mashhad, which is where the funeral of the Ayatollah was expected to take place, and it's been postponed because sirens have gone off, because again, the Israelis and the US think that we need to pressure Iran in this particular area. This is Fardoz, which is of course where one of the nuclear enrichment facilities was. This is Isfahan, This area, there is some amount of domination over. Here, unfortunately, where there are a large number of IRGC points, this area, which overlooks the Strait of Hormuz, has been targeted, but not in a way that degrades the capacities of the IRGC, not enough that they can stop these drone attacks that are coming through. So you've had drone attacks in Bahrain, you've had drone attacks here in Qatar, you've had drone attacks in Dubai. In fact, the Bahrain one was quite big because their main oil company was taken out of commission.
See, what's happening is that if you look at the map, then these are the areas which are closer to from where they can launch the strike.
Yes.
Here it is more difficult.
Yeah.
And therefore, any army would position themselves here.
Further, this is because of the mountain range.
This is the mountain range.
Yeah.
Further, what we are we should also know that if there are sea mines put in here,
right,
which are there with IRGC, then what happens in the next months? So there is a leverage available.
Very good point. Very good point that you make. There's leverage available, and also, and let's just come here because this is a very, very instructive map. This tells you everything that you need to know about the Iranian strategy. Now, they might publicly say that we are not blocking the Strait of Hormuz. That's what they're publicly saying. But then what is happening? On the 28th of February, you're seeing a lot of traffic. These are lots of ships. Some of them are heavier cargo ships, some of them are tankers, and they're going up and down. Some of them are cruise liners, some of them are normal fishing vessels. They're all going up and down, all through. Then as the days proceed, let's go to the next date. You begin to see on the 1st, when hostilities erupt, you begin to see a thinning out. You begin to see a thinning out. You're seeing that traffic, this busy Strait of Hormuz beginning to sort of empty out. Let's go to the next day. It becomes more apparent as the days wear on. And this is when Iran starts striking back into the Gulf countries. And you see this begins to sort of peter out. If you go again to the next date, yeah, let's go to the 3rd of March. How slow this traffic has become. It's basically barely happening. And you're beginning to see a lot of clustering, a lot of ships in harbor. Look at this here. Lots of ship here in harbor, not moving. And this is creating a big problem because no goods are going out, none can come in. A lot of these, as you can see, these ships coming in from India, from other parts of the world, bringing material for these city-states are all locked down here. No one is moving. In fact, sir, 23,000 Indian seafarers are locked in this area. They have been attacked also.
Absolutely.
3 have died in some of these attacks. Precarious.
So it's a war situation.
It's a war situation.
And in a war situation, it's very difficult to safeguard the lives and the properties, particularly in this kind of a war. So therefore, it is better that they stage somewhere down here rather than going into the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, and then viewers, all of this cleans out, and all these, this is what's really hurting the Gulf. These are oil tankers that would have moved from here, transferred their oil to bigger vessels so that they could be transported all across the world. These are all stuck. You can see the number of boats here stuck. They're all lost here. It's almost as if, there's some sort of Brownian motion going on. And they're all stuck. They can't go. This is emptied out, and this is creating huge leverage for Iran. Iran says, look, we're not doing anything. Just the fear of an attack is keeping all these insurers and the shipping vessels and the big shipping companies out of the game. And that's really what is adding to the tumult. And I've got some big breaking news coming in because there are aftermath of Israeli strikes on some locations. And you can see them, viewers, in Sidon, Lebanon. The Israelis are striking because, guess what? The proxies of Iran, sir, are now getting into the game. So Hezbollah has said that we are going to, and let's just come this way so we can all still see those visuals. The Hezbollah has come out and said very clearly that we are not stepping back. We are going to continue to attack Israeli positions, and there is a war by proxy. So there's a widening of the theater and perhaps even a deepening of the theater, Mr. Verma.
Absolutely. So what's, in my view, happening is that Israelis will be harassed. Hezbollah is a fighting group, but very difficult for it to sustain Israeli attacks. So therefore, these rockets which are going there are basically harassment for the Israeli army and Air Force. Once they are engaged on that front, for them to come back down south for Iran becomes that much more difficult.
So these are dramatic pictures. Lebanon looks as if it's going to be wasted. Let's go across to Sanjay Suri, who joins us for more on this. Now, Sanjay is one of the only Indian journalists who is in Tel Aviv. He is witnessing this catastrophic mayhem that has been unleashed across the Gulf. Sanjay, what can you tell us about the latest situation? We've been seeing attacks now on Tel Aviv. We are seeing the use of cluster munitions by the Iranians. What really is the situation on the ground? And is there a sense now in Israel that they are perhaps going to have to prepare for a longer campaign here?
You know, the fact is that there have been a number of attacks now on Israel, and we've had attacks here on Tel Aviv a little earlier today. And these were ballistic missiles that were launched from Iran. They were successfully intercepted, as they were in the previous salvo a couple of days back. But the fact is that it establishes that Iran has capacity to launch these ballistic missiles. We've had a number of claims from both Israel and the US that a great deal of that capacity has been degraded. Certainly the number of missiles being launched has come down. But again, we are not certain whether that is because Iran is holding on to its reserves, or whether the mass or the majority of its missiles have been decimated and destroyed. But within Israel, really, this is not a fear. People are quite determined to see this through. In fact, people are supporting the war on both fronts, north with Lebanon and then across to Iran. And with Lebanon, there's a clear determination that they will try and take out Hezbollah and its capacity to hurt Israel. But that's not going to be easy. All it takes is a few chaps with a few drones, even assembled drones, and there can be damage caused. True. So the ideal position for Israel is...
Just hold your thoughts. Viewers, what you're going to see now on your screens, and I know that you're going to see me too. Let's just go back to those pictures, those windows. I want to show those windows back again. I wanted to show pictures that are coming out, viewers, of Karachi, where, in fact, there you can see those pictures on your screens. That's Karachi. And what are we looking at? We are looking at massive cargo containers that have been put up on a road, blocking access to US consulates. US consulates are shutting in parts of the Gulf because there is a palpable sense now of siege, of Iranian capacities, a fear of Iranian capacities causing damage to US infrastructure. And I'm going to show you some examples of that in just a few moments. Iran's Islamic Republic Army has announced that the suicide drones of the ground force targeted US bases in Kuwait. And I'm going to show you some of those instances on our wall at the back, an X-ray really of where Iran has been striking in the Gulf, specifically in countries where there are US bases. And Iran has come out and said, and this is one of them, this oil tanker in Oman has been hit by Iran. But I just want to show some of those satellite pictures, Director Saab, that we have, which can give you a sense. This is an explosion at Iran's Ahvaz oil pipeline, but that's on that side of the fence. We're going to show you what has first been happening in Tehran, but I also want to see the other side. So this is Tehran, but I want to see what Iran has been doing in the Gulf. But here you can see, viewers, some of these sites that have been attacked, but here are the bases. So you have the Muawak Salti Air Base in Jordan, completely reduced to rubble here. And this was an area which was thought to be an important listening post and a US base. That's been reduced to rubble. This was first denied by US authorities and CENTCOM. They said nothing like this had happened. The Chinese have released satellite images that show, on the contrary, that there was damage taken to this facility. Let's have a look at the other one. That's Dahal, Qatar. This is another base, viewers, that has been hit. And here again, you can make out that there has been destruction again to facilities. where the US has bases. So that's another confirmation coming out. Now, this is the Thad battery near Al Sadr, UAE. It's very, very important because the Thads are a missile system, interceptor missile system. So whenever the drones from Iran come across into the Gulf, these activate first. These Thad anti-drone or interceptor missiles come into action, and they have been actually brought from the United States and placed here. And you can see some of their batteries, the before and the after picture decimated there. And you can see the big area that has been targeted. This is the Al Dhafra US base in the UAE. Again, very, very, very badly off. You can make out from here this entire area completely reduced to rubble, smoked out. You can see the black mark that is hit actually the ground, which suggests that this particular base has been struck. Again, let's focus on that once. Al Dhafra US base in UAE, one of their biggest bases in UAE. So the UAE and other countries who are allied with the United States are very upset. They're saying that, look, you brought this war to us, a war without end. Let me also go back to Sanjay Suri on this issue. We're reading reports, Sanjay, that are coming in now from the Gulf, which are being filed by top agencies, credible news organizations, including the AFP, that suggest that the Gulf countries are beginning to ask questions of the Trump administration. Did you have a war plan? Did you have in mind an end game? Did you envisage the Iranian response would be so widespread and perhaps at some level so well thought out?
Well, the answers to those questions, Rahul, are as many no's as the questions that you have asked. Clearly, there was no end game, end plan in sight. The broad end plan for Trump has been to somehow come out of all this looking great. That's not likely to happen at all. For a start now, the latest from Trump is really an own goal, to the extent that it will be an act of harakiri, political harakiri, that he will have a say in who will be the leader of Iran. There are protesters who were angry with the regime and are angry with the regime. But do they, for that reason, want Trump to nominate their president? Unlikely. It's very likely that Trump is going to lose the support of the very people who came out to protest against this regime. Are these people going to embrace Israel? Again, unlikely. So Trump is really losing it in Iran.
We're just getting information that Israel announces that the next phase in Middle East war is being launched. Israel's military chief says that the joint US-Israeli campaign against Iran is entering its next phase with operations aimed at further dismantling the Islamic Republic's military capabilities. We have additional surprises ahead. Here it is, and we can actually pull this up. Let me try to get this up on the wall there so everyone can actually have a look at this input that has come in. There you have AFP news agency. There is a soundbite from the chief of the US, of the Israeli campaign, talking about dismantling the Islamic Republic's military capabilities. We have additional surprises ahead, which I do not intend to disclose. Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir said in a televised statement which has just come out. So a quick one from you, Sanjay, on this.
Well, there will be surprises on the detail and the tactical moves, but there's no surprise that we are talking about attacks from the air. That will be stepped up. Perhaps stronger munitions will be used. Perhaps there will be greater bombardment and arising from better intelligence or even better intelligence. And they will be able to take out a lot more targets than they have, take them out faster. But we are still speaking of an aerial campaign, and we are still seeing that there inevitably are limits to that.
Okay, what we're seeing, viewers, is an IRGC video. Let's have a look at this video. It's an IRGC video, and the IRGC has come out and issued a statement saying that the 22nd wave of Operation True Promise 4 began with a barrage of Khorram Shahar 4 Khyber and Fatah missiles targeting the heart of the Israeli occupied territories. So more missiles on their way apparently, Sanjay. So you might be hearing very soon some evidence of perhaps, I don't know, sirens and incoming ballistic missile warnings. Can you confirm if these strikes are continuing relentlessly, or whether you are beginning to see some amount of dissipation of the regularity and the frequency of those strikes?
Well, we did see a dissipation and a reduction over recent days. But then 2 days back, there was a ballistic strike attempted, and that was intercepted. Again, this morning, we've had a number of ballistic missiles launched. They were intercepted. And in fact, this was happening when we were having a conversation a little earlier today between me and your studio. So this is something that's continuing. Now there is warning of more. And all these missiles are being launched after this new warning from the IRGC that they are now going to hit Israel hard. And the Khorram Shahar 4 is a very, very strong missile. It has a 2,000-kilometer range. It carries about a 2-ton warhead. So if there's a barrage of those coming, certainly Israel would want to intercept those. And all of us here in Israel would certainly like to see them intercepted.
Well, I'm going to paraphrase you because a barrage of inputs are coming through. Viewers, the Iran's Islamic Republic Army has announced that the suicide drones, and they've called them suicide drones, of the ground forces have also targeted US bases in Kuwait. What's happening?
Rahul, this is also apart from a military war that we are seeing a war of narratives also play out, because remember just hours ago we had the CENTCOM come out with information that the drones barrage coming from Iran has reduced by over 80%, the missiles have reduced by 90%, and now you have the IRGC releasing footage of the Khorram Shahar 4, the Khyber and Fatah missiles targeting the heart of Israeli occupied territories. That only goes on to counter the narrative that was coming in from CENTCOM. If you look at this is Khorram Shah itself. We were speaking to Tom also. He describes it as one missile, which is a cluster of other bombs as well. You're talking about a drone strike taking place again. That again is countering the narrative that is coming in from Israel and CENTCOM. If Iran is going on to indicate that they've released more drones towards Israeli occupied territory, which only goes on to say that the IRGC is very well equipped. They're also backing it with evidence when they are releasing footage. Both sides, in fact, have started releasing evidence. It would be interesting to see how they amp up the attack on the ensuing 7th night of the conflict.
Let me also tell you, the IEA chief is saying, and it's very interesting, crisis in Middle East has led to questions in some quarters about whether to go back to Russian gas. That's very interesting, isn't it?
Because unexpected lines. Remember, when the International Energy Agency chief makes that comment, that the indications coming in are raising questions if it is time to go back to Russian energy, is only an indication that the world is not prepared right now to deal with this crisis, and to back Trump on his stance.
You see, the reason why, viewers, and I'm going to bring Kanksha in on this, one of the reasons why there has been so much pressure on countries that were doing oil business with Russia was to ensure that the Russians didn't make money to fund and finance what the Americans say is Putin's war on Ukraine. Now, if that consensus is breaking because there's desperation, and didn't the Russian president make a sort of, didn't the Russian president make this offhand remark yesterday, Akanksha, that what happens if I stop supplying gas and fuel to Europe? Didn't he say that?
And perhaps he's also exercising his leverage now. I think US has no choice with the IEA chief now coming in on this entire crisis. It's perhaps a reminder to the US president also that you have to choose between the better evils. Right now it is Iran and not Russia. Let's not forget that Venezuela is going to take years, not months, to resurrect.
Right. I mean, the capacity for Venezuela to step in and fill the breach, so to speak, is not there. It's going to take years for that capacity to build up. But let me also tell you, viewers, it's not as if there is no oil. There is plenty of oil. It's in the ground, it's in the Gulf, it's in the ships. They're all loaded, they're ready, but they can't exit the port. Nonetheless, I just want to cut across because I'm being told by my director that there is a soundbite of the chief of the Israeli army that we need to play out because that's quite instructive. There is a sense now of a desperation in the face of this survival instinct which has caught everyone off guard on the Iranian side. They didn't expect this war to drag on for 7 days. Initially, Trump had suggested to some of his own advisors and the opposition in America that it could be just a 4 or 5 day war. Now they've increased it to 4 weeks. If it goes into 4 weeks, viewers, it is going to be catastrophic, particularly if Hormuz remains blocked. So let's listen in to the Israeli army chief.
לאחר השלמת שלב מהלומת הפתיחה המפתיעה, בו יצרנו עליונות האווירית ודיכאנו את מערך הטילים הבליסטיים, כעת אנו עוברים לשלב הבא במערכה, בו נגביר את הפגיעה ביסודות המשטר וביכולותיו הצבאיות. בידינו מהלכים מפתיעים נוספים שאין בכוונתי לחשוף. נרדוף את אויבינו, את כולם, ונשיגם. לאחר השלמת שלב מהלומת 2,500 תקיפות, והטילו יותר לאחר השלמת שלב מהלומת הפתיחה המפתיעה, בו יצרנו עליונות האווירית, ודיכאנו את מערך הטילים הבליסטיים, כעת אנו עוברים לשלב הבא במערכה, בו נגביר את הפגיעה ביסודות המשטר וביכולותיו הצבאיות. בידינו מהלכים מפתיעים נוספים.
Well, there are more footage, viewers, being released by the Iranians now of what they claim are strikes on Tel Aviv. So let's have a look, because we were speaking to Sanjay just a few moments back, the only Indian journalist who is still in Tel Aviv reporting this story. In fact, CNN News 18 has 2 of the 3 that are there. 2 happen to be from our network. So we are getting you very authenticated news, verified news, no fakery here. Just have a look, viewers. These are pictures from somewhere in Tel Aviv that seem to suggest that some of those missiles are getting through. Now, we were talking about, and I'm bringing Akanksha into this, we were talking about cluster ammunition being used by the Iranians, which means a missile comes in, it suddenly breaks up into several bits and bobs. It spreads over 8 kilometers, 6 kilometers, and then you suddenly have the interceptors getting really confused because they have several targets now to strike. And they don't know which one to go after. They get stretched, and some of these fall on the ground and they cause damage. Now, the Israelis have been very, very careful about not releasing too much of this material to the press or advertising it too much, because obviously they don't want anyone to think that they are being attacked by Iran. It's part of PSYOPs in the info war.
Strategy overall in terms of cost effectiveness also, Rahul, it's high volume and low cost, because the drones don't cost as much. Yeah. But if you look at the missiles that are used to intercept these drones that are coming in, which are the loitering munitions, which you beautifully described, the ones that we are talking about, particularly in this conflict, are Shahid 136 and 131 loitering munitions. So let me break down the cost for our viewers. You are looking at, say, missiles which are used to intercept them, costing $2.1 million to $3.5 million for ballistic missile interceptors. And what is the cost of these loitering munitions? $193,000 per drone. So one drone compared to, say, an interceptive missile is $2.1 million to going up to $3.5 million.
Low cost war, unconventional tactics. Pictures now coming in, and I've just put them out on the big wall for you to see, viewers. Pictures of a big meeting that Netanyahu is holding there. Those pictures coming out. This particular meeting is taking place to review what is going to be the next chapter. And I remember the Israelis have already come out and said that, look, fundamentally, we are thinking of the next stage along with our American partners. There's also consternation in DC right now, because there are many people in DC who believe that the Israelis are talking Trump into a war that perhaps has no end, and that Trump doesn't have the tactical acumen, and neither does the team around him have the tactical acumen to anticipate what could happen next. So there's a lot of backlash against Israel in the United States media, the mainstream media. A large number of voters who were part of the MAGA movement, and you heard a voice here on CNN News 18 last night on the hard facts saying that they too were feeling now very, very uncomfortable with the fact that this war could drag on longer than they had anticipated. Let me go back to Akanksha for more on this. Akanksha, yes.
Absolutely. And right now, Israel, if I were to compare the strategy between Israel and the United States, I'll say Israel is still more strategized, Rahul. Because the United States, perhaps, as we are seeing the number of advisories today that have been issued, not just for Baghdad, but for key cities in Saudi Arabia, including Jeddah and Riyadh, only go on to indicate how they were lacking in terms of planning. They should have issued that advisory long before embarking on that joint strike, even if they were trying to be secretive about it. But it's the overall Gulf nations and their own US allies that are now taking pot shots at Donald Trump. They are saying that you should have informed us on time because they are not able to intercept the missiles that are coming in. A. B. Trump administration's officials themselves have gone on to indicate that they are lacking interceptors as far as their own US allied Gulf nations are concerned, whether that is UAE, Kuwait or even Qatar. Israel still, they're relying on the Iron Dome, and successfully so, which is why they're able to avert the number of casualties that we are seeing play out in Iran. But we'll have to see for how long will Israel be able to also hold on to its defense systems.
Okay, and also, viewers, big news coming out. An Iraqi Kurdish group, I think Akanksha, has just come out and said that a US oil production facility has been hit. And the production of this facility has been stopped. And the oil flow stopped. And that's the news. Let's just pull that one out and talk about
some
it.
breaking inputs. Iraqi Kurdish authorities have said that oil production at an oil field which was being operated by an US firm itself, N18G, has been halted following an attack. This is big news if we were to put this into perspective at a time when they are also propping up Kurdish forces, which, remember, are formidable forces. You have this information pouring in, Rahul?
Well, and more news coming in. The IDF has released a video of jets now flying into Iran, according to them. And they're saying, and let me just play this for you, it's there on our screens, hitting our PR in Iran. There it is. You can see that hitting our PR in Iran. It's an 8-second long clip, and it talks about how the Israelis are going in there and doing their bit to try, there it is. So I've halted this video. That's the IDF. Hitting our PR, it says at the bottom, in Iran with an emoji. There you can see it. That's the emoji there, which shows that, yeah, we are winning, we're powerful, we're going to hit them. And that's hitting our PR in Iran. The IDF releases this, and it talks about a distance of 1,800 kilometers. The pace is 600 kilometers an hour. Time is 3 hours. 3 hours it takes, and there's refueling. Those pictures, I'll just play them out again for you viewers. You can see those pictures. There you go. Those are the jets. And these are obviously bombers that are being used by Israel to target facilities, installations, etc., in Iran. We're going to take a very short break, viewers. We're going to return in just a few moments with many more updates in this rolling coverage of the war in Iran, a war which many people say is now a war without end.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US air base
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause, or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If Israel, US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix
this?
of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Oh, it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US
disruption,
air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If Israel, US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a
this?
mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream.
Viewers, welcome to our raw broadcast that is tracking the fury in the Gulf. In my hand is an important device. The news comes in and I put it out right there behind me. You can see that it just comes straight into our telephones after it is verified, and I can project this onto the screen. And there's big news coming in, viewers, because this is an innovation that you'll only see on CNN News 18. Big news coming in. I want to go straight across to Akanksha. Yes.
From the Iranian president himself, straight from the horse's mouth, Masoud Pezeshkian, in fact, going on to say that some countries have initiated efforts for mediation. Our response to them is clear. We are committed to lasting peace in the region, but we have not the slightest hesitation in defending the dignity and authority of our country. The audience for mediation should be those who, by underestimating the Iranian people, ignited the fire of provocation. The word is very clear. He's, of course, urging China, and we don't know what Dr. Jaishankar had to say to the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister as well, but he's made it clear that it was not Iran that started the fire. It is those who are underestimating the firepower, rather, of Iran, Rahul.
Well, it's day 7, viewers, and it's very difficult to exactly comment on who's winning this war. This war has turned into a battle of attrition between two sides, and I'm going to show you something now that we put together for our viewers, for all of you, to give you a big sense of where the battle is now focused. It's focused on this particular area, the battle for the Strait of Hormuz. Why are we talking about this? We're talking about this because whoever controls the Strait of Hormuz now wins this fight. And I'll tell you why, viewers. Because if Iran's stranglehold over the Strait of Hormuz is lifted, then, viewers, it can no longer exercise the leverage that it is exercising. You see, in battle, you don't just need to win militarily. Sometimes you can tire out the enemy by escalating economic costs to the point where waging a war becomes completely counterproductive to the aims. And that is what Iran is trying to do. And you can see all that is happening. Over the last few days, all shipping has plummeted. It has sunk. And you can see this in the first few days of March 2nd, March 3rd, and March 4th, how it has begun to basically peter off the trade. So we started from the end of February when you had normal trade, and then you can see how it has just plummeted. All sorts of vessels are now blocked. Nothing is getting out. And Iran that way is exercising much greater influence than its military victories on the outcome of the war. The day Iran's stranglehold over the Strait of Hormuz ends, that's the end of this war. Can that actually happen going forward? Fundamental question, but here is the picture right now. This really is becoming a battle focused on this one sliver of water which is caught between massive landmass. So it's water that is going to decide the fate of this war. I'll leave it to this. We're going to take a short break. We're right back with more updates. Don't go away.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens, air sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read this?
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian? Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to yet another edition of Take 3 XL as we continue to focus on the fury in the Gulf. Day 7, 1 week of the war. Where are we and where is it going? Even as we have comments coming in from Israel's military chief that Israel is going to now unleash the next phase and they're going to further dismantle the IRGC and Iranian military establishments and capabilities. Already the report and data says that the Iranians, in terms of their drone activity, in terms of their missile activity, have shrunk down by 80 to 90% over the last 24 to 48 hours. But is that just a recalibration? Are they going to unleash something far more potent very soon? You can't write the Iranians off because they say they will break away, but they will not succumb. That's what they are saying. Now, that has multiple meanings to it. Rahul Shivshankar and Tom Cooper with us. Tom, where do you see this heading? Are you seeing the Iranians moving 7 days down the line in this war of attrition, slowly moving into the guerrilla mode?
They are already in guerrilla mode, and they are shooting back with whatever they have in their hands and whatever is free to fire. It is simply so that they are heavily suppressed by the massive amount of airstrikes flown on their bases. And of course this is having an effect. There is also certainly a problem with communications, and primarily problem, I guess, is for their crews, for launch crews to exit the underground missile cities, get to the surface and actually fire, because the Americans and Israelis are targeting the entrances to such missile cities, and the Iranians are literally calling them missile cities.
They're calling them missile cities,
Yes.
and they, yes, Rahul.
You know, I'm looking at this because I think that there is some covert help also that Iran is getting to stay in the game. And there are reports in the Washington Post that suggest that Russia is providing covert intelligence to Iran to target US forces. This is according to officials. I don't know if this is part of the disinfo campaign, if this is being fed to the Washington Post to create a narrative. But what we're hearing is that officials have told the Washington Post that the targeting information has included the location of American warships and aircraft in the Middle East. Now, look, we always knew that there was going to be this X factor because we saw it in Operation Sindoor. We saw how the Chinese were helping out their allies, Pakistan, by providing them intelligence. All of that is now coalescing into what looks like a very determined defense of the realm by Iran's regime. They are not packing up and going anywhere.
Do you agree that the Chinese and the Russians are actively helping the Iranians, or this is just very, very perfunctory, Tom? Because their involvement doesn't seem to be to the level to which their capabilities are.
In regards to Chinese, I'm quite sure there is cooperation, there is help coming from Beijing. In regards of Russians, no. Because I've spent years researching, between others, military cooperation between Moscow and Tehran, and there is next to nothing. There was one-off sale of, what was that, 2,000 perhaps Shahid attack UAVs, and that was that. Iranians did this for gold. And in attempt to get specific stuff from Russians, for example, Su-35 fighter jets, which they are now sorely missing, Moscow didn't deliver. And whatever Moscow delivered was light anti-aircraft weaponry, point defense systems. Even the S-300 deal almost fell through. It was only once Iran sued Moscow and the International Court of Justice and demanded payment back. Then the Russians delivered a short-range, medium-range variant of S-300, not the longest range. So, and moreover, Moscow was prohibiting Iran from using its system of rivers and channels to bring its oil exploration and gas exploration equipment to the Caspian Sea. So there was no friendship. There was no alliance. IRGC has attempted it back in 2015, 2016. It didn't work.
Right.
So, in all of these claims about Russia delivering so and so many weaponry to Iran, all we have seen are training jets, one of which was not shot down by the Israelis. So, I'm not buying. Sorry.
Just to complete my point, the fact of the matter was that what I'm trying to get at is that willy-nilly, the Iranians have hung on. And the Iranians seem to also have some sort of a plan in place, which is to constantly expand the theater of war, to bring in more allies, to make them hurt. And I'm reading reports over the last 24 hours from AFP, etc., that there are a number of Gulf partners now of the United States that are beginning to get a bit scratchy with the United States, saying that, did you have a plan? Did you get into this thinking through or game theorizing where we would be after 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 6 days, what's the end game? And while we would want to see a complete degradation of the Iranian regime, because we all know that it is not really a regime that is in some ways valid, because it is ruled by tyranny and terror and it has oppressed its people. The fact of the matter is, it's a problem that isn't going away.
In this, one thing is that some things, although many people keep saying that Trump is contradicting himself, Trump is saying one thing here, one thing there. I was listening to what he had said on the 1st of March and what he said on the 3rd or 4th of March and also on the 5th of March. We ran a series of it. At each point, he has said that we are prepared in it. We came prepared for at least 4 to 5 weeks. So this is only week 1. So the Americans are in it for at least another 3 to 4 weeks. They are not getting out of it before that. He also said that this regime is not acceptable. This regime and the IRGC has to go. And repeatedly he has turned around and told the IRGC, I will pardon you if you change tack, because he knows they are the ones who have control. There are critical leaders within the IRGC. If he is able to break 1 or 2 of them, then that entire regime will change. Thirdly, he's turned around and he said that now he said about Mujtaba Khamenei also that I want to be a part of whoever is going to sit there in power next. No, clearly their objectives, he may reword it differently, ballistic missiles, nuclear program here and there, but clearly they're very say they want a pliant, a moderate and perhaps a softer regime in Iran that will abandon this entire ballistics missile city building, and they will also abandon this entire death to Israel narrative. Somewhere there seems to be that clarity. There is also clarity that America is not pulling out anytime soon. They're there in it for at least 30 days. They're not getting out before 30 days.
That's all true. Absolutely. I agree with you that this is what Trump has said. But take a look at it from the point of view of IRGC commanders, those that are still alive.
Right.
What have they learned the last few years? Whenever they negotiate, Israelis are killing them. It's as simple as that. So there is no point for them to now rush going negotiating with Trump because they know Israelis are going to strike them again. Therefore, while Trump is trying to solve disunity between them, I don't believe that there are any significant number of them.
This is the point that we're missing. We're looking at it from a very militaristic point of view. Yes, of course, the Americans have the weapon systems and all of that to stay in the game for maybe a month and a half. And Trump will get some people to manufacture more weapons and fill the breach. But every day that America remains involved, and every day that strait remains blocked, the costs are escalating. So there are two ways of looking at this. There is an economic war that is being waged by proxy, and there is a military war. The military war is a non-contest, really, if you look at it. The Iranians are getting hit in Tehran. You're seeing those pictures. The odd missile lands in Tel Aviv. It's not frequent enough for them to actually scare or create a scare based only on military capacities. But guess what is happening? Every day, every hour, the costs are escalating. The money that is being spent by the United States to wage a war are increasing. Who is bearing those costs? Yes, of course, the arms companies, their stocks are going up. Right? They're going to be manufacturing these weapons, but whose money the US will use to buy these weapons from these arms companies?
The Americans in the past, in the Russia-Ukraine war itself, they have sunk about $375 billion. That's the number that was caught. But America was not even fighting that. They're just giving aid to the Ukrainians. This is a direct fight for them, and the cost is at $6 billion. Even if it is $1 billion a day, $30 billion in the American scheme of things is not a big deal in terms of the money. And they will get congressional approval irrespective of what the noise that is being made.
It's becoming difficult. Anand, you know, even the MAGA base, and I had somebody,
the cost will go up.
I had somebody on the show, on the hard facts. We were thinking that person was going to be, and I think you might have been here, Tom, we thought that lady was going to defend the Trump regime because she was a Republican strategist, and she's saying, no, I want this war to end. Sorry, we want this war to end. And I'm like, oh, sorry, this is a narrative that I didn't see coming.
This is something that is not getting through to India, for example. Just how much anger there is over this war in the United States. Not only in Europe.
Correct.
At least in the public, not between the governments. But in the United States, in the US public, between the MAGA people, not only between the opposition, but between the MAGA. They do not want this war. And sooner or later, this is going to get too much. When is it going to happen? We are going to see.
Right. You're saying sooner or later it's going to get too much. But this is something which, yes, I'm not saying that this is not a politically convenient choice that Trump is making. But this is a choice he had to make, because there are many who are saying that the consequences of not acting now would have been far greater 6 months to a year down the line for the entire West, and for this region, along with the America, had Iran got the ability to become as strong as it was trying to get to a level where their ballistic missiles stockpile itself would have gone more than 6,000 missiles, and they would have also reached a position where they could enrich uranium in fast time to weaponize it. They would have become a nuclear power in this region, and that is going to make a lot of the neighboring Gulf countries very, very uncomfortable.
But that is true.
Yeah.
Also. Fact is, however, that we have to see this also from Iranian point of view, and Iranians have always made it clear. I mean, if you like, call me somebody who fell for Iranian propaganda. I don't mind anymore, since longer. Fact is, in there are publications in Iran, not just one, not just two, published, released over the last 10, 15 years, and they have always emphasized we are creating a deterrent. We are not creating a strike force. And they said we are going to bunker ourselves, go under the ground, fire occasional missile or more, whatever we can, and we are going to defend ourselves in this fashion as long as it goes.
Right.
So that means that now actually what is required is destruction of this
missile. And I want your views on this, Anand, also. Let's just game this a little bit, right? You're saying that, okay, if Iran had acquired a weapon,
right,
they would become nihilistic and they would demolish and erase all the other countries and all of that. Look, by that yardstick, you have a North Korea. North Korea has threatened the sovereignty of South Korea and Japan. Japan is a Quad partner. Japan is one of the oldest allies in the Eastern Pacific of the United States. There are bases of the United States in Japan. Yet we are not seeing Trump wage a war on Kim Jong-il. In fact, he's gone and hugged him and said he's a great guy.
And North Koreans have threatened not once to burn South Korea, for example. So why then not doing anything over there?
And South Korea is a friend of the United States. It's a production engine. Also another point, and I want to ask you this. Look, let's look through what America is doing. Okay, so on this one aspect, there is hypocrisy on nuclear weapons. Secondly, and this is where I have a problem with this whole narrative. Who is America to decide who gets to wield a nuclear weapon and who doesn't? Who is America? Who is America to decide whether we should buy oil from Timbuktu or from Russia?
Now, this is the classic case of the bully in the room becoming the class monitor. Now, as long as the bully is the bully and the class monitor is the class monitor, they are the class monitor. Today, it is America who has the power, who controls the power, and they have the right, they are able to do it. Now, when India would go in and attempt to take out a Masood Azhar or a Dawood Ibrahim, the whole world will be up at arms. But they go to the world and say, I am the president and I got into Abbottabad and I got Osama bin Laden from Pakistan. So they are perfectly fine to do that. But that's how the world order is, because he who wields the stick gets to use it. And that's exactly with the Americans. The other part is that North Korea is not funding terrorist organizations. North Korea is not creating a problem for this entire neighborhood. Look at the support. There's no support from the OIC for Iran. Where is the support from the OIC for Iran? 56 Muslim countries have not come together for Iran. It is attacking another Shia majority country that is in Bahrain. Bahrain was attacked by the same Shia grouping. So this whole Shia, Sunni or Arab, Muslim, etc., this narrative doesn't seem to be holding here. What seems to be holding is one nation wanted regional dominance. One nation spent billions of dollars that came into it via aid or via smuggled and non-sanctioned methods, which it was funneling towards the Hamas, to the Hezbollah, to the Houthis, to all of these entities. Iran has not colored itself in any glory in this region by doing anything. And October 7 was unleashed on Israel, and Iran celebrated it.
But Iran was not involved. That was one of the first things that the Israelis confirmed on 8th or 9th of October. Iran is not involved in this attack. And
why?
And what is valid for, you are absolutely right, what is valid for Iran is in regards to spending billions and creating proxies and so on and so on, is valid for Israel as well, even more so. Because Israel is creating proxies, running state-sponsored terrorism around Middle East, Africa, Even in Asia, we have seen the operations.
See, I'll tell you what, we'll get into a very complex problem because there is a grouping, they are all Abrahamic offshoots, they are all followers of the same book but different offshoots and different thought process. That's what they claim. But one has decided to wipe out the other. The Jews at this point in time haven't taken a position they want to wipe Muslims from the face of the earth. But
Jews
there is...
not.
Can I ask a question? Which is the country?
I differentiate between Zionists and Jews. We have to, because they are starting to defend themselves between the two. You have lots of Jews in the United States who do not identify as Zionists, who refuse to support Israel, who are openly pro-Palestine. Nobody's talking about them.
No, but there are a lot of Muslims also who are openly pro-peace rather than anti-Iran. Just like within Persia itself, majority of the Shia also are quietly suffering the Khomeini regime because otherwise they will be shot point blank. I'm just saying, look at the world making, it was a tragic turn.
Look, I just want to ask you a question. Yes, fine, Iran is a bad boy, and yes, no doubt about it. There's another question that I want to pose to you. Are we to say that tomorrow, if the Saudis were to get a nuclear bomb, they would be friends of the world?
No.
They would be friends. Now, hang on. Which is the one country in all of these that hasn't recognized Israel even now? Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia.
They don't recognize the existence of Israel. Are you going to tell me that tomorrow that these people, if they don't get a nuclear weapon?
That is what many experts believe, that there was a time when the Saudis were ready to come and sit on the table and sign and talk about the Abraham Accords. And when that happened, that's when Iran orchestrated October 7 or this was done so that this never happened. That's one thought process.
What stops?
The other question.
Hang on, what stops? What stops? You see, this is the problem. The problem is that we've got to ask ourselves, what are the objectives of this war? Only once we have that answer will we know if this war will end and where it will end.
The objective of this war is that the mullah regime has to go in Iran. That's the objective.
Who says that?
That's the objective that's been set by the Americans. That's the objective that's been set by the Americans.
Who has said that? The Americans. No, the Americans are confused. One American comes out and says no, regime change was never the option. The other one comes out and says no, regime change is the option. The third one comes out and says no, regime change by the people of Iran is the option.
Whatever it is, the regime change, the mullah regime has to go. However it goes. Now somebody would say, I will throw it away by force. Others will say, I'll create an atmosphere for those who are oppressed within Iran to come out back onto the streets and take control of the government. Whatever they say, the end of the game is that this current regime, where they say it's the mullah regime, but it's the IRGC. The IRGC's control and the way it is running Iran has to go, has to change. That is where it is. Now the ways of achieving this means or this end, the means of achieving this ends may differ. Everybody may have different points of view. That's what they say.
Where is Anand? Where is Iraq today? Regime change happened. Where is Iraq today? Iraq today is a base. For whom? For terrorists on both sides. You have Kurdi terrorists, you have Iranian proxies. It's a bad land.
Americans are doing whatever they want.
Israelis
whatever they want in Iraq.
Exactly. It's a failed state. It's actually more of a security problem.
It was always a failed state, but now it's more than ever.
It's more of a security problem.
What is going to happen? What is going to happen is this tactical or this entire strategic move to try and change the regime has become a different part. This is something which I don't know if entities have gamed it, if US has gamed it, the rest of the Middle East has gamed it or not. You have a Qatar Energy and the Qatar Energy's head, Qatar's energy minister saying oil prices could go up to $150 a barrel. Now, if oil prices are going to go up to $150 a barrel within 2 to 3 weeks, it's going to make the cost of oil very, very dear, and globally nations will start worrying about this. Everybody will turn around. Nobody wants an economic pinch. Nobody, no nation
That's why I began
want
by
an
asking,
economic pinch.
How long can America sustain this when there are everyone else in the world who are saying that's enough, thank you very much. Will America take on the whole world?
And this is
already you are seeing. And
was nicely explained 2 days ago.
Yeah,
Trump doesn't care because whatever happens.
Trump may not care, sir, but the fundamental point is that he has to work with his own allies in Europe who are also beginning to turn against this war.
That is the point. Trump does not care about Europe. He considers Europe for some old hysteric girls or whatever. He considers Russia actually is more important for him as a partner against China. Israel is anywhere holy and divine, and the purpose of supporting or
You see, there's another thing.
No, but he's not working. He's not working in a vacuum.
24 to 48 hours.
He can't do all of this if he doesn't have back-end support. If tomorrow Ukraine says, forget it, buddy, we're not sending you any anti-drone technology. If tomorrow others say that this consensus,
Trump said no.
like 1 second,
Ukraine
like France,
can't say no to Trump.
hang on.
Trump just said,
please don't think that they can't, because you know what's going to happen. You can have a lever opening. If all of this weapons is going to be sort of diverted to the United States cause, you can have Russia starting to use once again an offensive.
See, that's the reason why Ukraine can't say no to the Americans. That's the reason why Ukraine can't say no to the Americans.
But you also have a situation, Anand, where Europe, the large consensus that has been built, will start fraying. This war will become illegitimate very quickly.
The Europeans don't have a choice. They will have to take a duplicitous position going forward, because somewhere or the other, a US military asset, if it is hurt deeply outside of the bases which are there in the Middle East, they will call upon NATO to act, because it is part of the NATO charter. And at that time, European nations, if they turn their back on America, America will make them grind.
If they don't have energy, sir, if they don't have the oil, if they don't have the gas, if gas goes up to $150, it becomes cost prohibitive. Forget about anything else. To support and wage a war. Okay. It comes down to economics. We had to stop, apparently, the war against Pakistan, because we realized that after a point it was going to impact our economy. This was what was said by a large number of people. We are having a massive revival of our economy. You wanted to get into a quagmire with Pakistan. A lot of people said, oh, get into a war with Pakistan. Let it be 10 days.
Contrary to India, America, 70% of America's economy is fueled by its arms lobby, its military industrial complex.
But you have to pay for those arms, no, Baba?
So it will.
Let's look at this.
I'm just saying,
oil doesn't get to China. China stops producing. China stops producing. Someone stops consuming. Someone stops consuming. Guess what happens? You get into a circular, everything stops.
Everything stops.
It's the end of the game.
That is the reason why I'm saying that this is not going to be an endless war. This is going to be an endless guerrilla fight by the Iranians, but the Americans will put a hard stop to it. And I'll tell you, in 15 days, the American priority will be the only way American muscle will be sort of.
Look,
the only way American. I'm just hear me out. I'm just saying the only way Trump can convince the world is if he can open up the Strait of Hormuz. And I think Donald Trump and the Americans realize that they have to use their might and muscle to open.
All it takes is one drone to come out after 5 days and hit some vessel. And the vessel sinks, and that's guaranteed to happen, because Iran has done it not once but several times. So I don't believe right now, and this is as things are placed. We have enough costs being imposed on Iran for them to stop the war. I don't think Trump is in control of the outcome of this war. That's fundamentally what I believe.
Well, with the Americans and the Israelis seem to have gamed it, saying that in 4 weeks they'll get to a situation. But your thoughts.
Something. I think we are a little bit too much into America, which is understandable, because what is going on here is having such a massive impact upon India, costs billions, not only India, but also your customers and your deliverers. So the problem is the following. By paying so much attention to this, we are forgetting what is Israel doing in this war. And Israel is already working on taking Iran apart with help of proxies.
Yes.
So that means, for me, the way I understand is that they have already given up this idea of regime change, and are working in a different direction. So to say balkanizing, or however you want to call it.
Balkanization of Iran to a certain extent, that also means a regime change only, because this
No. That is the point. That is the point.
Okay.
They have already accepted that the regime is going to survive in one fashion or the other. This is why they are trying to do something with Kurds and perhaps Azeris.
That's only going to further muddy the waters and perhaps stir the pot a little
Of course, terribly.
more. Now, we'll talk about that also at length on our continuous rolling coverage. But for the moment, we've run out of time in this edition of Take 3. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching. Thank you.
sounds the siren again. A ballistic missile detected on its way here. Probably a good time to step into a shelter.
अभी हमला रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रहा है, बार बार ईरान की तरफ से हमला किया जा रहा है। ये एक्सक्लूसिव विजुअल्स आप न्यूज़ 18 पे देख सकते हैं इस वक्त।
We already went past one place where apparently there had just been an airstrike. There was thick black smoke billowing over one place, so it seemed like a fairly fresh airstrike. Also some destroyed buildings.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens, air sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US air base
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
Now that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 dollars. Per hour, the cost is again $41 million and upwards. And per day, you know the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Yeah, it's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand, when it is targeting these air bases, Iran, we'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export, or normal life actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes, or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it...
Hello and welcome. You're watching our special coverage, Fury in the Gulf. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. It's day 6 of the conflict in West Asia, and we continue to bring you all the latest and live updates. At the same time, don't forget, the United States has declared that the war has just begun, while Israel says that this is a new phase in the war. We'll continue to bring you all the latest, but first up are the headlines. The US has issued advisory for citizens in Baghdad. This as Americans are trapped. The US government says it is assessing all options to help them leave the Middle East. Qatar's energy minister has warned oil price could rise up to $150 per barrel in 2 to 3 weeks if tankers remain unable to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Says this will bring down the economies of the world. As oil prices spark sharply, big energy boost for India. United States has issued a 30-day waiver allowing India to continue purchasing Russian oil. Azerbaijan has withdrawn its diplomats from Iran after drone strikes on its airport in its capital, Baku. US strikes intensify against the Iranian Navy, sinking 30 ships, hitting a drone ship. Iranian ballistic missiles attacks have dropped by 90%, while drone attacks have fallen by 83%. Remember, this is a claim being made by CENTCOM at the moment. Iran has launched fresh strikes on Bahrain and Kuwait, while a state-run oil refinery is targeted in Bahrain. A US base is already hit in Kuwait. No reports of casualties so far. Israel is dismantling 6 Iranian missile launchers just minutes before they were intended to be launched towards its own territory. Dramatic visuals have in fact surfaced. On that note, we're getting in breaking inputs. All right, so in the latest we are getting in is that the IDF has now declared that they took 50 fighter jets to in fact destroy a bunker. This was in fact in the heart of Tehran. Remember, this was the very bunker that was also housing Ayatollah Ali Khamenei till he was eventually eliminated in that joint strike by the United States and Israel. But those are the visuals that we are bringing to you. 50 Israeli fighter jets have razed this entire bunker. It's no ordinary bunker. Let me tell you why this is not an ordinary bunker, ladies and gentlemen, because this is one that sprawled across the entire capital city of Tehran. It was also used as an important meeting hall with various and multiple entry points and even exits. And not only was it attacked with the help of, say, Mossad, the intelligence agency of Israel, on the day when Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed, but today itself, the latest information coming in that the IDF has shared is that 50 Israeli jets were sent out today. They were directed towards Tehran. As you can see, these are the visuals that we are bringing to you. And it is, in fact, a massive explosion that's taking place on the satellite imagery that we are bringing to you. 50 Israeli jets is what it took to in fact break it to the ground. Let's quickly take this forward and get you some more details here from the war room that we have in the studios and in fact in the newsroom of CNN News 18. Anand, give our viewers a sense of why this destruction of the bunker is so significant.
See, one of the things is that the IDF is releasing these pictures after a period of time. So we are all tracking the war or following the war. It's already moved a few dimensions, but the collective effectivity, 50 aircraft flying together, dropping such huge ammunition to ensure that it is beyond doubt that whoever is under those buildings is decimated totally. And this was because of the intelligence that had been carried. Now, the more the IDF continues to release this every day, it's also PSYOPs. It's trying to tell the Iranians that we got into your base, we got into and breached your security, and we took out your leader, and this is how we did it. So sometimes this is also strategically released, and this is at a time where the IDF military chief is saying they are entering the next phase of their assault and their operations as far as Lions Roar is concerned. And that's the reason why this is significant. Look at the concentration of these and the precision with which it's been hit. And those that itself shows that the Israelis had 100% hard evidence. And perhaps that's what also goaded America to get into this.
Because we are looking at a compound which was extremely critical. It was massive in
Yes.
size. They're saying it had multiple entry points and exit points. And over the bunker, remember, Anand, there were streets of Tehran. That is how massive it was. Take our viewers through these visuals.
Well, these pictures, and I think we've seen some of the other images also. This is the IDF saying they have recorded everything. They had their satellites overhang, they had the drones, UAVs, and also the aircraft. While one dropped the payload, the other one filmed it and ensured that it landed where right at the spot was. And this was where the convention was happening. The Iranians now believe that the Ayatollah, despite knowing the threat, said, no, we need to meet because they were going to discuss policy. They never thought that there will be such a big assault and that would take place, but they have. And the idea of releasing this at this point in time is the next level of PSYOPs to further rile up the Iranians, or at least tell them, listen, we have weakened you. We pummeled and took out your supreme leader right in the heart of your capital, and we are launching our next phase to further weaken your military stranglehold on the Iranian people, and then allow a certain level of democracy, democratic discourse, or perhaps a little more freer, open discourse in the streets of Iran whether people want to reclaim Persia of the old or do they want to continue with the same regime.
All right, stay with me, Anand. We're getting in more breaking inputs. This is with regards to the Iran-Israel war. This is, in fact, with regards to the pounding that Iran is receiving. Remember, according to the CNN reports indicating that the death toll has already crossed 1,000. There is, in fact, a review being conducted in terms of the overall death toll, how many children, 150 of them till some days ago. But perhaps Anand can weigh in on the way Iran is currently being attacked. This is, in fact, a joint operation that we are looking at. 16 cities already razed to the ground in Iran.
Well, 16 cities already being attacked, and there is a plan to it. And Tom Cooper was explaining this a short while ago, that they are trying to break down the missile cities and the intelligence. Let's not forget, this is not starting overnight. This is 2, 3, 4 years of continuous intelligence gathering, monitoring of the Iranian activities. Just like Iranians have entities embedded in Israel and elsewhere in the world, so vice versa, the Mossad would have also penetrated, the CIA would have penetrated, and there is a collaboration of collective intelligence that's being gathered, and that's how this targeting is happening. Cities are being pummeled because there would be missile cities, there'll be the underground missile launchers, underground store dumps or munition dumps, and also underground manufacturing facilities. And it's like a sea, if you were to see towards the western parts and northern parts of Iran, not so much as central Iran, but around Tehran, Qom, Isfahan, Natanz, and up Tabriz. So this is the kind of a curve that you would see, and these 11 cities that form perhaps a kind of a ring around Tehran as they're slowly making it, and that's how they've developed. And are they all connected? We'll have to wait and watch. But the Israelis are very clear. They are pummeling not just the military ballistic installations, they're pummeling the IRGC headquarters where the cadets are, and also the local police stations in some of these cities and areas, so that on ground the police brutality that was shown in January, where nearly 30,000 plus protesters were shot dead reportedly by the IRGC and their own brought out cadre of militia, that does not happen if there is yet another uprising.
All right. Thank you for sharing all of those inputs with us, Anand. Inputs brought to us by investigations editor Manoj Gupta over there. But as Anand explained, that this is in fact a host of cities from Qom to Natanz, which of course, as we all know, are also hosting the nuclear facilities as well. On that note, let's quickly bring some breaking inputs coming in. This amid the Middle East tensions. The Taiwan deputy NSA has spoken exclusively with CNN News 18, where he's also spoken on the India-Taiwan economic ties and talent tech collaboration. Listen in as he had that conversation with CNN News 18 Siddhant Mishra at the Raisina Dialogue.
The gas prices are all-time high, the crude prices are all-time high. How do you look at this situation unfolding, and where do you see this entire conflict going?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on your show. It's great to be here in India. Taiwan and India share a deep strategic partnership, and certainly we share similar values and interests here in the region. Now, in terms of what's happening in West Asia, certainly from Taiwan's perspective, we're looking at this conflict carefully in terms of its economic impact, in terms of its impact on global energy markets. I mean, from Taiwan's perspective, we certainly hope that such a conflict ends as soon as possible. But it's true that we are facing a more complex and complicated global environment in which we operate. I think it's incumbent on every country in the world to think carefully about how we can react and how we can manage given these complexities.
Okay, how do you look at India-Taiwan economic cooperation, growing economic cooperation?
I mean, frankly speaking, it's going great. And we're seeing a lot of progress, a lot of achievements, successes between the two countries. I mean, from Taiwan's perspective, we're very pleased to see that a growing number of Taiwanese companies, over 350 companies now, have invested here in India, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs. The semiconductor industry also sees India as a very important economic partner. And we see new wafer and packaging plants coming up in India. So I do think the crux of the matter is that many Taiwanese companies see India as an oasis of stability, given the complex geopolitical realities in which we live in. And so we fully expect that there will be more cooperation economically, industrial, in terms of the high-tech industries in the years ahead.
All right, getting in more breaking inputs. This is, in fact, a report in Washington Post, which is now reporting that Russia is providing Iran with intelligence for attacks on U.S. forces. The Washington Post, in its latest report, has made this claim, which has indeed arrived as a surprise, because so far everybody was talking about how intelligence sharing between Iran and China was an open secret, but more information coming out of Washington Post that even Russia has been sharing intelligence with Iran with regards to the ongoing conflict. Remember, Iran and its retaliation has indeed arrived as a surprise and a jolt to the United States and Israel, and more importantly, even the Gulf allies to the United States, which have inadvertently got sucked in, whether that is Kuwait, whether that is UAE, Qatar, Bahrain. All of them are bearing this brunt of the conflict. In fact, most recent is Azerbaijan, which has even downgraded its diplomatic ties with Iran, because they've ordered all of their diplomats to evacuate Iran at the earliest. You also have a word coming in from the Turkish President Erdogan, who's gone on to in fact declare that this will be a direct war with Iran if they continue to attack Azerbaijan as well. Let's quickly go across to some more breaking inputs coming in. There are in fact visuals coming in now of the Iranian air defense, which has shot down an advanced American MQ-9 drone near the western city of Qasr Shirin. Let's going to also request my director to actually play out those visuals. These are the latest set of visuals. Remember, CNN News 18 is in fact bringing you all of these latest visuals from the war as and when they are surfacing. But what makes a difference over here is that they are credible, and this is not part of all of those viral videos. But this is the latest that we are bringing to you. The Iranian air defense has actually shot down this advanced American MQ-9 drone, which now, as you can see, has been reduced to a heap of debris over here. This is the debris of that MQ-9 drone. It was an American make, which was shot down by the Iranian air forces. This was near the western city in Iran, which is Qasr in Shirin. These are the latest visuals that we are bringing to you, dramatic visuals. So if you can see, this is also a parallel war of narratives apart from the military war that we are talking about. On one hand, you have the US Central Command, the CENTCOM, releasing dramatic footage after footage. On the other hand, you also have the Iranian forces and their military coming out with visuals and even images going on to show and reflect the kind of damage they are inflicting, not just on the American and the Israeli drones, but also inside the US allied nations, whether that is Kuwait or even Bahrain, UAE. We've seen a renewed sort of set of retaliatory strikes now engulfing the US allies in the Middle East, particularly Bahrain, UAE, Kuwait as well. We will continue to bring you all the latest news and updates, and that's all I have for you in this broadcast. Thank you so much for watching.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone, a massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
This is our network phone. We've got some more images here. We've got another image of the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama, Bahrain.
Oman, Saudi Arabia, and this way to Europe.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. These are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Right, sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US
disruption,
air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read this?
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. These are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Right, sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. And the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly. Sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration, which are the zones, and is
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. We start with the top 6 developments and headlines we're tracking at this hour on the US-Iran war. Politics erupts after US waiver to India on purchasing of Russian oil. Congress party asks, why is Trump dictating terms to India? Qatar's energy minister warns oil price could rise to up to $150 per barrel in 2 to 3 weeks if tankers remain unable to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Says this will bring economies of the world down. Azerbaijan withdraws its diplomats from Iran after drone strikes on its airport in Baku. US strikes intensify against the Iranian Navy, sinking 30 ships and hitting a drone ship. Iranian ballistic missile attacks drop 90% while drone attacks fall by 83%. But Iran launches fresh strikes on Bahrain and Kuwait. A state-run oil refinery is targeted in Bahrain. A US base is hit in Kuwait. No reports of casualties so far. And Israel dismantled 6 Iranian missile launchers just minutes before they were intended to be launched towards its territory. Dramatic visuals surface. First up, we're getting some breaking updates coming in from Iran. Iranian lawmaker Mohsen Zangnadeh has said that a new supreme leader will be introduced within 2 days. Zangnadeh, who represents Torbate Heydariya, said the final 2 candidates have both been reluctant to accept the position. Now, this is the update coming in from Iran, because Israel and America both have said that whoever takes up the leadership position would be their next target. At least Israel has made that very, very clear. America, on the other hand, speaking on, Donald Trump speaking on behalf of America, has said that he was not very happy with the former leaders, Khamenei's son, being chosen as the next supreme leader, and he wanted a say exactly who takes the Iranian machinery, Iranian government or the regime forward. So what we are hearing from Iran now, that possibly because of being a target of specific precision Israeli strikes particularly, there is no one who's been willing to take up the position. The 2 best candidates have been reluctant to accept the position, is what we're being told. Moving on, US has made a big U-turn, giving India's access to crucial energy supplies a temporary boost after US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced a 30-day waiver allowing Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil. Now, in an effort to pressure Russia over its invasion on Ukraine, US President Donald Trump had imposed sanctions on Russian oil majors like Lukoil and Rosneft last November. India's imports of Russian crude oil fell about 1.1 million barrels per day in January, the lowest since November 2022. As New Delhi sought relief on US tariffs, pushing Moscow's share of overall oil imports down by over 21%. This is what industry data showed. But the way US has announced this waiver has also become a matter of politics. This is what Scott Bessent announced. He said there's a temporary 30-day waiver to, quote, allow Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil. This, he said, is a short-term measure which won't provide significant financial benefit to Russia, only authorizing transactions involving oil already stranded at sea. So some conditions here as well. But he did add that India is an essential partner of the United States, and we fully anticipate that New Delhi will ramp up purchase of US oil in the future. I also want to bring to you what Indian government sources are indicating, that Indian oil purchases choices have always been dictated by global issues and whatever is cheaper for us. Remember, this has been the consistent stand of the Indian government. So they say, for example, on Russian and Iranian oil situation, that Russian oils were only 0.2% during COVID, for example, 1.47 million barrel a day. It came down as we looked at alternatives which worked cheaper for us. The Indian government says crude is continuing to flow. There will be $15 billion worth of energy that will be coming from the US, and this has already started from January. But they also point out that it was under US pressure in 2012 that India had to cut the supply from Iran by 11%. Overall, even as politics erupts at home on how US is dictating India, take a look at what Indian government sources are telling us overall on the energy situation. The Indian government doesn't seem to be much perturbed. They say that India used to source more energy from other parts of the world than from the Strait of Hormuz, so they are not very panicky about the situation. The Indian government is also saying that they're maximizing and prioritizing domestic LPG productions and no worry on the front of consumers in terms of consumer gas supply. But listen into what the American government has been saying on this oil situation, and especially that oil that is stuck now in the Strait of Hormuz.
China does not treat their suppliers well, so there's a bunch of floating barrels just sitting there. We've reached out to our friends in India and said, buy that oil, bring it into your refineries. That pulls stored oil immediately into Indian refineries and releases the pressure on other refineries around the world to buy oil that they're no longer competing with the Indians for in that marketplace. So we have a number of measures like that are short-term and temporary. This is no change in policy towards Russia. This is a very brief change in policy just to keep oil prices down a little bit better than we could otherwise.
Well, the Americans have had to make a U-turn. They're obviously trying to sell this as no big deal to American public itself and not a change of stance when it comes to Russia. But this has caused a storm as far as India is concerned. Let me bring you some of the reactions that have been coming in. Who is the US to tell us where to buy oil from? This is something that Priyanka Chaturvedi is saying. Is Trump deciding our foreign policy? Is another attack that has come in from opposition members. And sovereignty has been undermined is an attack from another opposition party. So these attacks are not going anywhere, even as the Indian government maintains their oil purchase choices have always been dictated by national interest. But take a look at how the trajectory of the Indian Russian oil purchase has been, particularly since January 2025. So at one time, we were purchasing 1.6 million barrels per day. By September 2025, it came down to 1.61, not much of a change. By December, it dropped to 1.25 million barrels a day. And furthermore, by January 2026, which is when the negotiations with America were at their peak before the announcement was made, it came down to 1.1 million barrels per day. So it hasn't really stopped, to be honest. But America is very clear. It expects India to stop Russian oil purchases completely and instead buy from America. So the big question that everybody is asking, including the opposition, is America indeed dictating India on oil? Listen to what both sides are saying.
जो उनका टोन एंड टेनर है ट्रेजरी सेक्रेटरी का यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका जो उन्होंने ट्विटर पे पोस्ट किया है, वो ऐसा है कि जैसे वो इंडिया को अपने दिमाग में कॉलोनी समझने लग गए हैं, नॉट एन इक्वल पार्टनर. एंड ही इज ऑल्सो गोइंग ऑन टू से कि 30 दिनों के बाद यूएस से आप ऑयल खरीदने का कमिटमेंट करेंगे. अगेन वी कैन नॉट बी टोल्ड व्हाट वी नीड टू डू ऑन द बेस ऑफ व्हाट यूएस वांट्स.
हमारी सरकार ने बहुत प्रामाणिकता के साथ ऑयल के विषय में वस्तुस्थिति सारी देश को अवगत कराई है. लेकिन कांग्रेस और अन्य विपक्षी दलों की विडंबना ये है कि उन्हें अपनी सरकार पर भरोसा नहीं है, लेकिन कोई भी व्यक्ति कुछ भी बात कहता है तो उनको उन पर ज्यादा भरोसा है. ये उनकी राजनीति का एक तरीका है.
Let's go across to Rajiv Dogra, former diplomat, also joining us. Is there any other way to put it than the fact that America is indeed trying to dictate terms to India on oil purchase, Mr. Dogra?
Seems so. I mean, they give a little concession here, another concession there, and they feel India should be happy about it. What is the sanctity about 30-day deadline? That for 30 days you can purchase, but beyond that you cannot. After all, China is continuing to import oil freely from Iran. It continues to import oil from Russia. But no one tells China that there's a 30-day limit. Europe has recently been reported to have told Ukraine that do not cut off our gas supplies from Russia.
Yes.
Turkey continues to import oil from Russia. Trump has never told Turkey what to do. So I think the optics of it are strange. And the reality is that America does from time to time and frequently impose its will.
So what is the best way for India to deal with this diplomatically?
Well, to be firm and to take care of our sovereign interests. Our sovereign interests are wherever we get the cheapest oil and oil which we need from the nearest possible source, be it country X or Y.
Just stay with me, sir. I also want to bring to our viewers' notice another statement that has raised a lot of eyebrows in India. US Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Lando saying that Washington will prioritize its national interest in economic engagement with India, which is fine. But it also said that it will not repeat the mistakes it believes it made with China 2 decades ago. Listen in to what he said.
Excited about the trade deal that is almost at the finish line now, and think that can be the basis for really unlocking almost limitless potential. And so we are very much excited on focusing with India on these economic and commercial opportunities. And so, but again, India should understand that we're not going to make the same mistakes with India that we made with China 20 years ago in terms of saying, oh, we're gonna let you, be able to develop all these markets, and then the next thing we know, you're beating us in a lot of commercial things. We're going to make sure that whatever we do, it's fair to our people, because ultimately we have to be accountable to our own people, just as the government of India has to be accountable to its people.
Right. Rajiv Dogra, how do you read into this statement? Does this in a way answer the question that you were posing on the hypocrisy that US is adopting on India, because US sees India as the next China?
Well, I think the US Deputy Secretary of State is taking some liberties with truth. When he says 20 years was the trade aspect when China was admitted into WTO. But it started in 1971 with Kissinger and Nixon going to China, and they were hell-bent after that China must grow into a big strategic and economic power so that Russia or Soviet Union at that time could be challenged on behalf of America. So America went out of its way to make sure that China became a superpower. Now they don't have any control over it. As far as India is concerned, India is growing despite America's pressure and China's resistance. So the fact is that India is doing whatever it is doing economically or strategically on its own.
But this is going to be a very tricky issue for India now in years to come. I mean, at least till Donald Trump is in office, his tariffs may have been struck down, but he's finding other ways to pressurize countries when it comes to Russian oil purchase or even other things, right? He's going to negotiate with China soon when he visits China in April, and all of this is been seen as a prelude to that. So even if I leave China aside, this is for India becoming a very tricky question. We can't quite dump America as a friend and a partner. We need them, but we can't have them dictating to us.
Quite frankly, Trump is a difficult customer. Trump is a bully, and Trump will demand more if he sees an opening, even a slight opening. He would want to rush in there. China has told him quite clearly where he gets off. China did not succumb to his tariff pressure. In fact, it increased tariffs even more. So as you said very rightly, that China stands on its own. China says that, sorry, you will not dictate terms to us. I think it is time for India also to assert its sovereignty, which it always has done, but not to give in to the economic pressure that Trump is so keen on.
Yes. In all of this, there's also perhaps a lesson that economic might is the biggest might. And yes, along with military might, but if you grow economically, only then can you actually demand what you want on the table, which is playing out with China. India wants to get there as well. I do thank Rajiv Dogra for joining us. Well, domestically speaking, remember we've been talking about how this is going to be something the opposition would want to corner the government on. A Congress meeting that was scheduled to discuss these issues has just ended, and Congress sources are indicating to CNN News 18 that they will move multiple notices when the parliament session starts on Monday, demanding response from the Prime Minister on the Iran issue. My colleague Pallavi Ghosh is also joining us with more on this. Pallavi.
Yeah, Shivani, it's from day one, which is Monday, 9th of March, when the parliament reconvenes. It's going to be full-on confrontation between the government and the Congress party. While the first issue which is going to be taken up is that of the no confidence motion being moved against the speaker. But the Congress has also made up its mind and is, of course, reaching out to the other opposition parties as well in moving multiple adjournment notices, both in Lok Sabha as well as in Rajya Sabha. They want the Prime Minister himself to respond to all the charges which have been made and claims which have been made by Donald Trump. One, they want to ask that where does India stand vis-a-vis Israel and Iran war? Why is India taking a stand? Why is it that Donald Trump has given permission or allowed India to buy Russian oil? So compromising of the foreign policy is a big point which is going to be raised by the Congress party, and therefore it's going to be complete mayhem and confrontation between the two sides once Parliament meets up from Monday onwards.
Are we looking at another washout is the big question. Pallavi, we'll leave it at that. Thanks a lot for joining us. Moving on, everybody's talking about it around the world. Global economies are worried because there's a massive drop in maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. This is an AFP infographic of the strait showing you how traffic before and after the announcement of the blockade by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has been. These are traffic images from January 1, 2026 versus March 4, 2026, the day after the blockade of the strait was announced. And you can see how it has all come to a standstill. In all of this, America has promised that it will try to keep this strait open for global oil supplies. It wants its navy to escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. At least those are the assurances that are coming in. Trump has already ordered a maritime risk cover to protect Gulf shipping. And they say they're coordinating with the IEA to maintain oil flow for the next 60 days. A 60-day oil drawdown is planned to stabilize global markets. Steps are being taken to ensure that there is continuous US oil supply amidst this crisis as well. So maybe they're seeing an opportunity in all of this. Listen into what the representative of the American government had to say.
The president said if necessary and when appropriate, the U.S. Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. I think it speaks to why this action was so necessary, that ultimately the energy industry is going to benefit from the president's actions with respect to Iran because Iran will no longer be controlling the Strait of Hormuz and restricting the free flow of energy, which, as you all know, controls 20% of the world's global oil supply.
Let's bring to you, more as far as the outbound transits at the Strait of Hormuz since February 26 is concerned. On February 26, nearly 40 oil tankers, LPG tankers, LNG tankers, container ships, bulk carriers, etc. transited through the strait. On February 27, oil tankers, LPG tankers and others, they all had transited as well. But by February 28, by the time the entire war situation had become more clear, it began to drop down. So you can look at the number that has started to decline from March 1, and by March 4, the number has become absolutely zero. So this is the situation that prevails despite those American guarantees and assurances. Let's also take a look at some of the dramatic images, the escalation of the current West Asia war. Iran has taken, we've got some satellite images that we've got from several key military bases in the Arabian Peninsula, suggesting that Iran is seeking to degrade air defenses by destroying these US-made radars that detect incoming missiles and drones. So these are the images from the Muhaffaq Salti Air Base in Jordan. More of these images have been accessed. The next set of images are before and after images, satellite images from the Dahal base in Qatar as well. And you can see some of the damages that have been caused. These are all highlighted on the screen for you. Images also, satellite images from Thad Battery near Al Sadair, UAE. Remember, this is an important one to look out for. This was the image of these batteries that are there. They are the ones that are actually the defense system that the Americans employ, their anti-missile system, and there has been damage that has been reported on multiple of this. Remember, IRGC said yesterday that they launched their 17th wave of attacks under Operation True Promise 4. They targeted strategic sites in Israeli-controlled territories that managed to bypass the US-made THAAD missile defense system, one of Washington's most advanced missile defense systems. This is called the THAAD system, and as the war is evolving, Israel and the United States both are still trying to grapple as to how to lower and minimize this kind of a damage that is being caused. So several US assets have taken a lot of damage. The next set of images are also Thad Battery near Al Ruwais base in UAE. Iran is also firing multiple, advanced missiles. This is the Khorramshahr 4 Khyber Fateh missiles that have been launched. Look at this visual. These are Khyber and Fateh missiles that has been launched by Iran. This is footage that has been accessed just earlier today. So this is the kind of defense that Iran is also managing, and as I said, they continue to hit many US air bases and Israeli targets as well. For more on what Israel is looking at, what are the barrage that Israel is tackling, I want to go across to my colleague Sanjay Suri who is also joining us. Sanjay, give us a sense of how has been, the barrage in Israel has been, what has been the condition in some of the major cities. You're in Tel Aviv. You've been for the last few days since the war began. Has it come down, or is Iran continuing to at least fire missiles on these cities?
Well, both are true in a sense, because the number of missiles being fired from Iran has come down over recent days. No doubt about that. Fewer sirens, the frequency is reduced of the sirens. That said, there was a repeated siren warning earlier today, and we saw that there was an incoming ballistic missile that was intercepted by Israel. So the firing continues. In the last few days, it has reduced somewhat. There is now a fresh threat from the Iranians that they're going to step up these attacks with the Khorram Shahar 4 and the others that you mentioned. That is a scenario that is awaited. But certainly everyone here is very alert, and of course air defense is alert and watchful for any of these missiles coming in. Israel certainly does want to live up to the name of an impregnable defense by way of its three-layer defense system, the Iron Dome, then what they call David Sling, and then the Arrow that really takes out hypersonic missiles, or is intended to do so. This is now a very fluid situation, a very uncertain situation here. The city here, Tel Aviv, was hit on the very first day by a ballistic missile. One woman died, many were injured, a whole block was flattened. Since then, there have been successful interceptions, and of course everyone here hopes that continues.
Just stay with me, Sanjay. I also want to bring to our viewers this image, this visual that has been released of 50 Israeli Air Force fighter jets dismantling what was Ali Khamenei's underground military bunker. This was beneath the Iranian regime's leadership compound in Tehran, in the heart of Tehran. The idea of managing to destroy this Khamenei underground bunker built beneath the regime's leadership compound. 50 Air Force fighter jets struck that morning with precise guidance from military intelligence and in coordination with Mossad. The underground bunker of the former supreme leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, completely decimated. And this is the kind of strikes that gave them that early advantage, isn't it, Sanjay, of taking out nearly all of their leadership, to the extent that now we're getting news from Iran, Sanjay, that nobody really wants to take the position that has been emptied, because Israel has very clearly said that whoever becomes the next supreme leader is also going to be a target.
Well, certainly it would be suicidal to opt for that and accept such a position, and it would be devastating and really lethal to appoint somebody and name someone. And needless to say, it won't take Mossad long or the CIA long to determine the location of that leader. Without doubt, they'll be able to hit that leader and kill that person. This is now almost a given even in Iran. They know that the top can be attacked, killed, decimated. The question here is whether that is delivering a devastating blow to the kind of regime in place. That seems intact and in place. There is a good deal of tenacity within the Iranian system, where they seem to be prepared for this, that somebody will be assassinated by Israel. They will not be able to stop it really, but someone else takes over. They've almost pre-planned all this, various layers of leadership that takes off one after another.
No, but
Given
Sanjay, here's the question.
Sanjay,
here's the question. Somebody has to take over, right? Otherwise, who do Israel and America talk to? Somebody has to take over.
Nobody is talking to anyone. What we will have taking over is a faceless collective. There will be names, faces, and people known to be a part of that. And they will, with luck as they would like it, be able to deliver and lead the country. And they will try and take care to see that they are not also wiped out in turn, because this can't go on and on. At some point you need some sort of leadership that's in place and also alive. That is turning out to be a great challenge for Iran. No doubt when they have some sort of a leadership in place, it will be an anonymous group, and their location will be hidden to the extent that they can hide anything from Israel at all.
Yes. Well, certainly uncertain times as far as what happens in Iran, but Israel has been very clear, and it has American backing to the hilt. That also Donald Trump and his government have made absolutely clear that they're with Israel until all of their objectives are reached, are met, and they also want to be in control of what happens in Iran next. Thank you, Sanjay, for joining us. I also want to bring to you the CNN report, Frederick Pledgen reporting en route to Tehran, showing that security has been tightened with more checkpoints and heavily armed personnel are now on the road amidst this escalating war. But daily life appears to be calm and normal.
Fairly good progress towards Tehran. It is a very, very long drive, though. Some things that we are seeing, we already went past one place where apparently there had just been an airstrike. There was thick black smoke billowing over one place, so it seemed like a fairly fresh airstrike. Also some destroyed buildings that we saw from our vantage point as we were driving past. The other thing that I would also say is that there are definitely more checkpoints than usual. We did see checkpoints with fairly heavily armed security personnel. Other than that, though, it seems as though things are going on, and we certainly don't see any sign of order collapsing here. Taking a quick break for a coffee along the way. We've been driving for several hours. There's a couple of things that we've noticed. Number one is that, first of all the shops are open. All the shops are really well stocked, even with fresh things, like, for instance, fruits and vegetables. Coffee, obviously, also available as well. And then also the gas stations. There's no long lines as gas stations. Fuel seems readily available, and you just don't see any sort of degree of panic anywhere.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Yeah, sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US air base
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
Now that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand. When it is targeting these air bases, Iran, we'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day you know the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the Namaste and welcome. You're inside the bunker with one and only Tom Cooper, and I'm Anand Narsimhan. 50 Israeli Air Force fighter jets dismantled Ali Khamenei's underground military bunker beneath the Iranian regime's leadership compound in Tehran, in the heart of Tehran. That's what the IDF has claimed. It destroyed Ali Khamenei's underground bunker built beneath the regime's leadership compound. 50 Air Force fighter jets struck this morning with precise guidance from military intelligence and in coordination with Mossad. The underground bunker of Ali Khamenei, which was built beneath the leadership compound of the Iranian terror regime in the heart of Tehran. Let's try and understand with Tom, how is this possible? This clearly is a hovering UAV that's taken this picture, or are these
Yes,
satellite
exactly.
images?
Exactly, Anna. This was taken probably by what is known as RA-1. This is a very small stealth UAV Israelis have developed precisely for purposes of unobserved observation of special targets, particularly so in Tehran, in Iran. So you can even see that the drone is a little bit, wobbly up from time to time, probably from shock waves, from the detonations from the ground, or due to the weather, for example. But basically, they sought to obliterate the complex of buildings, really to destroy it. We have seen this already during the assassination of Nasrallah 2 years ago, when they have destroyed his compound where he has entered with more than a dozen of bunker buster bombs. So it's the same here, just not the bombs. I suspect, as my information is, that they were using this long-range air-launched ballistic missiles. Now they say 50 aircraft, sure, probably including escorts, which means aircraft are equipped for air-to-air, for electronic warfare and similar purposes. So I guess, judging by the number of explosions, that there were some between two will be probably too few, but some 6 and 8 aircraft involved, releasing air-launched ballistic missiles, as described a few days ago.
Right, so have they used the bunker buster? The other thing, I'm going to request the team to try and call up the RA-01 graphic, how the drone actually looks like. We put it together 2 days back along with the MQ-9 Reaper. So if they can call it out, we can show to our viewers how the RA-01 actually looks like. It's a stealth drone, flies very, very high, and it's a very small one. We'll try and show that. But you have two theories. One is that if there are 50 aircraft that have gone, the main ones that dropped the payload may have been 2 or 3, but the others were there to try and save it from the Iranian air defense?
Keep them safe from Iranian Air Force, from Iranian interceptors, just for a case. Israelis are still, contrary to the Americans, professional enough to take the Iranians seriously. Correspondingly, there are certainly 4 F-15s in front, all armed with air-to-air missiles, just to keep the striking aircraft safe from Iranian interceptors. Then another, who knows how many F-35s and similar, and F-15s flying, keeping the Iranian air defenses under control, and then additional aircraft to support them.
I just want what the RA-01 drones look like and why they are so special. If we have that, we'll call it out. But I had a bigger question. My question is, if that's the case, how is it that the Israelis had passage all the way to Tehran above, Sanandaj, Isfahan, Karaj, and still they were able to get right to the heart of Tehran. Now, for that, they must have had either access or they could have fired missiles. How did they access this without the Iranians knowing?
Very good question, and that is now the answer is quite simple. All that was flying, the only Israeli aircraft, so to say, that was flying over Tehran was this RA-1.
RA-1, okay.
This is looking something like this from the ground, as visible from the ground. It's just a small UAV. It is really hard to see, actually, except one knows where to look. So what they did was launch from their bases in Israel, fly over southern Syria, meet the US tankers here at the joint of Iraqi-Syrian border, refuel, and then go into action. Let's say 4 F-15s in the front to make sure that the Iranian interceptors cannot act against them, and then electronic support here and here, for example, and then come the aircraft carrying the actual air-launched ballistic missiles.
Okay.
F-15Ds, we have shown them several days ago. They make their runs, climb, launch the missiles, and these are flying to Tehran.
Okay.
You know, and they are precise enough to create exactly that kind of damage, which we have seen, here.
But the IDF is now claiming that these 50 fighters, these aircraft flew over Tehran. And the first set of eyewitness accounts say that there were aircraft that were flying all over Tehran. Now, how is that possible? So, this is the MQ-9 Reaper. The next one, if we can call the next one, that's the RA-01. This is the MQ-9 Reaper. The next, all right. Okay, so this is the MQ-9 Reaper. So the Reapers will be doing the reconnaissance and the surveillance. The smaller ones.
This is the US used.
This is the US one.
This drone, they have their own drones which are looking similar and so on and so on.
Okay.
But the point how I'm still not buying Israeli claims about they are flying over Tehran. I want to see it. It's as simple as that. If they are flying over Tehran, where is the problem? Camera out and take a photo.
Correct.
But we are hearing this already since the last year, and there's nothing is happening in this regard. We have seen photographs of Iranian jets flying over Tehran almost every single day this week.
Right, but my question is, at this time, this was the beginning of the war.
This was the beginning of the war, yes.
Yeah, but the Iranians by then had their SAMs, they had their ballistic missile locations, they had their counter defenses, and it starts from Sanandaj, Tabriz, and all these regions.
They were here, they were here, they were Khorramabad, Tehran, Qom, Karaj. So their air defenses were all active.
Correct. But if there are 50 fighters, you think they wouldn't have picked it up? How is that possible?
Of course they would have picked them up.
The other thing is, even if there were ballistic missiles coming all the way into Tehran...
That is a different story. That is a different story.
Yeah.
If, let's say, a group of aircraft appears over there over northern Iraq, the Iranians have no reason to start shooting into northern Iraq because they lack the means to do so. Of course, their Bala 373 long-range SAM systems, usually stationed somewhere here, might have the range.
Right.
But without evidence that they are under attack, they have no reason to start shooting at anybody over northern Iraq because they could hit. At the time, there were still quite a lot of civilian airliners flying down this corridor and down the Persian Gulf.
Correct.
Of course, the flow of airliners down this commercial corridor was stopped in the final moment, so the Israelis were undisturbed. But nevertheless, the Iranians had no reason to shoot over northern Iraq.
Correct.
Because the war did not
My biggest question is, how is it that there was this convention here and the IRGC and the Iranians, who seem to have got a measure of the Israelis now that they can bombard Tel Aviv all this way, did not anticipate that there could be an attack? Now that's where it all started, isn't it? And none of the Iranians have ever answered this question, as in, how is it that these aircraft or these missiles landed in the heart of Tehran and took their supreme leader?
Excellent questions. The fact that the Iranians have relatively good weapons, even if these are not particularly effective in this war, the fact that they have developed this contingency plan for succession of their, in the case of loss of their supreme leader and most of the government and so on, does not mean that they are great strategists or understand what is going on or are always reacting correctly in military terms. So they have prepared themselves for a case of this war, but they have not expected plenty of eventualities. And this was one of such.
Right. Now you have to remember, viewers, this is all started. This is how it all started. The question is, how did they get in and how did they get out? How is it that the Americans and the Israelis, and especially the Israelis, if there were 50 aircraft over Tehran, how did they get in and how did they get out? And the Iranians did not chase them out. They didn't hunt them. Why is it that that happened is a question nobody's been able to answer, and the Iranians have ducked. They have ducked this question right since the start of this war. It's all started it. But that's from then they have ducked this question. How did they enter? How did they bomb? And how did they get out? How did you let those 50 planes go if there were 50 planes?
This is the same profile of attack we have seen when the Israelis assassinated the leadership of the Hamas in Qatar.
Yeah.
Sometimes was it last year? Yes. They came down the Red Sea, took their turns, launched the missiles across Saudi Arabia and hit the point in Qatar as they wanted. So we have the same here. They do not go anymore into the envelope of the enemy air defenses. This is not necessary.
Right.
No,
so this is the RAO one? No, not
sorry.
this one. This is not the one.
It is just a video of a small UAV, making a turn.
Making a turn. We had that video also. All right, but let's move on now. Let's see who's attacking where now. Where are the Iranians going to concentrate their attacks, and where are the Israelis going to concentrate their attacks? So there are two maps that he's drawn. We'll call out one after the other, and we'll hand it over to Tom Cooper to explain and game this, saying what's the dimension this war is going to take as it enters week 2. That's what's important. Can we call that up here, please?
The first map, yes.
The first map?
Israel.
Israel, the Israel one.
And this is Iran.
This is
and
Iran.
The other one, please.
Okay, the US-Israel surrounding Iran. The other one where Iran is targeting Israel. The second one, please. Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
So, the essence of this map is based on monitoring what is Iran targeting in Israel over the last 2 years. What was it targeting? So, for example, there's Mount Meron. This is the highest mountain in northern Israel. It has a major radar station atop of it, not only a radar station, but also intelligence gathering station. So it's looking all the way over Lebanon, deep into Syria, all over Jordan, for example, not to talk about Eastern Mediterranean.
Right.
It was one of primary targets last year. Ramat David Air Base, which is targeted also by Hezbollah.
Correct. Why?
Because it's the closest air base in northern Israel to Lebanon.
To Lebanon.
The same is valid for Mount Meron. Hezbollah is regularly targeting Mount Meron, missing it quite often too. The same is valid for Ramat David. There are several villages nearby settlements actually, and they are hit by Hezbollah while they are targeting Ramat David. In Haifa, the Iranians have targeted last year the famous refinery, which is always targeted, but whoever is at war with Israel. And then, in particular, what we are seeing during this war, this is Iranian strikes on Tel Aviv area.
Right.
And there they are targeting 3 major facilities. Ministry of Defense, Mossad headquarters, and headquarters of the Unit 8200.
Right.
These 2 are something like the IGC is kind of obsessed with hitting them. They want to hit them. And they are striking them regularly. But so far, as far as I know, have always missed them. They are also striking in Tel Aviv.
Why the Unit 8200?
This is intelligence gathering unit. So like Mossad, they want to pay back. They want to extract revenge. And this is why they are targeting these 2 in particular. They are also targeting air defense systems protecting Tel Aviv. We have seen this last year. We have seen this year again. Then
this one we have the pictures of the Ben Gurion International
Ben
Airport.
Gurion International is a civilian airport. And now one would say, Iranians striking civilians. No. Ben Gurion is also currently the base for some 25 US tanker aircraft.
Right. We got the wrong set of visuals on the screen. Can we put out the Iranian attacks on Israel and the Ben Gurion pictures? Those are the ones that need to run. Not Tehran visuals, please, right now. We are talking about Iran's attacks into Israel. So can we have those set of pictures on the screen? No, go back to the map. I'm saying what's running along with the map on the screen, on our television screens. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
So, Ben Gurion, and nearby is Tel Nov Air Base, which was hit particularly hard last year. But of course, none of Western satellite producing company was ready to provide any kind of pictures of them. We have seen early during the war attempted target strike on Stot Micha.
You call it Stot Micha. This is the Beit Shemesh.
This is Beit Shemesh, where the missile missed and tragically killed 10 civilians instead. And then two other major targets, either side of Beersheba, Hatzerim, but especially Nevatim Air Base. Nevatim Air Base because it's the home base of the Israeli F-35 fleet. These are stealth jets. So they are regularly targeting, or they were regularly targeting Nevatim Air Base and hit it several times heavily.
So these are the targets. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 locations in Israel.
In Israel, yes.
This is only Israel that's being targeted by the Iranians. But Iran is also
and by
targeted
Hezbollah in the north.
By Hezbollah. So that's the proxy that is active there.
Exactly, yes.
The Houthis reportedly have been bought over because they are not active.
Nothing yet, yes.
Nothing's come from the Houthis. But Iran is not just targeting Israel. Iran is also attacking a lot of the US air bases across the Gulf countries. You want to point that out, where all they are attacking and why?
Of course. Yes, don't worry. Get it working. So just a second. So let's show it in this color this time. No. So they are targeting the Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan. This is where they have hit one of these radars we have discussed earlier today. The base is the primary base for US fighter bombers involved in operations. That is US Air Force fighter bombers involved in operations over Iran these days.
Okay.
Then they are targeting Kuwait.
Right.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Let's start with Erbil in Iraq.
Right.
Because this is the base of the 101st Airborne Division of the US Army.
US Army.
Yes, so they have hit the ammunition dump, for example, over there, or ammunition depot. They're targeting Kuwait, also on radar and the air bases. They're targeting Bahrain. Here they have heavily hit the headquarters of the US Navy 5th Fleet in Manama in Bahrain. Yes, plus the air bases. Qatar, they have hit this super expensive long-range radar in Qatar. And other facilities in Bahrain, they were also targeting the CIA office, plus hotel where US military personnel was evacuated from military bases. So into this hotel, they were targeting the hotel. So obviously, real-time intelligence in that case. Russians are instantly claiming this for themselves, but I adopt this. And United Arab Emirates, just a second.
Yeah.
United Arab Emirates down here. And finally, they have targeted one port in Oman, in central Oman, approximately in this area.
Right.
So these are the neighbors that they have targeted so far. Additionally, additionally, there were these strikes. So
in Cyprus and Azerbaijan.
Cyprus and Turkey, in Chile, which is next to Adana here, on Akrotiri on Cyprus, and in Nakhchivan in southern Azerbaijan, where the Iranians said that it was not them. Similar in the case of Cyprus, the Iranians said it was not them. And on the other hand, the British said no damage, but eventually a photograph has appeared with quite a sizable hole in the hangar wall, and who knows what was hit inside.
What was hit inside? So these are also Iran is somewhere surrounded on all sides, and it's also opening up. It's stretched quite thin in terms of its attack and what it has to do. Now, if its munitions dumps and if its ballistic missile bases are being hit, where is it likely in the coming days? When we go ahead and look forward into week 2, where is it likely to concentrate its attacks? Let's just quickly understand.
Iran is going to continue striking Israel.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, wrong button. It's going to continue striking Israel. It's going to continue striking the United Arab Emirates and Qatar in particular, Bahrain as well. This is for sure. I don't know about Kuwait. The reports from this area, from southern Iraq and from Kuwait, are quite contradicted the last 2 days. There were reports about US fighter jets shot down, search and recovery operations by US special forces, by Israeli special forces. There were reports about battles inside Iran. So this is very confusing right now, and I can't make up my mind what happened over there.
What happened
But this
over
is
there?
going to continue. And I said the Israelis are going to continue targeting Iranian ground forces, that means police, police and
black
IGC.
because that's more
or
visible.
black,
if you
okay.
can. Yeah.
That is better visible, so. Israelis are going to continue striking Iranian ground forces, police and missile forces in this area, while the Americans are going to continue doing so in southern Iran.
Yeah, can we have the other map, please, where the US-Israel forces are going to target in Iran? So, let's have that, the other map, the last one. Yeah. And then he can explain
this. This is a beautiful map showing major bases of the missile force of the IGC.
So this is what the Israeli forces are actually targeting. There is Khurramabad, and it's all towards western and northern Iran.
This is all actually Tehran area and western Iran. Yes, that's correct. There is another base near Tabriz, but I have put only these ones on the map in order not to make it too full.
Okay.
Essentially, primary units are the 7th and the 23rd.
Okay.
They are the ones striking Israel the most often. The 19th Brigade is the one which is operating short-range missiles and striking Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, United Arab Emirates.
So that's the 19th Zulfikar Brigade based in Lar.
In Lar, exactly.
Okay.
But these two, they have also the biggest missile cities. And 7th Brigade, for example, is not only deployed at Imam Ali underground base, but also in Semnan.
Okay.
And that in several locations in this area. This town is east of Tehran, therefore very hard to reach for the Israelis. They are striking it primarily by air-launched ballistic missiles. Air defenses in that area are still intact, which is why even the US had to attack it with B-2 bombers, with stealth bombers, and trying to hit these bases with bunker booster bombs.
Right. Now, let's try and understand in the next phase. The Israelis, we've got limited time. The Israelis have come out and said they've launched the next phase of their attacks. Now, in Iran, where are they going to concentrate the next phase, and what is critical for their plan?
Still in this area.
This area.
This is why I'm emphasizing this and this. They are going to continue striking missile cities as necessary. They are going to continue kind of shaping the possible future battlefield for Kurdish insurgency in western Iran along the border. I could zoom in and show you precisely what towns. Just a second. If we have the time for that, here we are. So for example, what are Israelis bombing in this area? They're bombing Bane, police station, local IGC station, Bukhan, police station, local IGC base, Sanandaj in particular, Kermanshah anyway. This is also a major military compound. There is also a big army base in this area. Hamedan, with the big air base of Iranian Air Force, but also IGC bases.
Right.
Bujed, heavily hit the last 3 days. Kudasht, heavily hit the last 3 days. So this is really, one can say, Israelis have started to shape the battlefield for future insurgency of the Kurds, provided this is coming.
Provided this is coming. Where are the Kurds going to come? The Kurds are going to come from this direction.
They are going to, there is going to be flow of weaponry over the border, because this is the border with Iraq.
Right.
The Iraqi Kurds have said, oh, sorry, this is not our issue. So they are going to try, the Israelis are going to try supporting this alliance of 5 disparate Iranian Kurdish opposition parties.
Right. So now there is going to be, if there cannot be a regime change altogether, is there an attempt, a tacit attempt to try and balkanize Iran into multiple portions with the Persian groupings and those that have been suppressed by this regime for the nearly 5 decades now, coming back up and being goaded to take their place or reclaim what's been taken away from them. For that, you got to stay on tuned with us here at CNN News 18, and we'll get back inside the bunker with Tom Cooper to tell you more about that very soon. For the moment, winding it up. Thank you. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you very much.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. It's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Oh, it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV? Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. I'm Anand Narsimhan. Viewers, the conflict has entered into its first week, 7th day actually. and it doesn't seem to be ending. In fact, it's going way beyond the normal battlefield engagements. The United States has deployed bombers and naval forces to target Iranian missile systems and warships, while Iran has threatened shipping routes and Western vessels. Tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, a critical route for global oil trade, have surged, with tanker traffic dropping sharply as shipping companies are avoiding the area due to missile and drone threats. About 20% of the world's oil passes through this strait, and the disruption has already pushed energy markets into volatility. Qatar has stated that the cost of oil could go up to $150 per barrel, which would be a death knell for global economy. Now, inside Israel, a nationwide state of emergency has been declared. Schools and many businesses have closed, and also reservists have been mobilized, and civil defense systems are active amid repeated missile alerts. Now, meanwhile, heavy bombardment continues inside Iran, particularly around Tehran and strategic military locations. Reports suggest that more than 1,000 people have been killed across the region since the conflict began. Though the exact numbers remain uncertain as fighting continues, the US administration has defended the strikes as necessary to stop Iran's military capabilities and nuclear ambitions, while Iran and several other countries have condemned them as violations of international law. The war remains active and unpredictable. Missile exchanges, airstrikes, regional proxy fighting continue, raising fears that the conflict could widen into a broader Middle Eastern war involving more countries and potentially reshaping global security and energy markets. Now, here are the visuals of the scale of destruction by Israel and the United States. Now, this is the latest. This is the claim that 50 Israeli jets were the ones that leveled on the 1st of March the Ayatollah Khamenei's underground bunker. These are the pictures, obviously clearly taken by a hovering surveillance drone like an RA-01, and these pictures show the precision with which and the payload was dropped right on the top of the building, so much that it could go down, penetrate. These are the bunker busters. So they go, make a hole, and then explode, so that the bunkers beneath are also demolished. And there was so much payload that was dropped that to ensure that beyond doubt there are no survivors at all in this. Now, this is something which the Israelis and the Americans achieved. How did 50 aircraft actually enter Tehran? That's the question. Why did the IRGC and its own surveillance system and defense system not spot it? Is another question. These are more pictures that we have, and also released by CENTCOM, pictures released by CENTCOM where Iranian targets are decimated by the US forces. Although there are some experts who believe that some of the images released by CENTCOM are actually bogies. They are bogies that have been placed by the Iranians, which the Israeli and the American army seem to have targeted. Now, this also brings into focus how the Chinese military technology that's been deployed for Iran has actually failed to protect the key infrastructure sites in Iran. Now, these are reports. Reports say this is another major reported failure of Chinese tech after Operation Sindoor in Pakistan in 2025. And why are they saying this? They're saying that Chinese military tech has emerged as ineffective against Western power in real combat. Now, remember that there was an AVAC and also a radar system that was damaged by loitering munitions itself, destroyed, and that left the entire Bolari air base open for pummeling and plundering by the Indian forces during Op Sindoor. Similar thing has happened. Iran has faced severe damage to its nuclear and missile programs with high casualties because the tech that they employed, the Chinese tech, was low grade. It did not prove as effective as the claims were made. Failure of tech has exposed airspace vulnerabilities and damaged China's military export reputation, saying that China mal, when you're sending abroad, when you're giving to other countries, it's not genuine, or it's not as effective as you would create for your own defenses. Now, they failed to intercept stealth B-2 bombers, F-35 fighters, and Tomahawk missile strikes, just like they failed to read the BrahMos. Forget BrahMos, even loitering munitions they were not able to identify, and the decoys also took them for a ride during Operation Sindoor. Failed to protect Natanz and Fordo enrichment facilities, heavily damaged in the US strikes. Even after the 12-day war last year, there was no improvement that came from the Chinese, who seemed to be doing a technological transfer with them. The other thing is it failed to protect Tehran compound, which led to the death of the Supreme Leader Khamenei, saying, how is it that despite using such advanced guided defense systems that and there was a huge communications area in Karaj, how is it that Tehran was left vulnerable for the Israeli to come in and kill? And this is after what happened in Qatar. This is after what happened in Tehran, when a massive explosion had happened to take out some of the top Hamas, Hezbollah leaders, etc. Now there is also the YLC-8B radar, which failed to detect. It failed to detect incoming stealth and low observable threats. So these are all questions. The radars were actually jammed, blinded, or destroyed by US-Israeli electronic warfare. There is also the concern, as far as the Chinese tech is concerned, no effective early warning cover provided by the Chinese radars. So multiple. And then there is also the BDU Global. This is the navigation and jamming tech that did not prevent overall command disruption. This is the BDU-3 global satellite, which is supposed to hover and give real-time intelligence, but it did not do the job that it was supposed to be doing. It also failed to detect and deter US-Israeli missile drone programs that were sent their way. So why did it all fail? That's the question. Chinese tech vulnerable to advanced US-Israeli electronic warfare. They seem to have gamed the Chinese tech, or are they selling lower grade equipment to the in exports? Poor integration with Russian S-300 and Iran's indigenous Bawar 373 missile systems is another cause, another problem. Of course, it also gets overwhelmed by multi-vector tactics like stealth and decoys with precision munitions. So this is a huge concern that's being raised with respect to the Chinese tech. Again, after Operation Sindoor, this is the second time that Chinese tech in the international market, to the people whom it's exported it or shared this tech, has been found wanting. Let's go across to our guest, Lieutenant Colonel Doran Avital, former Commander, Special Forces of the IDF with us, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra with us, Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey with us, and Dr. Anand Ranganathan with us. My namaste to everybody. Thank you for your time. General Pandey, would you agree with this assessment where they say that Chinese equipment in the international military-industrial complex will now be less trusted? They were found out during Operation Sindoor, including some of their PL-15s, etc., that seem to just lose sense and lose their intelligence and just drop wherever they are, along with their radar systems, intelligence systems, and guidance systems, which seem to have let the Iranians down, because they have not been able to answer the question, how did the Israelis get in? On day zero of the war, how did they get in to bomb the Khamenei complex?
So, Anand, firstly, thank you for having, and my regards to the co-panelist here. It will be par for the course if I get after the Chinese and the Chinese equipment, right? But I must just try and correct a little bit, because this equipment, which is the special equipment, we are talking of these radars and LR-SAMs which have come for integration with S-300.
Right.
They came pretty late. It takes time when you get a high-end equipment to get enmeshed into the overall architecture of air defense, and which I don't think has happened in just about 6 to 7 months. Time is too less. You got to carry out exercises, training, and everything.
Right.
And by the way, if you're carrying out these exercises and training under umbrella of observation and supervision of monitoring of the American and Israeli systems, then everything which you radiate is producing an ID and a signature which can be also tracked and monitored and thereafter disrupted. So one thing what has happened is, let's not blame only the tech of Chinese, but we must also blame the Iranian hierarchy and their soldiers, who possibly, firstly, not haven't been able to enmesh. Second is, they have not been able to protect the cyber part also.
Right.
Because a lot of things are happening by the Mossad agents which are operating inside. There are people who are operating against the regime, who are giving information, and they're controlling this command and control system. So Iran virtually is not fighting against an enemy outside. It is also fighting an enemy which is within, which is compromised because of the regime's behavior, because of the challenge. So I will not put away very quickly the Chinese equipment. Yes, it is failed. It is failed in Pakistan. But then there are other larger issues in it. The second part Let me throw back the question to the environment who is saying all this, that even the American systems or the layered Israeli systems have been also breached by the Iranian systems. So
Iranians, yeah.
Yeah, Israelis. The Iranians have actually breached the Israeli airspace. So has the Kuwaitis and the Qatar. Their all airspace has been breached. All the promises made by the Americans that they will be able to look after the airspace in case of a conflict has actually turned out to be not true. So, it is I think Iranians are fighting a battle which is quite lonely, right? Rightly so, right? I'm not in support of the Iranians, but I'm also not trying to say that the Chinese equipment has failed all rock solid. It will come for a test when it is one-on-one and not played in a different third world country in that sense.
But there is this perception that the Chinese don't actually give their A-grade supplies when they are exporting it to other nations. See, look at the Pakistanis today. They found the Afghan Air Force coming in and bombing their gates today, and they have done it. And they also sent the loitering munitions over Noor Khan not so long ago. So clearly the Chinese are being found out at multiple locations in this region wherever they try to befriend and install their systems. We've just got an update before I bring in Lieutenant Colonel Avital. Israel's finance minister Bezalel Smotrich's son is reportedly injured at the Lebanon border. This is at a time when Israel has issued not only called for national emergency but also called on the services of the reservists in Israel. We know, viewers, everybody serves for the country, and irrespective of what positions they are, when they are called for duty, they are there in the line of duty. We just hope for his safety. But Lieutenant Colonel Avital, your assessment of where we are 1 week since this war has started.
Of course, to start, first of all, the son of the Minister of Treasury was lightly wounded, so we wish him the best of health. In terms of, first of all, the superior technology, I think you pointed it right, that the gap is immense. There's no way even to compare. And it's on all levels. We saw it in previous exchanges, also in the defense level, the way we succeed to intercept the missile, and in the offensive, there's no... It's very clear today, the bombing of the bunker of Khomeini, which requires really, and think this is 7 days in the war, so they might have been much more prepared, and yet Israel was unable to create such an attack in which the outcome is still being checked, and this while weighing the war with Lebanon. So I would say the superiority of the Western technology is very, very clear, and I would say another thing about the intimate connection between Israel technology and the US. We use US technology, but we improve it in many times. Sometimes we are the first one to utilize it, like the F-35 intercepting the Iranian airplane. So this intimate bond, which I don't think, I'm not sure exists between Iran and China, even they back them up, it's really unique. And add to this the fact that any technology is as good as the people that operate it, and we have a long-standing experience of using high technology in the front end of technology, and this proved itself in this war.
Right, but you would also admit that the Iranians have got quite a lot of resilience. They are still able to penetrate Israeli air defense, your three-tiered levels. In fact, they claim that the Khorramshahr penetrated a 7-ring of defense, and it was able to land at Ben Gurion, where they were clearly targeting the tankers, the on mid-air refueling tankers. That's what their target was.
The question is always that with the Iranian, there's some gap between the rhetorics and what they advertise and the outcome on the field. It's true that in the previous exchange there was one hit near the airport. I don't think they succeed to hit strategic targets in the way they advertise it. And of course, from time to time, civilians are getting killed. It's indication also they don't have the right precision. I think all around, the technology is proving poorly with respect to the Western technology. And also it's a message, I think, for the Iranian people. When your government advertises its superiority in some domains and then the gap is so dramatic, reconsider what they tell you, because this is really, I think, in terms of technology and superiority, that I myself think there's no question. The only issue, of course, you're talking about if, God forbid, there would be boots on the ground, then this is a different battlefield.
Yeah, but seems to me, and Ambassador Rajiv Dogra and Dr. Ranganathan coming to you, that the Iranians have already moved to guerrilla mode. And for the Iranians in guerrilla mode, one suicidal speedboat at a tanker one drone that they drop in the Strait of Hormuz. See, they've got their objective there because they've got the jugular. They control the Strait of Hormuz as of now because there's no traffic there, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. And that's going to weigh on President Trump and the Israelis very soon because nations are not going to like this. It's going to economically hurt. And anything that hurts those who believe it's not their war, they will turn around and say, stop this. Ambassador
Well,
Rajiv
exactly,
Dogra.
Anand. It seems as if a billionaire from UAE read your thoughts because he's addressed an open letter to Trump saying exactly this, that why have you dragged us in a war which we did not want? But it's not just going to be the countries or the states in Gulf who are going to be negatively affected by all this. It is India, it is all the other countries who are dependent on energy imports, gas imports, or trade with Gulf that will bear the long-term consequences of what is happening now for the last 1 week. The other thing is, there is also the larger question of international law. If America today has decided that it must change the regime in Iran, and partially they have succeeded by killing Khamenei, but what about China? Can it not do the same, not just in Taiwan, but in any other country that it does not like? Or how can you then blame Russia for doing what it is doing in Ukraine? So the issue is that economic well-being of the world has been affected already and may be affected for some time to come. Second is the international order, which is doing fine, taking along quite well so far, reasonably well, has now been punctured. And we don't yet know the long-term effect this would have.
True. I just want to put out some of the pictures. I'm going to check with the team. Dr. Ranganathan, they have made the cost very dear and they're going guerrilla is going to hurt. If you can call up the Shahid drone graphics and details here. Cost-effective kamikaze suicide drone, and really it's become the bane of everybody's tactics and existence as far as the US-Israeli combine is concerned. Look at the places. It's all these kamikaze drones. It's not even the missiles that are doing the damage. Be it the third battery near the Al Sadr area, the Al Dafra air base. We have so many pictures. Each of these pictures show more than the ballistic missiles which they claim to intercept. This tiddly drone weighing 200 kilograms, carrying a 50 kilogram payload, has caused the kind of damage which Trump has now dialed Zelensky saying, come and tell me how am I going to neutralize, how my forces going to neutralize this, Dr. Ranganathan. So the Iranians know how to fight a low-cost war, and they just need to send 5 drones a day at different targets, 20 to 300 kilometers or 3 countries separate. And that's it. It's going to be panic all over.
No, absolutely. The stakes are high, and Iran knows this. On the other side, not in Iran, because for Iran, this was the end game that they had been expecting for decades. Please remember that it is a dictatorship. And the one thing that the dictatorships fear most, if they are not supported by any world power, is that they might be gone any moment. And even if they are supported by world powers, there's always this fear lurking in the background that this might be, my last year or my last week or my last day. So they've known this for a very long time. Their backs have been against the wall. They are prepared for this. The question is, was Trump prepared for it? And I think Trump was prepared for a very short, swift war. The reason that America has never won a long drawn-out war. I mean, the comparisons that you can make is, for example, with Vietnam, where when you had the body bags coming in, 47,000 of them, America simply went away. The same thing happened in Afghanistan. But coming back to the warfare that has taken the shape that it has, as you correctly put it, Iran, that has nothing to lose. And I was reading an article in CNN that up till now, all the technology that Iran has used is actually 9 years old. They haven't even come to their what you would call a frontier technology that Iran already has a stockpile of. So yes, the decks are loaded, but here I have to say one thing. There are people who criticize us all the time, sometimes rightly, sometimes wrongly. But we had our own, Anand, and you've talked about it ad nauseum last year, our own Akash defense system that could track 64 targets simultaneously, that thwarted 1,200 Pakistani missiles and drones within a span of 4 days, and neutralized with an accuracy of 99.4%. That is the power that we have.
I think there's also, Dr. Ranganathan, I'm interrupting you, it's just simple common sense. The 23 the old guns, you decided that, okay, if the enemy is using low-cost warfare into me, sending $20,000 drones or 25,000 rupee drones, I'll kill them with 2,500 rupee bullets. I'm not going to use 2 lakh rupee counter mechanism. That's what we were able to do. We were able to integrate them, and these L-70 23 they were able to do the job. The UAE, the Qataris, all these guys don't seem to have those guns anymore, and they are not using them to shoot down these drones. That would have been a far more cost-effective way to do it. If not, if you don't have EMPs, or if you don't have places where you can jam. But the point is, those drones will drop wherever they drop, and they will still cause damage because they have got payload. They're suicide drones. Yes, General Pandey, and then one comment from Colonel Avital. Yeah,
I'll just quickly say a couple of points. One is Iran is going to fight the war with their strength. And their strength is low cost suicide kind of a war, right? And unfortunately, neither the world is prepared for it, nor can be the Iranians Israelis or Americans are prepared. It is going to bound to be this thing unless you are able to control it.
Right.
Even if you are able to control the regime, you'll still have the fringe elements coming out and carrying out the strikes onto Hormuz or something, and they will always say, okay, it was not this thing, we are not aware of it, and we are going to look at it, right? One is that. A country like Israel has lived the low-cost element of suicide battles, which has been happening with Hamas, Hezbollah, and these in that region. So let's wind up that, and this is where Iran is going to fight, and they have built up Shahid, right? Now, second part is that even this is a lesson for our Indian policy makers.
Right.
Time and again, Indian policy makers also want to shift to high-cost, high-value platforms, and they say that once you got this, you don't require Zu-23s or you don't require S-70s. And this brings to bear for a lesson from Sindoor and also from this war that they need to continue to invest. The spectrum of a high-tech war will be there. But you need to continue to look at the low-cost, low-end, low-edge point protection system which is required to be with us. The last few points which I'll quickly say is that please understand that the billionaire statement, right, that is not our war. The same billionaire, after about 2 years, would have said that when the Americans and the Israelis and the Gulf knew that Iran is going to weaponize the uranium and the ballistic missile system, why did you not attack or carry out the removal 2 years back?
Correct.
So, it is very easy to start judging today rather than looking at
I'm going to use
the last point, Anand, this very important is my heart goes out to the Israeli finance minister's, deputy minister's son, right, and the family. I wish through this, even our top level of hierarchy, politicians and bureaucracy and everybody takes a lesson that you also need to go and fight in the front to understand what it is.
Not necessarily fight in the front, but then get into national service. That's what's important. Yeah. Every Bharatiya needs to be some form or the other as part of all that covers the national security doctrine, be part of any of those services that will help the nation. And they need to be part of that like yesterday, not even today. I've run out of time. I thank all our guests. I know we need to have a longer conversation. We'll do that. But viewers, as we take a pause here, we'll also now set up something very, very special. It happened in our studios a short while ago. Have a look. Right. On day 7 of the conflict, intense military exchanges continue between Iran and the US-Israel coalition with escalating regional impact. Iran is launching fresh waves of missile and drone strikes at Israeli territory and US bases in Gulf states, triggering alerts and interceptions in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait and Qatar. Israeli forces are responding with air operations, including strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. In the Gulf, Iran's Revolutionary Guards reportedly struck a US oil tanker in the northern Gulf, causing fire damage. Gulf states continue to tighten air defenses and scanning routines amid ongoing threats. Pentagon leadership asserting US-Israeli forces are gaining control of Iran's air defenses and missile networks, although Iran persists in low volume yet sustained strikes across multiple countries. They have gone into quasi-guerrilla mode. Let's go straight across to our guests and understand from them their perception of this fight, this fury in the Gulf, and how long do they believe this is going to last. Sitting right next to me is Erik Solheim, President Europe Asia Center and former Under Secretary General of the UN and former Minister of Norway. He is with us in the studio. Erik, thank you very much. Next to him is Gianni Vernetti, former Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs of Italy. Thank you so much. Wael Awad, the familiar face, senior journalist with us. Thank you very much. And Jeffrey Van Orden, Vice President, New Direction, the Foundation for European Reform, former leader of the British Conservatives in European Parliament, former Chairman, European Parliament Delegation for Relations with India, the United Kingdom, and Distinguished Fellow, Gold Institute. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's start from the far corner. Jeff, do you see this ending any soon, or is it going to just increase the headache globally?
No, it's got to end soon. I would imagine that there are talks going on discreetly at this moment. It's difficult to see at this stage what sort of government will replace the mullahs, but the mullahs need to go. That's very clear. Probably some sort of technocratic government in order to give the Iranian people sufficient time to organize for democracy. Democracy is not something that's going to come overnight.
Regime change, the mullahs need to go, is the US-Israeli violation. The Iranians believe regime continuation by any form is victory for them. How do you see this?
Well, I don't see this finishing very fast, because definitely the Iranians have prepared for this kind of an attack by the United States and Israel. Having said that, I would say that they already knew that this attack going to happen anytime. And beside, they are already causing damage and they are causing pain for both of them, despite the fact that the United States may be going for another alternative kind of attack on Iran to make sure that they calm down and to succumb to the pressure of the United States. But however, there is no sign on the air that they are going to do it soon. And the longer the war continue, the more the American will be in trouble, and the Israelis as well, because Iran is geopolitically a very important country to deal with. And secondly, it's not a small country like Iraq or like Libya or Venezuela. It's a country with the power to reckon with.
Right. Gianni, your thoughts? Europe seems to be in two minds about this whole conflict. Some nations have endorsed support, other nations have said, we don't want this war. How do you see this?
I see that Iran, during the, let's say, 3 decades, pose an existential threat to the state of Israel, systematically export terrorism and instability, promoting and supporting Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthi insurgencies around the Middle East. So it was an agent of chaos for many, many years. And I think that regime change is a possibility on the table, and it's expected. It's not an easy task. It needs time. As said before, democracy cannot arrive overnight. But I really convinced, I really think that this confrontation will not stand for long, because I think that it should be a short military operation.
The Iranians like the long haul. They're in it for the long haul. They like a scrappy fight. Trump is not someone who's got the stomach for a long fight. Erik, where is the world seeing this go, and is this going to perhaps create a certain amount of flux economically also, along with perhaps redefining world order?
Look, if there is one lesson from history, is that it's very, very, very easy to start a war and very difficult to end it.
Right.
I mean, you think George W. Bush would have gone into 20 years of war in Afghanistan if he had the choice in 2001. I think if he had started a war in Iraq, if he had known that it would last for 10 years.
Right.
Of course, no. And Trump, I think, has no plan. The United States is totally dominant in military terms. It can wipe out every asset in Iran, everything.
Yeah.
But it's very weak in political terms. It has no mechanism to force a regime change. Regime change in history has never ever happened from the air. But if he's lucky, a new and better regime could come up. There's no different view on that. I mean, this regime in Iran has not been flexible, not been pragmatic, been very ideological, and created a lot of international chaos. But he has no mechanism to replace it with something better. So most likely it will go on, and exactly because the Iranian government is brutal, it has a very high pain level.
Yeah.
It will be able to take a lot of pain without giving in.
Without giving in. Please don't wait for me to ask questions. Please jump in with your thoughts. It's a conversation, not a Q&A. Yes, Jeff.
I disagree that Iran has the capacity for a long conflict. They don't. Their capabilities have been seriously eroded already. They have no means of defending the airspace over Iran. We're seeing now a serious degrading of their ability to carry out missile and drone attacks. So I don't think they have the stomach for a long conflict, and I think you will find elements now in the Iranian armed forces that will very rapidly seek to bring about a change.
You think it will come? Yes, sir.
I mean, the best possible outcome would be a less ideological, less extremist Iranian government, maybe run by some people from the Revolutionary Guards or from the military. Democracy is just a dream. It can never happen in this form.
Right.
But we must remember also that this attack by Israel and the United States and Iran is against any global norm.
Absolutely.
And it's very dangerous. It's also totally undermining the European position, which is, the Russian attack on Ukraine was illegitimate.
Yeah.
And then always, maybe it's the United States is allowed to attack Venezuela and Iran. This is absolute hypocrisy, and it completely undermines the European standing in the world, which should be that we oppose all attacks on foreign nations, whether Russia do it or the United States of America.
And by the way, I think that the people of Iran is tired of this regime. Remember, just a few weeks ago, there was an uprising all around in the cities, in Tehran, but also in the small villages all around the country. And there was very harsh repression. It's assessed by 30,000 young people dead in the street. So people is tired. The minorities, they were very much oppressed. Think about the Kurds, think about the Azeri, the Baluchi. So the different ethnic minorities in Iran were very much oppressed during that time. So I think, of course, it's not easy, but there are chances that there is a positive democratic transition. It will take time. It will be a tough issue. But I think this regime is more and more weak, and especially from within, not just from the external attack. So I'm quite optimistic on that.
My take here is: are we legitimizing this war? The war is already illegal. It's against UN Charter. It's against any law in the world.
Yeah.
We have to agree on that. The second part: who appointed the United States as the policeman to attack any countries, whether they can take Libya, they can take Afghanistan, they took Iraq, they're taking Venezuela, tomorrow Greenland, Algeria, Nigeria, name it. I mean, we need to understand, as a human being, this country have been surviving with an elected government by the people of Iran. They have a supreme religious leader. You went to the country saying that they have an illegal military thinking of nuclear programs. When you and a undeclared nuclear state go and attack them. I mean, I need to be logically understand if I belong to that region of the West Asia and the Middle East, I want to understand Who gave you the leverage or the liberty of attacking another
who gave Ayatollah Khamenei to say death to Israel, death to Jews?
This is 1953.
No,
it was the American there. They were the American there. No,
So
we know it. It's not a question. You see, Israel said they wanted to throw a bomb in Gaza. Does it make that sense also? They said, let's throw a nuclear bomb. Rhetoric is always said by
not
everybody.
rhetoric. Absolute action.
Absolutely.
October 7. Did Iran not hail October 7? Why did Iran
Hailing-
why did they back October 7?
I tell you, this is our wrong reading of history.
Yeah.
Every European understands the fight in the Middle East because of the creation of Israel at the cost of the Palestinian. The two-state solution was there. Where is the Palestinian state? The whole fight is taking place in occupied territories. And that is your legitimate right to defend your
for
territory.
that, creation of Hezbollah is okay, creation of Hamas is okay,
No.
creation of the Houthis is okay. All of that came from the Iranians?
No.
So,
The creation of Hezbollah is because
Why-
of Israeli occupation of south of Lebanon,
okay,
1982.
okay. Eric Solheim wants to say something.
I think we can have two thoughts at the same time.
Yeah.
One thought is we go into the law of the jungle if every major power is free to attack a smaller nation. That's
Correct.
absolutely ridiculous.
Right.
There are many rough states in the world.
Correct.
And Israel is one of them. I
Correct.
would not advocate that anyone should attack Israel because of all the atrocities Israel has done. Netanyahu is indicted for the International Criminal Court.
Right.
Still, we should not attack Israel.
Correct.
And nor should we attack Iran, even if we despise the government there. It's possible to both be upholding global principles and being opposed to the government of Iran. But unfortunately, this is likely to be much longer than people think. And then it will have huge ruptures. Trump may give in because the gasoline price will hit him in the upcoming elections in November in the United States. We do not know. What we do know from history is that I can think of one or two wars in all of human history who was shorter who those who started the war believed they would be. Nearly all wars are much longer, much more bloody, much more protracted, and they're difficult to end.
Where the only war or conflict in recent times that ended in less than 90 hours was Operation Sindoor. But
Exactly. and
but
that
there the
is
political objectives were very clear.
That is a stand-alone example of a wise leader, Narendra Modi, understanding we need to make a case, but we also need to stop the war. That's not the rule of global diplomacy. It's exactly the opposite.
No, does it not stem from a clear political objective, Jeffrey? Here, is there a clear political objective? Because every day the goalpost seems to be changing. One day it's regime change, next day it's ballistic missiles, third day it's nuclear. Now it's back to a regime that is palatable to me and I get to choose.
Well, I think the clear political objective is to remove Iran as the source of terrorism and trouble in the Middle East and beyond the Middle East. That is the objective. Now, it's multi-layered, the solution to that. Yes, we must prevent them having a nuclear capability. Yes, you need to release the oppression of the Iranian people and get rid of this mullah regime. Iranian people a chance to breathe, and we need to stop all this intervention in other countries. We've heard about Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis. These are all Iranian creations. They are Iranian creations, and not only that, we've seen terrorism around the world sponsored by the Iranians. They are a menace with this regime. The Iranian people are desperate for freedom. They're a great people. It's a wonderful country. They need to have the opportunity to breathe again. And the women get off these veils and to be able to live lives. That's what we all want in our countries. We want a better life for future generations. We want children to have good educations. We want people to be happy and prosperous. In all countries, we want that.
Right.
You can't do it with these oppressive regimes.
I'm just asking you this.
Yeah.
This entire invasion by the US, Israel, and the bombing and this war, taking it, an outsider coming in, will this even within the domestic fraternity bring them all under the flag, despite them not liking the regime? That's one part. The other thing is there is a sizable Shia population across the world in various countries, even in Europe. There will be a certain resentment and anger simmering in. Now, how does society and how does the world deal with this? Is this going to spawn more radical entities, or is there a peaceful alternative to this?
I think that the issue within Islam is not just anymore the confrontation between Shia and Sunni, but within the Shia community and within the Sunni community, there is a confrontation between two different views, and advanced, innovative, and modern views of Islam, fully compatible with democracy and what we really think is necessary, and another conservative views within both communities. So I'm not sure that the Shia community in Iraq or in other country will follow the Iranian regime in its systematic export of instability and terrorism. I may add something. A few days ago, President Zelensky said that during 4 years of the large-scale invasion of Russia in Ukraine, 57,000 drones, Iranian drones, were launched by the Russians towards the Ukrainian cities, towards Ukrainian civilians. So Iran is an agent of chaos, is exporting instability far beyond the Middle East. So, and that's, I think, is a crucial
point. Is Iran an agent of chaos, or has it taken an anti-America position? So whoever backs America, America's friend is my enemy, and whoever is America's enemy is my friend. Is that the position the Iranian regime took, or would you want to agree with Gianni here?
Look, the arguments we hear for this invasion is exactly the same argument we heard for the need for the West to stand 20 years in Afghanistan. I mean, that invasion was there was good reasons to do it in the early days, but it lasted for 20 years with enormous suffering for the Afghans. Right. It's exactly the same arguments we heard for the invasion of Iraq. I mean, Saddam Hussein was an enormous threat to the entire world, we were told, and he wasn't. And we have seen the suffering, and also in the United States. And now you struggle to find the one American who is in favor of the invasion of Iraq. At the time, 95% supported. This invasion is not even supported by the majority of Americans, and it's highly unlikely to achieve the result. The result which the two gentlemen here argue is that the world will be better off with a new government in Iran. But what's the space for people in Iran who oppose the government under the attack of the United States to go out in the street and do something? Correct. Trump even told the Iranian people, you should stay at home when I bomb you. Well, how can any regime change happen on the ground in...
because they wait for the bombing to end, we will clear the passage for you. Or did they miss the window? When the January uprising was happening on the streets, should the outside intervention have happened then? Or have two events happen at disparate times, and that's why they are not
We should accept that there are limits to foreign interference. If you don't like a government, and there are many governments in the world I don't like, leave it to the people of that nation to change their government. If you try to do it from outside, in all cases you fail. There are a few examples, but nearly all American regime change operations in the last 70 years have failed. Many of them spectacularly hit back towards the United States, as the gentleman said. And the attack on the Iranian Prime Minister in the 1950s spectacularly was as a boomerang hit the United States. So why involve yourself in all these regime change operations when history tells us it's much more likely to fail than to succeed?
I'm just asking you this, did Trump have this in his head, even in his first term, that there are 5 rogue nations and I need to sort them out for stability? Venezuela needed to be sorted, and because of the Chinese influence, and China is the main adversary. Iran needed to be sorted because of China's investment in Iran, so much so that the technology transferred to the level to which their ballistic missiles program, it's all been helped and designed by the Chinese. That's the level of involvement. So is that the larger game, that let me take out the rogue elements that have been planted who got Chinese and Russian support one by one and reduce it to 1 or 2 rogues only and remove the rest? Is there any logic in Trump taking this line and then approaching Iran?
I'm not sure if this logic is within Trump's mind, but by the way, that's for sure there is a growing confrontation in the world between autocracies and democracies. If you think about the very strict coordination between China, Iran, and Russia on many different issues. And as you said, China was the most important purchaser of oil from Venezuela and Iran, and both under sanction. And China transferred technologies to Iran with this technology, Iran was able to build a ballistic missiles program. And it's difficult to deny that the ballistic missiles program, together with the illegal nuclear program, poses an existential threat to the state of Israel. You said before, October 7th, that does not came out from nothing.
There is fundamental issue here, is that when the United States started the policy of regime change by force, we all saw throughout the 3 decades of this policy being followed up. Whether it's in Iran, also 1953, Mossadegh prime minister, the democratically elected was removed by the American, the CIA and the MI5 and even the Mossad. And then they brought the Shah. That's okay. If you want to bring democracy, you do not have to attack a religious leader of a supreme leader of sentiment among the Shia community in the world. This is one. The second part, which you attacking a school, you're killing 160 children between the age of 10 and 12, and you people asking the President Trump, did you attack a school? He said what they were doing on Saturday. I mean, there is no difference whether the children died or no. It's for him that Saturday school is open. So what I'm trying to say, regime change, President Trump himself, he himself criticized his predecessor.
Killing of the 170 odd children is tragic. But those 30,000 protesters who were shot dead point blank.
How you know 30,000 protesters?
So,
we know.
Even if there were 3,000 protesters who were shot down point blank, how can you broad brush that?
I am
how
not
can
saying
you just justify
this is
that?
the largest demonstration in Iran since 2006. I have been following it.
The religious leader issues a fatwa with a clock tower saying 2027. 8,000 ballistic missiles and death of Israel. We're going to wipe out Israel, and it's celebrated out there with his sanctions.
Israel Ben Gurion said the Arab want to throw us to the sea, and then he said it, and we adopted.
What is the doctrine of the Hamas? Wipe out the Jews, kill all Israel. Wipe out all Jews. Death to Israel, kill all Jews. That's the doctrine of the Hamas. What did the Khomeini declare after the 12-day war happened? 8,000 ballistic missiles, and 2027 I want to wipe out Israel. Why did he say that if his intent was not there to try and do? See, moment you have this kind of a position, I will wipe you out or you will wipe me out, and everybody worries, if I don't wipe him out, he will wipe me out. There will always be conflict. Yes, Jeff.
I think any sensible people recognize that there's got to be an accord with Israel and recognition of the right of the state. No, but the recognition of the right of the state of Israel to exist by all the countries in the region. We saw with the Abraham Accords a real movement in that direction. Saudi Arabia was on the point of signing up to the Abraham Accords, and that is what triggered the Iran-sponsored Hamas attack on Israel on October the 23rd. So Iran wants to ensure that chaos and catastrophe continues in all of those areas.
But do we justify the killing of 67,000 Palestinians and buried 20,000 underground?
It's not about justifying. It's about who wants peace, actually. Which entity wants peace? Eric, we've got 5 minutes. That's all. So we'll just focus on the Strait of Hormuz problem also after you make your point. Yes, Eric.
I think we need to go back to what is global recognized laws which are enshrined in the UN Charter, which says you cannot attack another nation, even if you don't like the leader of that nation. And it's fair that people didn't like Mr. Khamenei because many of the accusations
What about Russia's attack on the Ukraine? What did the United Nations do about that?
Which is, of course, completely illegal. And we need to condemn both the Russian attack on Ukraine as well as Israeli attacks on Gaza, as well as the US attack on Iran. If we don't do that, there's no any laws left longer in the world, and it's a law of the jungle, and any nation which is bigger than the other can freely attack that nation with any excuse.
Yeah, because China can attack Taiwan.
But just one comment about China.
Yeah.
Because China has a very different approach to the US. By the way, China has the same approach as India, which is they work with whoever is in government everywhere. Both China and India has worked very well with the Khamenei government of Iran, but they will work very well with the new government also, because they don't interfere in the internal affairs. If a new government of Iran comes forward and work with the international community, China will be very happy. They work with the new government of Venezuela and import oil from there, because China's interest is not in who is running any other nation. China's and India's interest is international trade, good global relations, not to portray one leader for another nation.
I have to say, it's a travesty to say that Israel attacked Gaza. Hamas attacked Israel. Israel then responded. Israel moved out of Gaza in 2005. They forcibly removed Israeli settlers. They handed Gaza over to the Palestinians. And what happened? Within days, there were rocket attacks from Gaza into Israel. That is the problem.
The attack has never stopped ever since the Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip. Never.
See, my point is, every time you're going to say you did wrong, the other side is going to say you did wrong. But where's the solution to this? Right now, all of our countries are going to suffer because the Strait of Hormuz is blocked.
Yes.
There's no trade, there's no commerce, there's no economics. Both sides are going to, no side has,
so that brings me to the answer of your questions, that the United States is fighting two wars in the region. One is a global war. It's a conflict of interest with the superpower. They wanted to control the Strait of Hormuz. There is a Red Sea, the Mediterranean. So the global trade is affected and impacted. European and China and India and the rest of the world affect. And the second part, this is our narrative, what we understand. It's not the conspiracy theory, that Israel dominance in the region is to be prevail economically, militarily, and
the Gulf countries are afraid of Iranians. The Muslim nations themselves, the OIC itself has not come out and backed Iran.
History of and Gulf countries made the right choice with the Abraham Accords. That solution is peace. Solution is dialogue. And when United Arab Emirates and Bahrain decided to sign a peace deal with Israel, with the Abraham Accords, made a great choice because
they have to go
they
for
bet
on
peace.
Why you have to go for a new sort of religion
missiles.
when you can implement what you have?
The Abraham Accords were supposed to be signed by all nations to bring stability.
Why? Exactly.
Who disrupted it?
We always want.
That's a question.
We
Jeff,
don't have a problem with the Jew.
Jeff to your left, Gianni to your right, who asked this question.
I already.
Exactly.
Final word, Eric. We're going to wind this up.
Saudi Arabia refused to sign
Saudi Arabia.
They were going to sign it, and then suddenly you have this whole attack on Israel and so on.
Not even Saudi Arabia agreed to the Abraham Accord because they wanted Israel out of Gaza before they were ready to do something like that. But let's agree with the last comment from our Italian friend here. What is needed is a dialogue to resolve the core issues here and to stop the world moving into the law of the jungle. That will be very dangerous for India and for everyone else.
Absolutely. Fair point that the gentlemen here make. Let's hope the wise men have spoken and wisdom prevails overall. We need peace and not conflict around us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us here on this broadcast and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you. Thank you. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases and the Iranians. Are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus on the US
disruption, guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a
this?
mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards. And per day, the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export, or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes, or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
The war in Iran will be entering exactly a week tomorrow. Over 1,000 people are dead, including the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and it is unrelenting. It's not like Iran has stopped either. Iran too is responding in kind. It has dragged the entire region from UAE to Bahrain to Saudi Arabia. And now all of this is taking a huge toll on global energy prices. Countries like India and China are getting squeezed because of this Middle East war, as a result of which the United States Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, today announced that the Treasury Department is issuing a temporary 30-day reprieve or 30-day waiver to allow Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil. The move comes even as America seeks to stabilize global energy markets amid rising tensions in the Middle East. The U.S. also came with these ongoing tensions. Even as missile strikes continue, the ambit of this war is now widening, and several Gulf countries have not been able to produce oil or, more importantly, transport the produced oil because refineries have come under attack as well. The situation has become even more tense because of Iran's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which is a narrow maritime choke point which handles about 20% of global oil supplies. So here's what the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said, and I want to bring that up on our big wall here. Scott Bessent taking to X, the social media platform, saying that President Trump's energy agenda has resulted in oil and gas production reaching the highest levels ever. To enable oil to keep flowing into the global market, the Treasury Department is issuing a temporary 30-day waiver to allow Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil. He also went on to add that this is a deliberate short-term measure and it will not provide significant financial benefit to the Russian government as it authorizes transactions involving oil which is already stranded at sea. Remember, Russian oil has been a touchy topic with the United States. President Trump had imposed earlier 25% tariffs, singled out India for import of Russian oil, and now, after that has been taken off, now there is a 30-day waiver to purchase Russian oil. Now, India's Russian oil purchases over the last year or so have been coming down progressively, not least because of this 25% tariffs. Now, in January of 2025, it was 1.6 million barrels a day. This is just when Trump took office in January of 2025. But progressively, if you look at India's purchase of Russian oil, import of Russian oil, it's been coming down steadily. In September of 2025, which is after Trump imposed the 25% additional tariffs, it came down to 1.6 million barrels a day. Progressively, it kept coming down. In November, remember, the two biggest Russian oil companies, Rosneft and Lukoil, were sanctioned. So in December, it fell substantially to 1.25 million. And in January, it was just 1 million. 1 million barrels per day is what India was importing from Russia. But that has now significantly changed and will change because the other countries, the Gulf countries that India was hoping to import some of this oil from to make up for the shortfall of Russian oil, those countries are under attack, their production facilities are under attack, and more importantly, their transport facilities are in jeopardy because Iran has been blocking the Strait of Hormuz. So now suddenly the US is giving a 30-day waiver. Now, Indian government sources are indicating that India's oil purchase choices have been dictated by global issues, and whatever is cheaper for India, India will purchase from there. Now, it began with less than 1% of Russian oil. This was during COVID. 1.47 million barrels a day it went up to. Russian oil then came down as India started looking at alternative sources, which has also worked out to be cheaper for India. Remember, this progressively has been coming down from August of last year, and after November, after Lukoil and Rosneft were sanctioned, it has fallen quite substantially. Crude is continuing to flow. $15 billion worth of energy is coming in from the United States. Now, government sources also contending this whole political argument. The Congress has said that how can the US allow India to purchase Russian oil? In 2012, under US pressure, India had cut supply from Iran by 11%. So this is not new, is what government sources are indicating. But this has become a big political face-off between the Congress and the BJP because the Congress is alleging, first, the US stopped India from importing Russian oil, imposed 25% tariffs, and now, because of its own war, and as a result of that, global oil prices going up, America is giving India a 30-day waiver. So even as politics is erupting at home on how America is getting to dictate to India who it buys oil from and how much it buys oil, first take a look at what the Indian government is telling about this situation. Now, India is saying that India has managed to diversify its oil sources to more than 40 countries now, beyond just the Gulf region, beyond just Russia. It is trying to maximize and prioritize domestic LPG production as well. There's no worry for the consumer, at least in terms of natural gas supply, LPG supply. Remember, India imports more than 80% of its LPG, but the government is very confident that it can see through these possibly the next few weeks of this war, when global energy supplies will be disrupted as a consequence of that war. So on the one side, this whole hangama around why is the Treasury Department of the US giving India a 30-day waiver? Why should the US decide who India buys oil from? And then you have the US Deputy Secretary of State, Christopher Landau, who was in Delhi as part of the Raisina dialogue. He has said, and pretty bluntly, that Washington will prioritize its national interests in economic engagement with India. It will not repeat the same mistakes that he believes America made with China 2 decades ago. Listen into what he had to say. Meanwhile, External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar today met with Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Saeed Khatibzadeh a day after talks with the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. India is also very clear that it doesn't want to pick sides in a war that it has no part in.
Excited about the trade deal that is almost at the finish line now. But again, India should understand that we're not going to make the same mistakes with India that we made with China 20 years ago in terms of saying, oh, we're gonna let you be able to develop all these markets, and then the next thing we know, you're beating us in a lot of commercial things. We're going to make sure that whatever we do, it's fair to our people.
American has decided to put an end to the existence of Iran. Israelis have been promising this for many decades, and this is our response. We have no option just to put an end to the presence of United States in the surrounding area of Iran.
I want to go across to Radhika Khera, national spokesperson of the BJP, Bhavya Narasimhamurthy, spokesperson of the Congress Party, Ajay Bagga is a market expert, and DP Srivastava is former Indian ambassador to Iran. Radhika Khera, this is what the Treasury Secretary, Mr. Besant, has said, that they are making a 30-day waiver for India, allowing India to import Russian oil for 30 days. The same Treasury Department and the same US administration 6 months ago had put 25% tariffs on India for importing Russian oil. Is America now going to decide who India imports oil from and how much?
Zaka have a number of reports, one from CNN as well, which state that Russia remains India's top crude supplier in February in 2026. And I believe that the day on which the US attacked Iran was 28th of February, the last day of the month. So the entire month of February, Russia has been our largest supplier. So have we been taking permission from anyone? They've written something. They've been saying lots of things. They've been saying planes have been down. Whatever they write is for the Congress party because they're the only ones who go and believe them. Nobody else. The fact of the matter is, let's talk on figures. I'm sure you have the figures. Let's take out all the figures ever since this entire thing has happened where the US has been putting sanctions this, here and there. Has India ever stopped purchasing Russian oil? No, we have not. We have made it absolutely categorically clear that for us, the nation stands first. And we are only going to purchase oil, and as much oil as we think deemed fit, which is going to be beneficial for our country. Indians are first for us, the country is first for us. So whoever gives us a better rate, a better deal, we will purchase from them, which is why Russia continues to be our largest supplier. And that is, let's talk on fact and figures. We're not going to be...
One second. Yeah. So in February of 2026, the the Russian proportion of import in India was 19%. In June of 2025, 6 months ago, before the 25% sanctions, it was at 40%. So you've literally halved your purchase of Russian oil. Why?
According to the commodity market, India's total crude imports in February stood at approximately 106 MB/d. Russian crude contributing to 1.042 MB/d of the total. Again, facts and figures, I've told you exactly how much. And like I said, CNN has reported the same.
So that's exactly what I'm saying. In February, you're importing 20%. 6 months ago, you're importing 40%. Why? Is it for Indian consumer, or is it because America is telling you not to?
We're buying for Indian consumers, which is why Pakistan, our neighbor, has already got petrol pumps shutting down, while India still has reserves. While there's going to be shortage, there's going to be problem in every country across the world, but India still has no shortage, and we have 25 days of reserves, and we've said that always. We've never had any shortage problem, which is why you will have no problem, and you will not have to stand in line.
Bhavya Narasimhamurthy, the point is that India is free to buy or choose who it wants to buy oil from. India never bought Russian oil before the war in Ukraine started. The reason why it started buying from Russia was because it was discounted. There was a cap that was put by the Europeans and by the Americans on Russian oil, and India took advantage of that price cap. Now, after the sanctions have been imposed, after the 25% tariffs have been imposed, and the differential worked out to be less than $1 or $2 a barrel, the price economics did not work out. Therefore, India has stopped or relatively reduced the purchase of Russian oil. Now, a war that India did not start, India has no role in. Because of that, global oil prices are going up. Why not go back to Russia and to cheaper Russian oil? What's wrong in that?
Tell me again why the Strait of Hormuz was closed for Indian ships? Why only Russian and Chinese and other Iranian-friendly nations this Strait of Hormuz is open to?
No, it's not only for Indian ships. It's closed for all ships. Not only for Indian ships. That's not correct.
We had a friendship treaty. One second. We had a friendship treaty. Russian ships and Chinese ships moving, right? Without any sanctions. We had a friendship treaty with Iran. One. Since when did it close again? After the war started. What has India got to do with this? I'll tell you what. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, is compromised in 3 ways. He compromised the collective moral conscience of this country by standing with Israel and USA and not with Iran, and by not condemning the killing of its supreme leader. Second, by not condemning the killing of its sailors, the Iranian soldiers on Iris Dina, who were a guest just days before they were killed in international waters. They might say it was like, away from the Indian nautical mile. Weren't they a guest? Is this how you're going to treat your guests just because they left your house and they were killed by someone? You won't even condemn that? The cowardice of Narendra Modi has compromised the interest of Indians today. It has compromised the sovereignty of this country today. Now, America will dictate. India, tell us that they will give us waiver of 30 days. Who are they to give us? According to them, we still haven't even signed the deal, right? US trade deal. They were discussing US trade deal even before the Supreme Court came out and gave the ruling. When opposition leader, when Rahul Gandhi, he came out and he asked why this was done. The same BJP said it was still not final. Then why is America dictating us? Who are there to waive off 30-day deal for us? And if they are giving all of this on their official channel, why is Narendra Modi not coming out and saying that, nobody else should believe America? Why is Congress believing? The BJP spokesperson here says only Congress believes. That's America, for God's sake. That's a global power. The president there says...
30 seconds quickly.
One second. Let me go to Mr. Bagga and to Mr. Srivastava. One second, please. Let me go to Mr. Bagga and to Mr. Srivastava as well. Mr. Bagga, the point is this. This is not a war that India started. This is not a war that India has any part in. India is the second largest importer of crude in the world. China is the largest importer of crude in the world. All countries are getting affected. If India is getting a 30-day waiver for importing Russian oil, which is clearly cheaper at this point of time, then why not take advantage of it? Should we be unnecessarily politicizing it? Or do you think, the Americans are now deciding who India can buy from and cannot buy from? 6 months ago, they put tariffs on India saying don't buy Russian oil. Now, because of a war that they started and global energy prices have spiked by about 15% in the last 2 weeks, now they are saying, okay, you can buy Russian oil.
Yeah, Zakab, today the Brent has crossed $90 for a short time. Again, it's 89.9. That's just splitting here. So 25% increase in the Brent crude price this week itself from Saturday to now. So it is a crisis for India with 85% of our crude oil coming from abroad. We have to supply our industries, our consumers. We have to have cooking gas for the crores of connections that we have added over the last 11 years. So it is a crisis. The government is taking care of it. And I would say in terms of national interest, not only the Russian oil on high seas, but any Russian oil that we can buy, we should be buying. The Europeans are telling Ukraine to allow Russian gas and oil to flow through the pipeline, which used to come from Russia through Ukraine into Western Europe. So EU has decided that we should open that pipeline. Zelensky is not opening it yet. But everybody is now looking at staying afloat. This is a very grave energy crisis. So I would not paint it in any political color.
If you can just put this into context for our viewers, Mr. Bagga. So every $1 increase in a barrel of oil I believe India's import bill surges by about $10 to $12 billion. So basically, you're saying in the last month, it's gone from $60 a barrel to now almost $90 a barrel. So that's $30 a barrel that it is increased just in the last month. So we're basically looking at what, $300 billion in excess in our import bill?
No, that's $10 per every $10.
Every $10, okay, got it.
Increase of about 12 to 14 billion dollars in our import bill. So we are looking at, if this stays, we are looking at 30-40 billion dollar more. But Zaka, the issue today is the Russian oil, which used to come at a discount in February. Today, when our companies have bought that Russian oil, it's coming at $12 premium, Zaka. So we have bought at $100, not even 90. Because right now you are just looking that I should get the molecules. You're not looking at the price, not the political color. You have to stay afloat, so you are buying. China has 200 days. I would not take Pakistan as an example. It's a failed state. It's a beggar state. China has 200 days of reserves. Japan has 250 days. We have 25 days. So we have to act. We cannot wait for US or anybody. Getting oil from US takes about 4 weeks. By that time, the story is over. Because 20 billion is not coming every day, Zaka. So 20% of the global supplies are constrained for the last 7 days. And unless Trump signs today, then it will take about 2 weeks for the oil to flow again. And it will take about a month to normalize. Today you saw Kuwait saying we are stopping production except for domestic. That has led to this Brent going to $90 Zaka. So, and Kuwait is about 4% of the globe.
So Mr. Srivastava, what is the way out? I mean, the whole world is suffering. Countries in the global south are suffering. India is suffering. And all because of a war that we have no role in, or we have no, reason to take a side on. The issue is, how can one country hold 20% of the global oil flow almost hostage? Inconveniencing and clearly, I mean, as Mr. Bagga was saying, this is almost a life and death situation, not just for the countries involved in this war, but the entire world. I mean, should there not be some kind of, rules or something that allows for flow of commerce, flow of oil particularly, which is an essential commodity, or there are no rules that govern war? It's a war between America, Israel and Iran. They lost their supreme leader. They've been hit inside their territory. Their sovereignty has been violated. There's a regime change that's going on. Therefore, why should they play by any rules or anybody's rules?
Thank you. Let me put things in perspective. Situation is much more grim than it has been brought out so far. To give you a historical example, the second oil price shock in 1979 was caused by removal of Iranian supply. Now that was 10% of the global oil consumption. With the Persian Gulf traffic or Hormuz, 20% of oil supply going through Hormuz, which has come to a standstill. You have double that amount, 20% of the global oil supply. So this is a much bigger shock than the second oil price shock. What we are actually looking at is the beginning of third oil price shock. Now the second part, how long will it last? It's not a question of few days, because this time it is not that the Iranians have mind, it's the Persians, the global insurance companies who provide insurance to the ship and the cargo. They have simply stopped
insuring ships anymore, yeah. All right, we've lost that link with Mr. Srivastava. We'll try and go back to him in just 1 second. Yeah, Radhika Khera, again, it comes back to, if we had friendly relations with Iran. Iran seems to be making some exceptions for certain countries. We are now at the mercy of either America or Russia, or in this case now Iran. The Gulf countries are not exporting as a result of this war. Basically, we are at somebody else's mercy.
First of all, Iran has also made an exception for India and has opened its borders to let Indians travel back to India. And that exception is only for India. So those people who have been crying
The
hoarse
Strait of Hormuz,
and
we
saying,
are talking
can you
about
please
trade.
control this lady? I didn't speak over her.
One at a time.
I'm not.
We are speaking about
If she's so
trade.
interested
one-
in war,
one
she
at a
can
time,
probably
please.
go to Iran. They
One at
need
a
their
time.
support.
One at a
They
time,
need all
yeah.
the hands that they can
One
get.
at a time.
If
One
the
at a
Congress
time,
is so
please.
interested,
One at a
they can
time,
go to
please.
Iran.
Please.
We'll help arrange flights for them. Having said that, now, interestingly, how this ecosystem today, which is screaming that India is under US, Manmohan Singh was the puppet prime minister, where the government was being run by remote control via Mrs. Gandhi and Mr. Rahul Gandhi. India actually cut Iranian oil imports by 11% after US pressure, which was openly reported, and you covered it as well. I'm sure you covered that. And today, under Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's leadership, the reality is exactly the opposite. Russia has remained India's largest crude supplier, despite as many sanctions that the US has imposed on India. Despite anything, Russia still remains to continue to supply the largest amount of oil. We have not reduced it, but yes, it is a matter of fact. And on record that in 2012, Rahul Gandhi's government succumbed to the US pressure and reduced the oil imports by Iran by 11%. Wasn't Iran India's friend back then? Why did we succumb to US pressure and not take oil? Let's not forget that. That is how India used to succumb to pressure, and today we are not. And yes, today when the country is under attack, when Iran is under attack, what do we see today? We saw that their deputy foreign minister is in India, a country which is in conflict. Dr. Saeed is in India, and when there was a brief meeting and the reporters asked him about what is India's stand and did you have a conversation with India, he said, yes, everybody is supporting the international law. That is what India's stand is, and that is where India stands with Iran. We're not the ones who reduced buying oil because हम US से डर गए थे. डरो मत.
Bhavya, yes, you did so in 2012. There were sanctions against Iranian oil. You stopped purchasing Iranian oil, and now this is a war of not of our making. If it is dangerous to transport oil, then it affects everybody. You can't make a political thing out of it.
Okay. In 2012, Iran even accepted Indian rupee when there was sanction against using dollar and pounds. One, taking a decision for the people of India, for the interest of Indians, is very different from taking decisions to protect one individual called Adani and save yourself from Epstein's file. And just for the fake medal, you go to Israel and within 48 hours, a nation, weren't you aware of it? If you were not aware of it, if your intelligence, I'm talking about Narendra Modi, was such a failure, what kind of a prime minister are you? You didn't know in 48 hours they are going to attack Iran and make an unprovoked attack against Iran, a friendly nation. And did you even condemn it? What is Radhika even comparing? And she didn't answer your question, saying she didn't even answer your question. Your question was about Strait of Hormuz, right? Why Indians are not allowed there when we have a friendly relationship with Iran? But she has no option, no answers to it.
Okay. Mr. Srivastav's line is also back, so I want to get quickly a word from him. Mr. Srivastav, do you see Iran making exceptions for certain countries with which it has had friendly relations, or this is a situation that's going to continue until there is some kind of a winner or loser in this war?
You know, it's not a question of Iran making an exception or any other country, because, as I was saying, the transit through Persian Gulf, through Hormuz Strait itself is blocked because the insurance companies have walked away, which is 20% global oil supply removed, which is double the oil price shock, the second oil price shock. So we are looking at the beginning of third oil price shock.
Okay.
Now, this is going to last longer than the previous one because this is not because of kinetic action. Even when the kinetic action is, that is, the war is over, it will take some time for the insurance rates to come back to normal. The Red Sea war, where the Houthis attacked, the insurance rates have still not normalized. Now, the third thing, there has been discussion about buying Russian crude. The basic issue is how much Russian crude is available, because most of it is already committed to China. This exemption or whatever exception which US president has said covers the seaborne Russian crude oil that is currently 7 million barrel. India gets 2.5 million barrel a day. So even if this was available, to us exclusively, it would not last more than 2 days. Now, the only way, and it's not a question of only India, we need not make it a partisan debate, because this has already affected the entire world. The only way out is to bring this war to a closure. The problem is that the Israeli and the American war aims expanded. Initially, it was nuclear talks, which could have been resolved. Omani's foreign minister had said, after the talk on 27th February, a day before the war, that peace deal is within hands. Now, then Israel and America struck. Now, unless this nuclear deal is possible, because Iran has agreed to zero stockpiling. Without stockpiling, you can't have not zero enrichment, zero
stockpiling.
Stockpiling. Which means without stockpiling, you cannot have nuclear weapons. They have also agreed to dilute the earlier stock which was enriched up to 60%. So nuclear issue can be easily resolved.
But that's not the goalpost. The goalpost has been shifted.
If
They've
you have
gone
moved
to
the goalpost to regime change, you are looking at a longer scenario, and it's. I have served in Iran. It's not going to take 4 or 5 weeks, as President Trump has said. I think this is a massive miscalculation. Iranians are a resilient people. This will go on.
Okay, we've got to leave it at that. I'm completely out of time, but thank you very much, Mr. Srivastav, Mr. Bagga, and the spokespersons of BJP and Congress for joining us. Like I said, this is the world's problem, and India happens to be also in the line of fire because of oil prices, because of what has been happening. Let's see, and let's hope and pray that this war comes to a close quickly. All right, I want to go across to Ms. Goldie Gomari. She's an Iranian rights activist and also a former member of the Provincial Council in Ontario. Thank you very much for joining us, Ms. Gomari. I want to first start off by asking you, there's a lot of propaganda on social media by both sides, by the American and Israeli side, and certainly by the Iranian side. They've made it out to be that, a great man has been killed and he's a martyr and so on and so forth, completely discounting the fact that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and the regime terrorized the Iranian people for close to 40 years. How would you speak to this propaganda war that's going on?
I think it's incredibly shameful that there are people out there who are glorifying what we Iranians call the modern day Hitler. Khamenei was an evil man. He has the blood of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people on his hands. And the day that he was exterminated was an amazing day for us Iranians and many other people around the world who have been victims of Khamenei. I myself am so grateful to the United States and Israel for getting rid of this very evil war criminal. I think the fact that there's so much propaganda about this on social media, it points to a bigger problem of how much the Islamic regime has radicalized people around the world, and I think that is a very serious threat.
Especially speaking to that concern as a woman, as an Iranian woman or a woman of Iranian heritage, especially given how this regime went after women. We saw a few years ago with Masha Amini and the anti-hijab protests. This must be like a liberating moment, but why aren't we seeing enough such voices out there in the international media, on social media, etc.?
Well, for one thing, the Islamic regime has shut down the internet. So ever since February 28th, they shut down the internet. So it is complete internet blackout right now. The reason that they do this is precisely for what you are saying, is they don't want the world to know how Iranians think and feel. However, we are getting some small videos coming out, and those of us who are outside of occupied Iran, we are trying our best to get the voices heard and make people be aware of what's going on, because this is a big tactic of the Islamic regime. Whenever they want to control the narrative, they will shut down the internet to silence Iranians, but then they will push their own propaganda. The reality is that Iranians are incredibly happy, incredibly grateful, and one of the reasons that you don't see them out in the streets right now is because President Trump himself has said now is not the time to go out into the streets. It is dangerous. There are bombs dropping on the Islamic regime. President Trump has said, stay at home, be safe. When the time is right, we will let you know, and then you can go out and reclaim your country.
I do want to speak to you about that, because there are a lot of people are saying that that's never going to happen. The regime has a tight fist in the country. We saw what it did just a few months ago, just a few weeks ago, in fact, both in December and in January. You know, the boot, the iron fist of the government crushed the protesters. So no one's going to come out, is what the critics are saying. But President Trump, as you said, has been sort of goading the Iranian people to come back and take their government back. Do you see that happening? And by when do you see that happening?
Well, I 100% see that happening. The reality is, what happened back in January, Iranians are unarmed. So they were facing unarmed and they were facing armed Islamic terrorists who were out in the streets shooting them down with military-style weapons. However, this time around, those same terrorists are being exterminated by President Trump. All of their bases are being destroyed. The police stations are being destroyed. The prisons are being destroyed. Their ammunitions, weapons depot, all being destroyed. Is the threat still there? Absolutely. But President Trump, the United States and Israel are slowly eliminating that threat. And I truly believe that when the time is right, Iranian people will go out. Why? Because we actually have a leader. His name is Reza Pahlavi. He's the crown prince of Iran. He's the leader of the Iranian national revolution. That's the person that all of us trust. He has not said anything wrong so far. He has always been guiding us on the right path, and we 100% trust him. So we are right now waiting for Reza Pahlavi's signal so that we can go out into the streets and reclaim our country.
And one final word, you know, again, there are skeptics who say that Reza Pahlavi does not have the kind of popular support in Iran. His support may not be more than 20 or 25%. Anyway, there is no appetite amongst the Iranian people to go back to a monarchic kind of system. How would you speak to that particular criticism?
Well, first of all, the only name that Iranians in occupied Iran are chanting is Reza Pahlavi. They're saying Javid Shah, which means long live the king. They're also saying In akharin nabard Pahlavi barmigarde, which means this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return. But here's the thing. His Royal Highness has not said that he's going to be returning as the Shah. He has said that he will be returning as a leader, and his role will be to transition Iran from an Islamic dictatorship into a functioning secular democracy. Now, what kind of democracy that's going to be, whether it's going to be a constitutional monarchy or if it's going to be a republic, that will be up to the Iranian people to determine in a national referendum. But all of us are committed to a secular democratic society.
All right, Goldie Kumari, thank you very much for joining us, and more power to you and Iranian women like yourself. Hopefully the people will come out onto the streets and take back your country, as President Trump has been talking about. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, this is now having international ramifications. One player who has been relatively quiet in all of this, despite the fact that for the last 40 years they have been the best of strategic partners and friends, is China. China has now commented on the US-Israeli strikes on Iran, saying that it's violating international law and it now risks expanding the conflict across the region. Beijing has affirmed its support for Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Beijing and Washington's ties have been further strained at a time when in the next few weeks, President Trump will be traveling to Beijing and meeting with Xi Jinping. And China and the United States are the two large countries who have still not signed a trade deal. So how much will China push in its criticism against this joint Israeli-American strike on one of its long-standing friends and partners in the Middle East? Or will it risk upending the entire relationship between the two biggest superpowers, the two biggest economies, just because one of its friends has been attacked in West Asia? The current thaw between China and the United States was already fragile. Now it faces a fresh new strain. The killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, in an American-backed strike that Beijing has denounced as a blatant attempt at regime change. China has moved quickly to condemn the American and Israeli strikes on Iran, with its top diplomat Wang Yi accusing both governments of assassinating another country's leader. He's also pledged to support Tehran's sovereignty and security. The killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei came less than 2 months after American forces captured President Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela, who was another close partner of China. Together, these two moves, one in Venezuela, the other in Iran, amount to a forceful display of American power against regimes that China has cultivated as part of its broader strategy. Yet, for Beijing, the question is how far to defend Iran, its closest diplomatic partner in the Middle East, without hurting its own economic interests or worsening tensions with the United States.
美国和以色列未经安理会授权对伊朗发动军事打击，违反国际法。中方对战事外溢波及周边国家深表关切。中方认为，海湾各国的主权安全和领土完整也应当得到充分的尊重。我们敦促各方停止军事行动，防止战火进一步蔓延。
Beijing is likely troubled by the potential ripple effects of the American and Israeli strikes. China is the world's largest importer of energy, and Iran has already threatened to set on fire any ship that's traveling through the Strait of Hormuz. Over the past week, Iran has shown it can block almost at will this crucial waterway off the southern coast of Iran, through which a fifth of the world's oil travels. That could drive up prices, and that could badly hurt China's economy. There is also a quieter domestic sensitivity to foreign-backed regime change. Xi Jinping, who is China's leader and who's been in power since 2012 and is widely expected to get a fourth term starting next year, presides over a political system that brooks no dissent. Under the Chinese state media's censors, news about Khamenei's death was welcomed. Internet users, in fact, congratulated Iranian residents, and they wondered aloud who the next leader might be. Many of these social media posts were then scrubbed off the Chinese internet. But domestic concerns aside, Beijing is likely most focused on its relationship with the United States. President Donald Trump and Xi Jinping are just weeks away from a summit in Beijing where they're expected to extend a trade truce between the world's two largest economies. The White House has said that the meeting between Xi and Trump would take place between the 31st of March to the 2nd of April. But China is yet to confirm the details of this meeting or when and where it would take place. China could still consider cancelling or postponing the meeting with President Trump to show its displeasure with Washington and its use of military power against Iran. But whether they will cross that Rubicon remains to be seen. Despite its sharp rhetoric over Iran, Beijing has strong incentives to keep its relationship with the United States on an even keel. China wants Washington to agree to extend the trade truce, reduce its support for Taiwan, and ease its restrictions on technology exports. Beijing cares much more about managing the United States than whatever is happening in the Middle East. The trip to China, which would be the first by an American president since Trump went there to Beijing in 2017, is seen as vital to maintaining the truce that Xi and Trump had reached last October in Busan in South Korea. Before that, China and the United States had engaged in a blistering trade war that sunk their relations to the lowest point in more than 50 years. For China, postponing or cancelling the summit meeting with Trump would carry its own costs. Trump has signaled a willingness to avoid any kind of confrontation with Beijing. His administration recently delayed the announcement of an $11 billion arms package to Taiwan, which is the self-governed island which Beijing claims its own. It's also eased restrictions on the sale of advanced American chips to China. Trump, in fact, refrained from mentioning China in his State of the Union address, which is an unusual omission. The legal landscape has also shifted in favor of Beijing. The recent US Supreme Court ruling, which struck down many of President Trump's tariffs, but his new 10% tariff on global imports is actually beneficial to China. China earlier had 34% tariffs, which has now been reduced to 10% after the US Supreme Court's decision. Beyond the summit, the conflict could reshape the strategic landscape in ways that benefit Beijing. Already, the United States has amassed the largest military force in the Middle East since 2003 and the invasion of Iraq. It has deployed aircraft carrier strike groups, also dozens of fighter jets to the region. And if that effort proves sustained, it could draw American attention and resources away from Asia. Beijing may not be bothered if the United States becomes bogged down in another unpopular war in the Middle East that distracts it from its main adversary, which is China. Beijing also must thread a diplomatic needle with Tehran. China has forged deep economic ties with many countries in the Gulf that Iran has launched attacks against in these recent days, like the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia. Now, unlike the United States, which has formal defense commitments with dozens of its allies, China has only one ally, which is North Korea. Its partnerships with Iran, with Venezuela, these are all strategic, they're not military alliances. Still, the strikes on Iran have laid bare the gulf between the two superpowers and their military capabilities. Despite its rapid investment in recent decades, China does not possess an army like the United States. The US Army can project power in any part of the world at any time. They've shown that in Venezuela, they've shown that in Iran. And that rankles Beijing. Because what that means is no country, not even China, can stop the United States from taking whatever action it pleases in any corner of the world. The demonstration of raw, hard power is something that will worry Beijing. It certainly complicates Xi Jinping's own plans to reunify Taiwan by 2027. The governor-versus state government war has now taken another turn with the latest reshuffle of governors, particularly in poll-bound states like Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose has been replaced with the controversial Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi, who has had quite a few run-ins with the M.K. Stalin government there. And the relatively subdued Governor of Kerala, Rajendra Arlekar, now gets double charge. He gets the state of Tamil Nadu as well. Mamata Banerjee has already sounded the political bugle on this. She has said that this is blatantly a political decision, coming as it does just ahead of the elections. She is questioning what is the pressing need to change governors right now. She's alleging that this has been done with political motives because Governor Bose was not listening to the central government and to the Union Home Ministry. But there's been a series of run-ins that governors have had with state governments, most notably R.N. Ravi and the Tamil Nadu government. If you look back to his tenure, right from the early days, on the 5th of January 2023, R.N. Ravi had suggested that Tamilagam would be a more appropriate name than Tamil Nadu. Nadu means country, and he didn't want Tamil Nadu to be referred to as a separate country. The DMK slammed him by saying that Governor Ravi should stop acting as the second state president of the BJP. Again, a few days after that, he said this was a customary address by the governor to the state assembly. Mr. Ravi skipped certain portions, praising the Dravidian model of government, and certain other portions, prompting the Stalin government to move a resolution which approved the text that the state government had drafted for the governor. The governor then walked out of the house. On the 12th of February, Mr. Ravi declined to read the full address prepared by the state government. In 2025 April, several bills that were passed by the Tamil Nadu Assembly were kept pending by the governor or returned back to the state government, and that led to a massive political as well as legal dispute. The state then moved the Supreme Court and challenging the delay in granting the governor's assent to these bills. In April of 2025, a body of Tamil Nadu educationists also met with the President Draupadi Murmu, demanding the removal of Governor R.N. Ravi for violating constitutional secularism by allegedly asking college students to chant Jai Shri Ram during a public event. And then just earlier this year, Governor Ravi refused to again read the state government's prepared speech for the third year in a row, and his office provided a long list of reasons for why he refused to do so. So this classic clashes have happened, not just in the case of Tamil Nadu, but even in Bengal. It's not just Mr. Bose, who's now recently been relinquished of his position, but also prior to that, Governor Dhankar, Jagdeep Dhankar, who was the governor of Bengal before he became vice president, he too had a massive showdown with the Mamata government from 2019 to 2022. Mr. Dhankar's time as governor was there was frequent criticism of the state government, whether it was the post-poll violence, law enforcement, allegations of corruption, irregular university appointments. In retaliation, the state government accused him of sitting on crucial bills that the assembly had passed. In fact, that face-off peaked in 2022 when the state legislature passed a law stripping the governor of his role as the Chancellor of universities, assigning instead to the Chief Minister. This was a clear rebuke of the governor's approach. Between November 2022 and March 2026, although Ananda Bose initially shared a cordial relationship with the state Chief Minister, that led to the state BJP unit expressing its displeasure over his appointment. Things later took a turn for the worse. The governor started expressing disagreement and disapproval on a host of issues. His tenure was marked by confrontation with the state government and ups and downs in his relationship with the chief minister.
इलेक्शन के पहले ये क्या हो रहा है? इलेक्शन कमिश्नर गणेश कुमार को मिसयूज करके पॉलिटिक्स कर रहा है भाजपा।
अगर प्रेशर है क्या नहीं है, टीएमसी सब कुछ कर सकते हैं। टीएमसी के ऊपर कोई विश्वास नहीं है, वो संविधान को मान्यता नहीं देते। वो राज्यपाल के खिलाफ भी हो सकता है, किसी के भी खिलाफ हो सकता है, लेकिन उसके बारे में भी राज्यपाल जी वो बताएंगे।
I want to go across for a quick face-off on this. Tuhin Sinha is national spokesperson of the BJP. Tausifur Rahman is spokesperson of the TMC. Tuhin, the question that's being asked by Mamata Banerjee, she put out a tweet last night itself criticizing this move, linking it to the polls and saying, what's the pressing hurry? Why not wait for the elections to get over and then change governors?
Well, good evening, Zaka. Good evening, everybody. You know, the appointment as well as the replacement of governors is entirely the prerogative of the central government. The central government is not obligated to consult state governments, be it a BJP government in the state or a non-BJP government, as far as understanding of the constitution. Not just with Mr. Bose, even with Jaideep Dhankar before that and Keshrinath Tripathi before that, there is not a single governor with whom Mamata Banerjee has not been at loggerheads with. She has opposed SIR, which is a constitutional process. She has threatened to, not to allow CAA to be implemented in Bengal, which again goes against the tenets of the constitution. So Mamata Banerjee over here has no business in deciding who the governor of the state should be. As far as BJP government as the center is concerned, let me just state one fact that would establish our, credentials insofar as respecting the federal structure of governance goes. The previous Congress governments in the country had, imposed president's rule nearly 90 times. There is not a single instance when BJP has done that. So BJP has always respected the constitution. People like Mamata Banerjee should be well behaved and equally adhere to the tenets of our constitution.
The problem, Tuhin, is that, the choice of your governor for Bengal, Mr. Ravi, is not exactly an uncontroversial figure. He's had frequent run-ins with the Tamil Nadu government of Mr. Stalin. Why appoint such a controversial figure, and that too, days before elections are going to be announced in Bengal?
The same Mr. Ravi has had exemplary, excellent credentials as an IPS officer and as an intelligence officer. So just because, a state government, an opposition state government wants to besmirch his reputation, I don't think that should, the opposition state government should be giving character certificates to our governors. There is a lot which the DMK itself needs to introspect insofar as, the role of Mr. Ravi is concerned.
Tausif, it's not just non-BJP governments or opposition states where the governors have been replaced. The Bihar governor has been replaced. The Nagaland governor has been replaced. The Maharashtra governor has been replaced. These are all BJP-ruled states, or in alliance or on their own. So this is a routine exercise. Why are you politicizing it? Why are you linking it to the elections?
Good evening, Zaka, and good evening to everyone. Well, I don't understand. Sometimes they want to talk about history or sometimes they want to talk about the present. But the way we attack, they just go back or forefront. I don't understand. But whatever Tuhin said, I want to counter it, Zaka. The Union Home Minister appointed R.N. Ravi as Bengal governor without consulting Chief Minister Mamata Bandyopadhyay. Violating, let me get established here, violating established constitutional convention that exists to maintain federal balance. Article 154 and Article 163 established that in matters concerning the state affairs, the governor must consult the chief minister. Now it's okay, but this is what democracy is being killed over here. Loktantra ki hatya ho rahi. And yesterday also I said one thing. Chithi na koi sandesh, jaane wo kaun sa desh. CV Ananda Babu kahan tum chale gaye. The sudden resignation of the governor just before the West Bengal Assembly elections raises serious concerns, Zaka, about the center intentions and respect for constitutional conventions. The unilateral appointment of a new governor without consulting the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee undermines the spirit of cooperative federalism and the dignity of the state.
But Tausif, the governor of Tamil Nadu has been changed, the governor of Maharashtra has been changed, the governor of Telangana has been changed, the governor of Himachal Pradesh has been changed, Bihar has been changed. None of these chief ministers seem to have a problem. Only Mamata Banerjee has a problem.
Zaka, if someone doesn't want to talk about democracy, if someone doesn't want to talk about the freedom of expression and freedom of right, that's not our fault. We want to talk about it. This is what same happened with Bihar. There was no information given to these people before cutting their names during SIR. But now we are fighting. We wanted this logical discrepancy by Election Commission. Thop diya hamare sar pe. I mean, such action create unnecessary suspicion at a sensitive electoral moment, Zaka. I mean, you are saying, Tuhin is saying, wo hamara right hai. So we have a right to question, nothing else.
Okay.
I mean, just before the assembly election, this fair badal I mean, I don't know whether
Tuhin, again,
the boss was incompetitive
it
or
boils down
to
down to both the timing of this move and the choice of candidates. Mr. Ananda Bose did not necessarily have the kind of confrontational relationship with Mamata Banerjee that, let's say, Jagdeep Dhankar had or that Mr. Ravi had with Mr. Stalin. So therefore, because he was slightly more conciliatory, you've changed him, and you've changed him just maybe a week before elections are going to be announced.
Zaka, before I come to that, I think we need to call out the hit and scoot politics of TMC. I'm sure, forget TMC, I'm sure CNN must have done its own research. You put forth, you tell me the constitutional provision which tells you, you read out the constitutional provision which tells you that the central government should consult the chief minister before the appointment of the governor. There is no such constitutional provision. They can, they can just throw some clause, they can throw some article over here. I'm challenging you, read it out to me. So that's point number one. This ignorance of the TMC, chosen ignorance, needs to be called out. Number two, like I have mentioned, we have an exemplary track record in the last 12 years. You tell me one instance where, we have imposed president's rule barring money. Ideally, we should have done that in Bengal in 2021 when TMC cadres indulged in the killings of so many Karyakartas of ours. But we did not. Okay. So I don't think we should approach this entire issue with such a cynical mindset. There are so many states which have had a change of governor. Not one has complained. And that includes opposition states.
Tausif, the fact is that Mr. Ananda Bose also had his ups and downs with Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, whether it was the RG car rape episode, whether it was Sandesh Khali, numerous instances where he has taken a divergent line and criticized the Chief Minister. So there was really no love lost there between Mr. Bose and Ms. Banerjee.
See, Zaka, this is what I'm talking about. The difference between a concern and a complaint, it's huge hell and hell difference. I mean, I want to show you the pattern. The pattern is now crystal and clear. Jagdeep Dhankar was made governor of West Bengal, created constant friction within the state government, then elevated to vice president, and was eventually forced to resign from there also. Now, C.V. Ananda Bose replaced him, continued the confrontational approach for 3 years, and now suddenly resigned, citing ill health just before the election. Now, see, we are not complaining. This is what Mamata Bandyopadhyay, Abhishek Bandyopadhyay spoke about. It's about the concern. Bhaiya, iske piche aapka raaz kya hai? See, if the governor is not walking hand in hand with the chief minister, no problem.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases. And the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. It's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US
disruption, guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read this?
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards. And per day, the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us. And these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US
disruption, guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for
the big headlines, viewers, on the Hard Facts tonight, and it is looking like one of those big operations by Donald Trump. Whether he honors them or not, we don't know, but Trump makes it clear amid the West Asia onslaught, says there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian says some countries have initiated efforts for mediation But while Tehran is committed to lasting peace, it will not hesitate in defending the dignity and authority of Iran. That's the other big headline coming out of Iran, viewers. It's a full-out war of words and, of course, a hot war. Israeli Air Force expands strikes on Hezbollah units in Lebanon, hits Iranian embassy in Beirut as it tries to outflank the guerrilla tactics of Iran. And as oil prices spike sharply, big energy boost for India. United States issues a 30-day waiver allowing India to continue purchasing Russian oil. Viewers, this is a massive, massive U-turn by DC. And it's not looking good. It's not looking good for the Gulf allies of the United States. Qatar's energy minister warns oil price could rise to $150 per barrel in 2 or 3 weeks if tankers remain unable to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Says this will bring down the economies of the entire world. And viewers, Iran launches fresh strikes on Bahrain and Kuwait while a state-run oil refinery is targeted in Bahrain. A US base is hit in Kuwait. The Saudis are feeling the pinch. The Gulf is aflame because of Trump's war. Viewers, Donald Trump has done a massive, massive somersault. In a surprising turn of events, Washington, D.C. has declared that it will allow Delhi to purchase Russian oil. Now remember, viewers, one of the preconditions for signing a trade deal with Russia, with the United States rather, viewers, was that India would stop purchasing Russian oil, because Donald Trump has said that when India purchases Russian oil, it finances Putin's war against Ukraine, and that hampers any attempt to mediate a peaceful resolution of that conflict. And now, viewers, Scott Bessent, US Treasury Secretary, has come out and said that there will be a temporary 30-day waiver to allow Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil. That short-term measure won't provide significant financial benefit to Russia, only authorizing transactions involving oil already stranded at sea. India is an essential partner of the United States. We fully anticipate that New Delhi will ramp up purchases of US oil. So viewers, here is a bit of give, but there's also a take. The threat of US sanctions has led India to slowly taper off purchases from Russia. And let me break this down for you, viewers. You can see it on your screens on the extreme right. In January 2025, let's keep those visuals on the side and keep the war visuals in the middle. Yeah, that's the screen we want because it tells you the whole story, viewers. In January 2025, 1.67 million barrels per day was what India was importing from Russia. In September 2025, that came down marginally because Russian discounts had started tapering off. So Russia was giving us big discounts after a while it decided not to. And that led to India in December cutting back almost 30-40 million barrels of oil per day from Russia. By January 2026, we had almost got this down by 65 million barrels, viewers. So it was on a downward trajectory, but we did not stop importing Russian oil even when a gun was literally put to our head, a tariff gun, not a real gun. But now India can reverse that trend, which is a much needed reprieve, given that millions of barrels of oil and gas are stuck near the Strait of Hormuz, a narrow Gulf choke point through which nearly half of India's crude oil and gas imports transits. The stranglehold has led to the spiking of oil prices. Tehran has threatened to attack vessels attempting to pass through since the US and Israel began their war against Iran. And this is what the Iranians said: the Strait of Hormuz is off limits to US, Israel and Europe. Violators will face drone and missile strikes. We have the right to control the Strait of Hormuz. Viewers, in waiving the sanctions threat on India, the US has exhibited classic show me the man and I'll show you the rules hypocrisy. Why? Because one of the unintended and clearly unanticipated consequences of the US war in Iran has been the disruption of one of the world's most critical economic arteries, the Strait of Hormuz. With that single move, Iran has dramatically escalated the economic cost of Trump's war. As long as Tehran can threaten a chokehold on Hormuz, it retains leverage, wildly disproportionate to its fortunes on the battlefield, and that leverage is already visible in the markets. Washington knows that a sustained spike in oil prices could fracture the fragile coalition backing its war effort, which is where India enters the equation. Given its centrality to the Indian Ocean region and West Asia, New Delhi is perhaps the single most consequential ally whose cooperation the US cannot afford to lose. The waiver therefore stems from strategic necessity. The BJP has naturally claimed the reversal as a big win for India's oil diplomacy. BJP national spokespeople have been coming out and saying India's oil diplomacy has succeeded. And it has gone on to say our action averted market disruption. The question remains, has Trump's overreach on attacking Iran, on bullying India, misreading the fallout of the war returned to haunt him? Let's open this up because there is a conversation to be had here, viewers. And I want to begin with Errol Morkic, who's a senior spokesperson to Republicans overseas. Errol, thank you very much for joining us. And I know these are difficult times, but I want you to have a look at what the consequences of this catastrophic war that is being waged are. One of them is that the Strait of Hormuz has emptied out of vessels, fishing, oil tankers, trading ships, all gone. Which means that a large number of people who the Americans count as allies are feeling the pinch. Has Trump realized this, and has he therefore pulled back, at least in India's case, from that position that at the end of the day, if India were to import Russian oil, it would face huge sanctions? Is this a realization?
Well, it's certainly the reality of an ever-changing battlefield. So the objective, of course, is to keep oil prices down to reduce Putin's ability to conduct his war. By closing the Strait of Hormuz and interacting with Iran, as we've done, of course, that's caused it to spike. Now we need Indian buyers to clear the market of existing Russian oil off the oceans so we can hopefully at least stabilize the short-term OTC markets there. So, I mean, in some ways, it's a little quid pro quo, it's a little bit give and take, but the United States didn't enter into this event without the knowledge that Iran would do this. This was basically their only strategic play. As you said in your monologue, this overshadows their actual battlefield competence, and I agree with you entirely. On a 22-mile narrow strait, they can do whatever they want.
Are you saying that the great strategist sitting by the Potomac in Washington, D.C. did not game theory a response of this nature? I mean, this looked the most obvious. The first thing that we knew. Well, if you did, then you seem to suggest that you didn't. But if you didn't...
No, to be very clear, this is the only expected retaliation by the Iranians. So this is their only leverage they have. So during this time period will be the increased strikes, the increased military actions, and then, of course, diverting American resources, Venezuelan oil, finding these new supply chains, allowing the Russians to sell to the Indians, hopefully bringing Russia more economically to the table as that conflict is there. So I would say the great strategists around the Potomac are certainly pulling the strings, and everybody is coming along gracefully, we hope, as we, of course, eliminate a common enemy in the Iranian Islamic State.
Gracefully. Viewers, I just want to go across to this big map that we've got up here for you, What is this map? This is the Strait of Hormuz, viewers. This is the strait. It's at one point about 40 kilometers wide, and at certain points it's only about 20 meters or so deep. And you can see it's completely emptied out. All these ships that bear oil, trading vessels that bear cargo, perishable goods and so on and so forth are all stuck here. If you just pull back a little bit, this is Dubai, this is Sharjah, that's Abu Dhabi. All the ships are in port. They can't move out, viewers. And they're not going here. And ships that are bringing material, and you can see some of these arrows that point to tell you the direction in which these ships were supposed to go. These ships that are bringing in goods that would have actually fed all these city-states are stuck here because Iran has decided that anything that goes across will be targeted. So viewers, you have a situation where there is a potential economic crisis and the cost of war is escalating. Now, America knows that if this cost goes too high, this fractious coalition of support might actually crumble. And there are already noises coming out of Europe and out of the Gulf countries. So it's decided to throw a bit of a bone. And look at the hypocrisy here, Sushant Serene. I find this absolutely hypocritical. I know America can dictate terms right now because, you know, some people believe that we are not really in a multipolar world. We're still in a unipolar world and that America holds all the cards because it's a power and this, that, the other. But look at the hypocrisy. When the Americans need something and they want interests to serve their cause, they will relax the moral position. Then the poor people of Ukraine who are being bombed by Russian missiles and so on and so forth can go to hell while we buy Russian oil and fund Putin's war for another 30, 40 days. I mean, show me the man and I'll show you the rule. What kind of diplomacy is this?
But Rahul, that is the fundamental principle of diplomacy. Everything else is for public consumption. You know, I think it was written 2000 years back in Western literature. In our literature, it probably predated that as well, that the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must. Now, that is the fundamental principle of international relations. Now, having said that, I think if the Russian oil sanctions, number one, it is utter nonsense for anyone to argue that because India was buying Russian oil, Putin was profiting and he was getting money to fight his war. So if that is the logic, then why don't you take action against China? But you could not take action against China because China held you by the unmentionables, right? So you said, okay, fine, we'll take it out on India. Fine. Now, I think this is a good thing as far as we are concerned, because let's face it, for now it's 30 days. But this is likely to last longer because this war is not coming to an end anytime soon. And even if you were to take out the missile batteries of the Iranians, they have enough drones, by all accounts, to keep targeting the oil facilities of Gulf states. And the Iranians know that if they can damage not just the Gulf economies, but the international economy by disrupting oil supplies and oil availability in the markets, you know, they will be held to pay, because it will affect not just the Arab states, it will affect Europe, it will affect Asia, it will affect the rest of the world. Now, I think from our perspective, if the Russian oil is available, I think it's good for us because we can process that oil, and at one level, we can make sure that there are no oil shortages in India. And then whatever is left over, and there will be plenty left over, we can sell it to the rest of the world. So fine, it will be we who will benefit from what is happening. We will not suffer the shortages which are likely to come. There will certainly be a price hike. I believe Russian oil prices have gone up by $4 or $5 a barrel.
Yes.
So this is bound to happen. Also remember, Rahul, there were about 40 million barrels, actually about 120 million barrels of Russian oil which are on the sea right now as we speak. But out of which about 40 million barrels were oil which they were sanctioning in a big way. The rest is going to countries which are beyond American sanctions like China and others. So about 40 million barrels of oil are already available. And this figure is likely to increase for one reason. Please remember that it is not just important that oil is produced, but also that oil is refined. Not many refineries have the capability of processing all varieties of oil. I think India has 2 or 3 huge refineries which have those capabilities, which is why that oil comes to India. Secondly, not only will the Gulf states, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, I think Kuwait also, they're not only shutting down the oil fields, they're also, their refineries have been hit. We know that the Bahrain refinery has been hit, a couple of others have taken hits, and perhaps, God forbid, something more might happen going forward, which means that you will need all the refining capacities you can get. And India is one of the few countries which has those refining capacities.
Yeah.
So I think we're in a sweet spot as of now. As of now, what happens 15 days from now, what happens 2 months from now, nobody can say. So I don't think we should be cribbing about, what's happening. And just, Rahul, allow me half a minute more.
Yeah.
There is this thing that there's been a lot of outrage in this country today. The Americans saying, we will allow India. Okay, they've said allow India. And, everybody's got their knickers in a twist. The point is that focus not on the semantics. Focus on the substantive. The substantive is what I just told you earlier.
That's true.
The semantic is, they could have said, we are giving you a waiver. A waiver is also allowing you to buy Russian oil.
True.
They could have said, we give you a carve out. So
no, I understand that. I think that point is well made and well taken. But let me tell you, Sushant Serene, that there are even those who were at one time supporters of India-US ties. And even they today are disenchanted. And I think that's where the exceptional is. I'm not talking about the politicians because, the Congress party and all of that in India, I'm not even going down there because they will react reflexively to anything. Yeah.
India should stop tilting at the windmills. Yeah. Every statement which comes, every move which somebody else makes, there is this outrage industry in India.
Okay, but that is not, look, we're a democracy, we're a noisy democracy, and it's good to be one. So that, look, what we should do or how we should behave and all of that, that's a different conversation. I'm not getting there. That's why I haven't invited any politician here from the opposition or from the BJP. But I just want to say one thing, viewers. When you use words like allow, we will allow, who are you? Who are you? What do you mean allow? Who does the American Trump regime, and I'm going to call it that, viewers, tonight, think it is? We will allow. India should remember this arbitrary weaponization of trade and patronizing attitude of the US and not buy US oil actually in the long term, viewers. We shouldn't. In any case, it comes out of shale, fracking, horrible for the environment. Just like, viewers, these Western countries say that we are not going to buy goods from Indian sweatshops which might have that kind of labor and this kind of labor, we should say, well, we're not wanting to buy oil that comes out of the soil, which actually causes environmental depletion by draining water aquifers and all of that. You can make some excuse. Don't let them get away with this. Angie Wong, I have to ask you this question. Are American morals so elastic that now you're giving up the pretense that the money that you pay to Russia for its oil is going to go to further Russia's ambitions, maybe by 2 or 3 months in Ukraine? Is that what it's come down to?
We're not giving money to Russia. In fact, we have sanctions against working with Russia and their oil program. So
no, but you've just relaxed those sanctions, right? You put those sanctions on India. Yes, so you said India was one of the biggest buyers of Russian oil, and that's funding Putin's war. Now, when you are feeling the pressure, when you've realized that you miscalculated, misread the battlefield, you say, oh my God, this is going sideways. This is escalating costs for all our allies. And if the world's biggest democracy says, actually, we don't agree with what you're doing in Iran, let's keep them happy. Let's keep them sweet. Let's give them a waiver. Let them buy their Russian oil for a month or so, maybe even more. Who knows? They'll be quiet and happy. Let's throw a bone to them. That's what this is coming across as. Can you dispute this?
Yes, I can. I think that was complete misinformation. I think Trump considers Modi and India a real ally.
Right.
I know that Modi and Bibi Netanyahu, they met just 2 weeks ago, and they spoke about what was going to happen, what was going to take place in Iran. So they understand that this is a global play. Now, what has actually happened, not that we're allowing you to just buy oil from Russia, is that there's a 30-day waiver. This is temporary. This is for all the shipment that you've already purchased that's stuck out in sea. And Trump is saying, well, get it back into your country because we're going to give you 30 days to do it. So this is a temporary license that has been offered. Now, if India wants to continue doing trade with the U.S. in the future, this is going to be the conditions, right? We're going to have to work together. We can easily cut off the H-1B going mainly to Indian citizens here in the U.S. So much American dollars are being transited out of our country back into your country. So we can do things.
Angie Wong, the only people who are actually creating jobs in your economy are Indian startup companies. A lot of them,
That's untrue.
by the way. I'm not saying the only, but a lot of them. And let me also
That's
tell you something
actually
else,
false.
Angie. Also ask you a question.
Please.
Who buys the most Russian oil?
I have no idea.
You have
I
no
don't
idea.
have that fact
Wow.
coming in. No,
wow,
I do not
viewers.
have that fact
Look at
coming
their
in. I can
inward.
tell you
I'll tell you
it's
which
not the
country,
US.
viewers. It's China. China buys the most Russian oil, not India. How much of a sanction was slapped on China?
And understand that
Zero.
President Trump and
Viewers,
Xi Jinping,
zero. This is how much Donald Trump loves the Ukrainian people that he is trying to save. The country that
that's
buys the
untrue,
highest amount of Russian oil in the world is China. And
But it's
China
not
gets
zero
away
tariff.
with zero sanction. We get slapped with a 25% extra sanction, which he now says could go up to 100% if we buy Russian oil. But when it suits him, Trump decides that he is going to completely wave that threat aside. That, viewers, is not how you treat an ally. That's not how you treat
those
a
are
partner.
lies.
That's not a lie.
We are
It's a fact.
actually slapping.
Ma'am,
we
go
are
and do your
actually
research.
putting
Angie
tariffs
Wong, do your
on
research.
China.
Don't come to this show without your research. Don't accuse me
your
of lying.
producers invited
I have
me
made
onto
an
the show, and I
absolute
will tell
factual
you
point.
that
Go and
China is
Google,
actually
go and
being sanctioned.
Go and Google, ma'am, and
There's
look
no
at the
Google. I've
number.
been covering
Go and
tariffs
Google and
for
look at the
multiple
amount of
weeks,
Russian oil
and the
China
US is putting
buys.
tariffs
Come
on
on,
China as well.
come
They're
prepared.
actually
Come prepared.
meeting
We're nobody's
together with
fools.
Xi Jinping later
Angie
this
Wong,
month,
I'm not going to get into a word war with you.
but you are
Please
actually
come with
lying
your
on
facts,
air.
ma'am. Please come with your facts. I will request you. I will request you to look up right now, use your phone, and find out how much Russian oil is being purchased by China. Do me that favor. I'm going to go to the next guest. General Dillon, let me ask you this question, sir. Has the time come when we stop soft peddling the United States of America on the basis of this so-called exceptionalism that it resorts to?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And just to quote the point which was being discussed, Ukrainians' life has no value for America. It is America's war which they want to fight. They are not interested, they are least bothered if Ukraine can fight or not fight or what Russia does to them. Suits them, they will speak it. When it suits them, they won't. Now coming to your question proper. See, India cannot be wished away. We are 1/6 of the world in population. We have our domestic needs of petroleum products. And if the Strait of Hormuz is closed because America decided to launch a war against Iran, and Iran did what it did, and America thought they will finish it off in 3 days or 4 days, and then 4 weeks, and then we will fight till ever, then there is going to be a crisis in the world. And India being 1/6 of the world in population, as I just said, we are going to feel the pinch, and we are the world's largest democracy. And we have stood on our 2 feet when the sanctions were imposed. Today 20%, tomorrow 50%, then this person, that person.
Right.
And good thing is, the strategic thinkers in America understand the value of India in this region of the world. They understand the strategic value, they understand the economic value, they understand the partnership value, they understand the trading value of India. We are a nuclear state. We are the world's largest democracy. We are 1/6 of the world. Anyone who makes even a needle has to come to India to sell it. We are a mighty military.
Well, the time is...
And these are the things they cannot ignore.
The time
and this
is
now.
now.
Sort of a face saving that we allow you.
Yes.
We give you 30 days waiver. These are face saving things. They had no other option. And India was to buy Russian oil because our priority of our public, our citizens, is the foremost for our government.
Here, viewers, is a live fact check on the hard facts. I don't come unprepared for debates, unlike some of my panelists. This is a headline from Reuters. This is 16th of February, 2026, which is less than a month back. China's Russian oil imports to hit new record in February as India cuts back. Viewers, China's Russian oil imports are set to climb for a third straight month to a new record high in February, as independent refiners snapped up deeply discounted cargoes after India slashed purchases, according to traders and ship tracking data. Russian crude shipments are estimated to amount to 2.07 million barrels per day for February deliveries into China. Now, viewers, I want you to see that at our highest, we didn't purchase more than 1.67 million barrels a day of oil. China is doing that as we speak. Highest more than India. What is the penalty slapped on China? 0. Because I'll tell you why. Trump always chickens out. Trump doesn't have the guts to take on China. That is the fact.